Increase in age. Arun's present age is 40% of Barun's. Arun and Barun. Barun's age were 5x, Arun's age would be 2x. In another few years, Arun's age will be half of Barun's. And let's say another few years, let's take y more years later, Arun would be 2x plus y years old and Barun would be 5x plus y years old. This is twice of this. 2 times 2x plus y is 5x plus y. 4x plus 2y is 5x plus y, or y equals x. Or Barun's age goes from 5x to 6x. By what percentage did it increase? 20%. It goes from 5x to 6x, percentage increase is 20%. Very simple question. A person can complete a job in 120 days. He works alone on day 1. On day 2, he is joined by another person, so 2 people, who can also complete the job in exactly 120 days. On day 3, he is joined by another person of equal efficiency, so 3 people. Like this, every day a new person with the same efficiency joins the work. We count man days of work. 1 man day gets done, 2 man days get done, 3 man days get done, 4 man days get done, 5 man days get done, and so on. So at the nth day, n man days will get done. Total work done would be n into n plus 1 by 2, which is 120. Or n into n plus 1 is 240. Not going to imagine the quadratic. 15 square is 225. This is close to 15. This is 15 into 16. How many days are required to complete the job? 15 days. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 all the way till 15 will add up to 120. An elevator has a weight limit of 630 kilograms. It's carrying a group of people of whom the heaviest weighs 57 kilograms and the lightest weighs 53. What is the maximum number of people in the group? For maximum number of people, we should have maximum number of people weighing this. So out of 630, subtract 57. 10 minus 7 is 3. 12 minus 5 is 7. 573. Wonderful. Now there's one guy who should have weighed this much. Set aside that guy and then the remaining all should weigh this much. 573 divided by 53. So 53. 10 people. 10 people weighing 53 kilograms and 1 weighing 57. And so an elevator has a weight limit of 630 kilograms. 10 people weighing 53 kilograms and 1 weighing 57 will take us to 530 plus 57, 587. We have room for another 43 kilograms, which can be offset by by having more people weighing 53 kilograms. So we have what is the maximum possible number of people in the group. So we have 11 people. We could have 1 of 57 and 10 of 53, but we cannot have 12 people in this group. Fine. So 53 into 11 plus 57 is greater than 630. So that doesn't work. 11 people with 1 weighing 57 and the rest weighing something less than that, but greater than 51, 53 or greater will work. So 53 into 10, 530 plus 57 takes us to 587. We have another 43 to get. So assorted different combinations, or some combination can take us to 630. But what is the maximum number of people in the group? This is 11. We cannot have 12 people in this group. Fine. So 12 people in this range is not possible. A man leaves his home and walks at a speed of 12 kilometers per hour, reaching the railway station 10 minutes after the train had departed. If instead he walked at a speed of 15 kilometers per hour, he would have reached the station 10 minutes before the train's departure. Let's say the distance is D. He can travel at 12 kilometers per hour and 15 kilometers per hour. In this, he takes T plus 10. In this, he takes T minus 10 minutes. or I'm going to do this very differently. Time taken in this instance is d by 12. This distance is d by 15. D by 12 minus d by 15 is 1 by 3. Wonderful direct way of doing this without worrying about the time t. What are we doing here? The difference between these two times is 20 minutes. Time taken for this, time taken for this. The difference between these two is 20 minutes. We take the distance in kilometers and speed in kilometers per hour. We'll get the answer in hours. The difference is 20 minutes, which is 1/3 of an hour. And then we are done. So LCM is 60. 5d by 60 minus 4d by 60 is 1 by 3. Or d by 60 is 1 by 3. D is 20 kilometers. Ravi invests 50% of his monthly savings in fixed deposit. 50% of the rest of his savings is invested in stocks. 50% in FD. The rest is 50%. 30% of this is invested in stocks. So stocks is 15%. The total amount deposited by him in the bank for savings account and fixed deposit is 59500. Total amount deposited by him, which is this 50% plus the remaining 35%. 85% of X equals 59500. Find X. X equals 59500 by 85 into 100 by 0.85 effectively. Divide by 5, this becomes 17,119. 119 by 17, 17 goes into it 7 times, or X is 70,000. Or Ravi earns 70,000 rupees. 35,000 he puts as FD, and then some 10,500 he puts as savings into stocks. The remaining he keeps in a savings account, and what he puts in FD and savings account add up to 59500. If a seller gives a discount of 15% on retail price, she still makes a profit of 2%. So there is mark price, you say X, selling price is 0.85X. This is equal to 1.02 times cost price, because she still makes a profit of 2%, or 0.85, 1.6, 0.17 into 5, 0.17 into 6, or selling price, which is 0.85x is 1.02 CP. Think about this. X equals 1.02 by 0.85 CP. This is 6 by 5 CP. Which of the following ensures that she makes a profit of 20%? If X were her selling price, she'll make a profit of 20%. Or she should not give any discount. No discount, no discount, no increase. Sell at retail price. So the discount makes her price clash. If the selling price were X, then X is 6 by 5 times CP. That'll be a 20% profit. So she should not give any discount if she wants to make a profit of 20%. A man travels by a motorboat down a river to his office and back with the speed of the river unchanged. If he doubles the speed of his motorboat, then his total travel time gets reduced by 75%. The ratio of original speed of the motorboat to the speed of the river is, let's say, it goes down and then comes back up. Let's say his boat speed is B, stream speed is S. Going down, he has B plus S. Coming up, he has B minus S. Right, so some distance by B plus S plus the same distance by B minus S is time taken T. If he doubles the speed of his motorboat, D by 2B plus S plus D by 2B minus S, the time reduces by 75%, or this becomes T by 4. We need to find original speed of the motorboat to the speed of the river. We need to find B is to S. This holds good. And so I'm going to remove T and D from this equation by dividing one by the other. You divide this equation by this equation, D gets away. We'll have 1 by B plus S plus 1 by B minus S divided by 1 by 2B plus S plus 1 by 2B minus S to be equal to 4. Fine. Let's simplify this. I'm going to take the LCM in the numerator, LCM in the denominator. So B minus S plus B plus S by B square minus S square divided by 2B minus S plus 2B plus S divided by 4B square minus S square equals 4. The S gets knocked off, S gets knocked off. This is 4B and this is 2B. So 2B by B square minus X square into 4B square minus S square by 4B equal to 4. The B gets knocked off. We have a 2 here. 4B square minus S square by B square minus S square is 8. We want to find original ratio of speed of motorboat to that of river. We want to find B by S. Let's say we say B by S is equal to K. And further, let's say B by S, the whole square is equal to K. This is 4K minus 1 by K minus 1 is 8. 4K minus 1 is 8K minus 8. 8 minus 1 is 4K, or K is 7 by 4. Or the ratio we are looking for is square root of 7 by 4, or root 7 is to 2. Wonderful question, not too complicated, but layers of computation and solving algebra involved. Get some practice into boat and speed idea. This should be true. Suppose C1, C2, C3, C4 and C5 are 5 companies. Profits made by C1, C2 and C3. C1, C2, C3. Profits are in the ratio 9 is to 10 is to 8. Profits made by C2, C4, C5 are in the ratio 18, 19, 20. This is 10, this is 18, LCM is 90, so reject this. This becomes 90, this is 81, 81, 90, 72, becomes 90, 95, 100. So the ratio is 81 is to 90 is to 72 is to 95 is to 100, all in terms of X. C5 has made a profit of rupees 19 crore more than C1. C5 is 19 crore more than C1, or this is 81 crore, 90 crore, 90 crore, 90 crore, 100 crore. The difference 100 minus 81 is exactly 19. Total profit made by all of them put together, the sum of all this. 5 plus 2, 7, 7 plus 1, 8, 8. And 8 plus 9, 17 plus 7, 24 plus 9, 33, 438 crore. Choice A, done. Is transitioning two systems of two sets of ratios. The number of girls appearing for an admission test is twice the number of boys. So boys, twice the number of boys. If 30% of the girls and 45% of the boys, 0.45B and 0.6B get admission. So 1.05B get admission. The remaining 1.95B do not get admission. As a percentage, 1.95B by 3B into 100, which is 65%. 65% do not get admission. In a market, the price of medium quality mangoes is half that of good mangoes. Medium quality and good quality. 2x, x. A shopkeeper buys 80 kilograms of good quality and 40 of medium quality mangoes, and then sells all these at a common price, which is 10% less than the price at which he bought the good ones. So good ones 2x, 10% less than that is 1.8x. So his total cost price is 40x plus 160x. His total selling price is 1.8x into 120. This is 200x. This is 216x, or a profit of 8%. 200 to 216, 200x to 216 is nothing but 100 to 108, a profit of 8%. Capture data clearly and you're through. Medium quality is x, good quality is 2x. 80 of this, 40 of this. Total cost is 40x, 160x. Total cost price is 200x. The price is 10% less than this, which is 1.8x. All the mangoes are sold at this price, or 120 mangoes sold at this price. The total selling price is this much. He buys at 200x, sells at 216x. His profit percentage is 8%. If Fatima sells 60 identical toys at a 40% discount on the printed price, then she makes 20% profit. So identical toys, 40% discount on printed price. So printed price, let's say, is x. So selling price is 0.6x. So 40% profit. Cost price is 0.5x. How did we get there? It's a 20% profit, not 40%, 20% profit. So selling price should be 1.2 times cost price. So if this is 0.6x, that is 1.2 times cost price, or cost price is 0.5x, which is what we got here. 10 of those toys are destroyed in fire. While selling the rest, how much discount should be given on the printed price so that she can make the exact same amount in profit? So this is if she sells 60 identical toys. Now she doesn't get to sell 60, she sells only 50. And so her total cost price is 0.5x into 50 into 60, which is 30x. She needs to make a 20% profit. So from 30x, she has to realize 36x. She has to make 36x from just 50 goods, or he should sell at 0.72x. Her printed price is x. Her selling price should be 0.72x, or she gives a 28% discount. Going over the whole process, for 60 toys, the numbers look like this. Printed price is x, selling price is 0.6x because discounted by 40%. This returns a 20% profit, or my cost price is 0.5x. For each of the goods, therefore the math works. However, she's not able to sell everything. She loses 10 of the toys. So in the new scenario, she buys 60 but sells only 50. But she wants to see the same profit. If she buys 60, she sees cost price of 30x. She has to make 20% profit, or she should have a total selling price of 36x. She has only 50 items to sell now. So 36x have to be sold for 50 items. Each item, the good is 0.72x, or what was at x now has to be sold at 0.72x, or we can discount by 28%. A class consists of 20 boys and 30 girls. In the mid-semester examination, the average score of the girls was 5 higher than that of the boys. Fine. Boys and girls. Fine. 20 and 30. Average of boys was n, girls would have been n plus 5. That means the overall average, I already know this difference is 5. The overall average would have been n plus 3, closer to the girls than to the boys, split in the ratio 2:3. In the final exam, however, the average score of the girls dropped by 3, while the average score of the entire class increased by 2. So average of the entire class is n plus 3. This would have gone to n plus 5. Average score of the girls dropped by 3, so the girls would have gone to n plus 2 from n plus 5. While the average, what will the increase in the average score of the boys? Now n plus 2 and something would have resulted in n plus 5. This difference is 3. Ratio should be 2:3. So this difference should be 4.5. I'm talking about the alligation method. So this should have been n plus 9.5, or the average score of the boys would have increased by 9.5. One wonderful question, beautiful question. done with the approach of allegations. And so what we're doing here, initially the boys to girls ratio is 2:3. So boys were n, girls were n plus 5. So if you subtract and get here, you should get 2:3. The difference between these two numbers is 5. So the 2:3 gets split as 2 and 3. So this should have been n plus 3. N plus 5 minus n plus 3 is 2. N plus 3 minus n is 3. We've got this far. And then we know the average score of the girls dropped by 3. N plus 5 becomes n plus 2. Of the average score of the entire class increased by 2. N plus 3 becomes n plus 5. So you're mixing something and n plus 2 in the ratio 2:3 to get n plus 5. So this something should have been n plus 9.5. From n, we add 9.5 to go to 9.5. It's a classic question where algebraically you can get to the answer. But if you think along the way of using this allegations method, you are running to the answer, racing to the answer, getting it right. So wonderful, wonderful question where one method is significantly superior to another one. And you can rush to the answer if you can just think in terms of splitting the difference. Between n and n plus 5, the difference is 5. Break that in the ratio 2:3, you've got your weighted average. The wonderful way of thinking about weighted average. So if you're mixing 80 and 90 and mixing it in the ratio 2:3, you can do 2 into 80, 3 into 90 by 5. Or you can say the difference is 10. I'll break this in the ratio 2:3. So that is 4 and 6. So this number should, mixing 80 and 90 in the ratio 2:3, it becomes 4 and 6, or I can find this number to be 86. And wonderful approach. If you can think like that, you're going doing these questions really quickly. So keep that in mind. Magic square. The numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 till 9 are arranged in a 3 by 3 square grid in such a way that each number occurs once, and the entries along each column, each row, and each of the two diagonals add up to the same value. And so they all add up to the same value. And so the top left and the top right entries of the grid are 6 and 2 respectively. Then the bottom middle entry is. And so to start with, 1 to 9 are all distributed. The total of all this should be 9 into 10 by 2, which is 45. Each row adds up to the same number. Each column and each row add up to the same number. 3 rows make up the whole grid. So any sum, the sum has got to be 15. Right? Now let's put the numbers in. We know that the top left and top right entries of the grid are 6 and 2. Top left is 6, top right is 2. 6 plus 2 is 8, so this should be 7. And so these three add up to 15. As a simple rule of thumb in all of these magic square questions, you can take it for granted that the middle number, which is going to be part of this, and this, 4 different sums, is going to be the middle number. From 1 to 9 you arrange, 5 in the middle, put the number bang in the middle, 7 plus 5 is 12, 12 plus 3, 15. And then you can fill the rest out. Everything else falls in place. There are probably still 1 or 2 variants available, but the sum is 15. The key idea here, find the total sum. Therefore, you are able to find the sum of each row or each column. Each row, each column, each diagonal, all add up to 15. And so now you can fill the entire grid. So 6 plus 5 is 11. This will be 4. 2 plus 5 is 7. This will be 8. This automatically adds up to 15. 6 plus 8, 14 plus 1. This is 9. Everything is 15. This is the entire grid. So we want to know then the bottom middle entry. Bottom middle entry is 3. The answer should be 3. And stick in the middle number in the middle, and then this kind of question become very simple. Find the total of everything put together. That is 45. So each row, each column should add up to 15. Then work from there on. In a 10-kilometer race, A, B, and C, each running at uniform speed, get gold, silver, and bronze medals. If A beats B by 1 kilometer and B beats C by 1 kilometer, that means in this 10-kilometer race, when let's say A, B, and C start here, when A finishes, B has done only 9 kilometer. When A does 10, B does only 9. And then a little while later, B finishes. At that time, C is done only 9 kilometer. B beats C by 1 kilometer. Just remember, only one thing we need to remember. A, B, C are not at the 10 kilometer, 9 kilometer, 8 kilometer point. if B beats C by 1 kilometer, this means when B finishes the race, when B is at the end point, then C is at the 9 kilometer point. After this, this is a plain old-fashioned ratio question. When A does 10, B does 9. When B does 10, C does 9. And then by how many meters does A beat C? That means when A is finishing, how much has C done? When B does 10 kilometers, C does 9. When B does 8 kilometers, C will do 9 into 9 by 10, which is 8.1. When A does 10 kilometers, C does 8.1 kilometers, or C lags behind by 1.9 kilometers. Remember, we need to give the answer in meters. This is 1900 meters. So the answer is 1900. Bottle 1 contains a mixture of milk and water in the ratio 7:2, and bottle 2 contains a mixture of milk and water in the ratio 9:4. In what ratio of volumes should the liquids in bottle 1 and bottle 2 be combined so that the mixture of milk and water is 3:1 in the final combination? The key thing in all of this, don't track milk to water ratio. Don't track this. Track milk by overall or water by overall. One of these two. So I'm going to say this is 7/9 milk. This is mixed with 9/13 milk in some ratio to give us 3/4 milk. 7/9 milk is mixed with 9/13 milk to give us 3/4 milk. And what ratio should we be mixed this? Is the allegations approach. So this will be 7/9 minus 3/4. This will be 3/4 minus 9/13. 7/9 is more than 9/13. And so 7/9 minus 3/4, LCM is 36. So 3/4, 7/9, 9 fours are 36, 7 fours are 28. 28 minus 27/36. This is 1/36. 4 and 13, the LCM is 52. 3/4 is 39/52. 9/13 is 36/52. So this is 3/52. Or they should be mixed in the ratio 3/52 is to 1/36. And so this can get knocked off. So it'll become 18, becomes 26. So further knocked off, this will become 9, this will become 13. Or the ratio is 27:13. When this allegations method is very useful. Look at the allegations method, do 5 questions, see the proof of the allegations method, intuitively get why the allegations method works. Think about the notion of splitting the difference. That is frightfully useful. The computational part is not that easy, but it's doable. But there's a very regular question. This way of mixing 2 mixtures to get 1 mixture and then finding the ratio, it's very simple. Get some practice in, you should nail these questions. Arun's journey. Arun drove from home to his hostel at 60 miles per hour. While returning home, he drove halfway along the same route at 25 miles per hour and then took a bypass road which increased his driving distance by 5 miles but allowed him to drive at 50 miles per hour along this bypass road. If his return journey took 60 minutes more than his onward journey, then the total distance traveled by him is. So let's say he goes from home to hostel. Let's say this is a distance of 2D. Why 2D? Because there's some number which says half the distance. And so he takes this route at 2D, he travels one way. Second time around, he drove half the route D and then took a bypass which increased the distance by 5 miles, made it D plus 5. This is the bypass. Right? While going, I'm going to assume that this D is in miles. The time taken would have been 2D by 60. While returning, the time taken would have been D by 25, because this he's traveling at 25 miles, and D plus 5 by 50, plus D plus 5 by 50. This is onward journey. This is return journey. time taken difference will be in terms of hours. We've assumed D in miles. This is miles per hour, miles per hour, miles per hour. This will be in hours, this will be in hours. Right? His return journey took 30 minutes more than his onward journey. 30 minutes more than his onward journey. That means half an hour more. Onward journey would have taken D by 30, 2D by 60, plus half equals D by 25, plus D by 50, plus 1 by 10. D by 25 plus D by 50 more, it is 2D by 50. So this is 3D by 50. So D by, so 1 by 2 minus 1 by 10 equals 3D by 50 minus D by 30. 1 by 2 minus 1 by 10 is 5 by 10 minus 1 by 10. 5 by 10 minus 1 by 10, which is 4 by 10, which is 2 by 5. This side is 2 by 5. That side LCM of 50 and 30 is 150. So I'm going to write this in the next page. So 3D by 50 minus D by 30 is equal to 2 by 5. LCM is 150. 3D into 3 is 9D. D into 5 is 5D. So this is 4D by 150. 2 by 5 equals 4D by 150. This I'm going to make it as 2D. 150 by 5 is 30. D by this is 15. D by 15 is 1, or D is 15 miles. Remember, we're talking about his total journey. That means he traveled 2D and then D, and then D plus 5. We're traveling 4D plus 5, 60 plus 5, 65 miles. The question says the total distance traveled by him. Onward, he traveled 2D. Return journey, he traveled D, and then a D plus 5 because of the bypass. So 4D plus 5 is the answer we are looking for, which is 65 miles. Construct the right equation, then this becomes a very routine question. But the shirts produced in a factory, 15% are defective, while 20% of the rest are sold in the domestic market. So 100% to start with, 85% is non-defective, 80%, 20% are sold in the domestic market. So 80% of 85% is what is sold in the export market. 80% of 85% of X equals 8840. 80% is 4 by 5, 85% is 17 by 20 equals 8840. We need to find X. You're through. You're given a calculator, but you probably don't need this. Cancel the 4. 884 divided by 4 is 2210. 221 is 17 into 13. So cancel this off. This is 130. 520 is 100. 100 into 130 is 13,000. This is the number you're looking for. Find 15% are defective, or 85% are normal. 20% of the rest are sold in the domestic market, or 80% of this number are exported. 80% of 85% of X is 8840. Find X. You're through. Very routine question. You should be comprehensively nailing these. The average height of 22 toddlers increases by 2 inches when 2 of them leave this group. So 22 toddlers, let's say average is A. 20 toddlers, average becomes A plus 2. And so this is the number, this is the average, or the total height would have been 22A. Now the total becomes 20 into A plus 2, but 2 people have left. Now the 2 who leave, their average height is 1/3 the average height of the original 22. That means A by 3, 2A by 3. This is the total height of the 20 students. This is the total height of the 2. This is total of 20. This is total of 2. This is total of 22. So this plus the sum of these two should be this. We manipulate this, we should be able to find A. And we need to find the average height of the remaining 20 toddlers, or our answer is A plus 2. This framework is very useful. number of entities into average is equal to total. And so I'm going to write this equation down. 22a equals 20a plus 40 plus 2a by 3. So 2a minus 2a by 3 is 40. 4a by 3 is 40. A is 30. A is 30 inches. We're looking at a plus 2, which is 32 inches. A manufacturer of a table sells it to a wholesale dealer at a profit of 10%. X, wholesale dealer gets it at 1.1x. The wholesale dealer sells the table to a retailer at a profit of 30%. This is 10%. This is 30%. So he sells it 1.1x into 1.3. Finally, the retailer sells it to a customer at a profit of 50%. He sells it at 1.1 into 1.3 into 1.5x. The customer pays 4290. 1.1 into 1.3 into 1.5 times x is 4290. Into 11 into 13, 11 by 10 into 13 by 10 into 3 by 2 is 4290. 4 plus 2, 6, 6 plus 9, 15. So it's a multiple of 3. So divide by 3 to start with. Becomes 1430. 143 is 11 into 13. Wonderful. This goes off, giving us a 10. Or the price is 10 into 10 into 2 into 10. 1000 into 2, 2010. This way of writing the equation, you should know. 10% more, 1.1x. 30% more, 1.3 times that. 50% more, 1.5 times that whole number. That's equal to 4290. Solve x. Very regular question. You should do this really quickly. You should have done hundreds of questions similar to this. The tank has an inlet pipe and an outlet pipe. The outlet pipe is closed. Then the inlet pipe fills the empty tank in 8 hours. If the outlet pipe is open, then the inlet pipe. Outlet relieves in some time. Inlet plus outlet, it takes 10 hours. Or in 1 hour, the inlet pipe can fill 1 by 8, but is able to fill only 1 by 10. Or this outlet pipes takes away 1 by 8 minus 1 by 10. 5 by 40 minus 4 by 40. Or 1 by 40. In 1 hour, the outlet pipe takes away 1/40th of the tank. Or to drain an entire tank, the outlet pipe will take 40 hours. So far so good. The answer should be 40. Just wait a second. The question says, if only the outlet pipe is open, then in how many hours the full tank becomes half full? Or we need to empty only half a tank. Doesn't take 40 hours. It will take only 20 hours. Find the number, but then look at what is being asked. Full tank should become half full, or half the tank should be empty. To empty an entire tank, it takes 40 hours. Half the tank will get emptied in 20 hours. Mayank buys some candies for 15 a dozen and an equal number of candies for 12 a dozen. And so let's say he buys n candies at rupees 15 by 12 each, and then n candies at rupees 12 by 12 each. He sells all of them, that is 2n of these, at 16.5 by 12 each, and makes a profit of 150. How many dozens of candies does he buy? Now I'm going to make one shift. I'm not going to worry about each candy's cost. I'm going to assume there are n dozens of each. Right? So n dozen at 15, n dozen at 12, 2n dozen at 16.5. And so this is 15n plus 12n. This is 33n. 33n minus 27n. Selling price minus cost price is profit, which is 6n, which is 150, or n is 25. So he buys 25 dozens at this price, 25 dozens at this price, and sells the 50 dozens at this price. Or how many dozens of candies did he buy altogether? 50. Once again, n is 25, but the answer, we are looking to answer the question, what is 2n? So it is 50. In a village, the production of food grains increased by 40% and the per capita of production of food grains increased by 27% during a certain period. And so this is number of food grains by number of people equal to per capita. And so this increases. Let's say this per capita number was X by Y. Originally, it has become 1.4x by something which happens to be 1.27 times of this number. Per capita original is this. Per capita final is this. X becomes 1.4x. So food grain production has increased. Per capita production has increased only a little, slightly lesser than this. That means this number has also gone. So X by Y equal to some number. 1.4x by whatever this is 1.27 times this number, or 1.4x by something is 1.27 times X by Y, or this number we are looking for is 1.4 by 1.27 times Y. And so population of the village increased during the same period is nearest to is what we need to find. So Y becomes 1.4 by 1.27 Y. What is it closest to? And so this will be around 10% is my guess. So I'm just going to 1.27 plus 1.13. So it's not 13, it's less than 13%. Let's do 1.27 into 1.1. We'll see where it takes us. 127, 127, 7, 9, 3. This becomes 139, sorry, 1.397. It's as close to 1.4 as possible, or 10% increase is what you're looking for. X becomes 1.4x. Y becomes some number. X by Y becomes 1.27 times X by Y. Find this number. This is 1.1y. That's the math we are doing. A, B, C are three positive integers such that A and B are in the ratio 3:4. A is to B, 3:4. We're dealing with positive integers. That makes life very simple. B and C are in the ratio 2:1. B is to C is 2:1, or it is 3:4:2. 2:1 is nothing but 4:2. They're positive integers. Then there could be 3n, 4n, and 2n. If you add everything up, the total is 9 times n. The following is a possible value of a plus b plus c. A plus b plus c should be a multiple of 9. Done. 207, 2 plus 7 is 9. The other three are not multiples of 9. We're looking for a multiple of 9. We're jumping with joy that we've actually found this question in the exam and not some really tricky one. A motorbike leaves point A at 1 p.m. and moves towards point B at uniform speed. And so A, B, bike leaves at 1 p.m. A car leaves point B at 2 p.m. and moves towards point A at uniform speed, which is double that of the motorbike. So motorbike travels at a speed of x, car travels at 2x. They meet at 3:40 p.m. at a point which is 168 kilometers from A. So they meet at 3:40 p.m. So 168 kilometers from A. And so from 1 p.m. to 3:40 p.m. I'm going to think in terms of hours. This is 100 minutes. Sorry, 1 to 3:40. So it is 2 hours and 40 minutes. 2 by 3, or this is 8 by 3 hours A has traveled. B at the same time has traveled not 8 by 3 hours but only 5 by 3 hours. A has traveled for 8 by 3 hours. B has traveled for 5 by 3 hours. Fine. So 8 by 3 hours A travels at a speed of x. B travels for 5/3 at a speed of 2x. 8/3 into x is 168. What is 5/3 into 2x? This is what we are being asked. Fine. So 8/3x, this is 10/3. This is in the ratio 8:10. 8:10 is 168 is to what? Fine. So once we find this, we can find everything else after that. 8:10 is, this is 4:5. This is 168. 168 by 4 is 84/2, 42. 42 into 5 is 210. Or this is 168 kilometers. This is 210 kilometers. The total distance between A and B is 168 plus 210, which is 378 kilometers. Done. Amal can complete a job in 10 days. A, 10 days. Bimal can complete it in 8 days. Amal, Bimal and Kamal complete the job in 4 days. In 1 day, Amal can do 1/10, Bimal can do 1/8. Totally, they can do 1/4. Or Kamal, right, in 1 day can do 1/4 minus 1/8 minus 1/10. Or 10/40 minus 5/40 minus 4/40. LCM is 40, which is 1/40. Fine. So Kamal will take 40 days to finish the task. They are paid total of ₹1,000 as remuneration. The amount is shared in proportion to their work. If they are shared in proportion to their work, A is to B is to K, they should be shared in the ratio 1/10 into 1/8 is to 1/40. I'm going to multiply by 40. Ratio 4 is to 5 is to 1. Totally, they get ₹1,000. And the amount Kamal should get 1/10 of this. This 1/10 of total, 5/10 of total, 4/10 of total. Should get 1/10 of ₹1,000, or should get ₹100. Key thing here, if you're given number of days you take to complete a task, you think about what gets done in 1 day. That's the rate. So 1/10, sorry, this is 1/8. Add these two, subtract from this, we'll get 1/40. Or Kamal would have taken 40 days to complete the entire task. They should share ₹1,000. They should share in the ratio of work done, not days taken. Or they should get money in the ratio 1/10 is to 1/8 is to 1/4. Sorry, 1/40. So 1/10, 1/8, 1/40. Or 4 is to 5 is to 1. Kamal's share is 1/10 of the total, which is 1/10 of 1,000, ₹100. 3 mixtures. Consider 3 mixtures. The first having water and liquid in the ratio 1:2. Liquid A in the ratio 1:2. The second having water and liquid B in the ratio 1:3. Third having water and liquid C in the ratio 1:4. These 3 mixtures of A, B and C are further mixed in the proportion 4:3:2. Let's say 4x of A, 3x of B, 2x of C. And so how much of A, B, C and water will be there? When liquid A is 1:2, water is to liquid. So 2/3 is liquid A and 1/3 is water. So 2/3 of 4x would be A. Liquid B would be 3/4 of 3x. Liquid C would be 4/5 of 2x. Water will be 9x minus all of this. And so this is 8/3x, 9/4x, 8/5x. So 8/3, 9/4, 8/5. And then water is the remaining part. And so now we have to go with the answer choices. This is little more than 2, little more than 2, little less than 2. If we add all this up, it should be close to 6. Water will be close to 3x. And so let's think about this. It has the same amount of water and liquid B. That's not the case. Same amounts of liquid B and C. That's not the case. More water than liquid B. Probably yes. More water than liquid A. Both can't be true. So let's look at the numbers in more detail. This 8 by 3, 9 by 4, 8 by 5. LCM is 60. 8 by 3, 3 into 20 is 60. 8 into 20 is 160 by 60. 9 into 15, 135 by 60. 8 into 12, 96x by 60. 160 plus 135, 295. 295 plus 96, 391 by 60. Subtracted from 9x. 9x is 540 by 60x. From this we subtract this. This is 9. 13 minus 9 is 4. 4 minus 3 is 1. 149x by 60. This is 229 by 60. This is 2, 1 by 4. This is 2, 2 by 3. So the amount of water is more than liquid B, but less than liquid A. More water than liquid B, that is true. More water than liquid A, that is not true. These two are not true. We're looking at choice B. Sorry, choice C. The A and B are not true, clearly. Same amount of water in liquid B, not true. Same amounts of B and C, not true. More water than liquid B, that is true. Less than liquid A, so this is not true. 3 cards, points A, P, Q and B lie on the same straight line such that P, Q and B are respectively 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers and 300 kilometers away from A. And it looks like this. So A is here, B is here, and then P and Q are in the middle. And so that part is not explicit. B is farthest away, 300 kilometers. P and Q are 100 kilometers away. They lie on the same straight line. I'm going to assume that they are in this order. And 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. I'm going to assume that P and Q are in between A and B. That seems like a reasonable assumption. So P is 100 kilometers from A. Q is 200 kilometers from A. So this is 100. B is 300 kilometers from A. So this is another 100. Cars 1 and 2 leave A at the same time and move towards B. So C1 and C2 move towards B. Simultaneously, car 3 leaves B and moves towards A. So C1 goes, C2 goes, C3 comes this way. Car 3 meets car 1 at Q. So here C1 and C3 meet. And car 2 at P. So car 2 and car 3 meet at P. Wonderful. So think about this. Car 3 reaches this point and then moves further to meet car 2 here. So car 1 is traveling quicker than car 2. So car 1 meets car 3, then car 2 meets car 3. And so C1 to C3, when car 3 travels 100, car 1 travels 200. So ratio of speeds C1 is to C3 is 2 is to 1. C2 is to C3. When C2 travels 100, C3 has traveled 200. C2 to C3 is 1 is to 2. We need to find C2 is to C1. That's it. So car 2 to car 3 is 1 is to 2. Fine. Car 1 to car 3 is 2 is to 1. We want to find car 2 is to car 1. And so this 2 is to 1 can be written as 4 is to 2, or the ratios are 1 is to 4 is to 2. Car 2 to car 1 is 1 is to 4. This is the answer. Right? These two meet here, ratio of the speeds is 2 is to 1. These two meet here, ratio of speeds is 1 is to 2. So once you know the ratio of the speeds between 1 and 3 and 2 and 3, you can find the ratio between 2 and 1. Very simple question. We don't need a heavy duty speed time distance. We're just simply thinking of it as ratios, nothing more than that. Let A1, A2, A3 all the way till A52 be positive integers, that A1 less than A2 less than A3 less than all the way till A52. Wonderful. Remember, this is not even less than or equal to, strictly less than. Suppose their arithmetic mean is 1 less than the arithmetic mean of A2 to A52. Wonderful. So A2, A3, all the way till A52. Let's say they have an arithmetic mean of m. And A1 to A52, the arithmetic mean is m minus 1. A52 is 100. Then the largest possible value of A1 is the wonderful question. So I'm going to think about it like this. A2 to A52, the arithmetic mean is m. A1 comes in. Think about this. If arithmetic mean of A1 also included to A2 to A52, if A1 is also included, and if that stayed at m, then A1 should have been m. Average of 51 entities is m. The 52nd, if that were also m, then all 52 average would be m. That's not the case we have here. The case we have here, the average falls by 1. That means the total should have fallen by 52. The average falls by 1. It's like you've taken 1 from each of these 52 entities. So that tells us our A1 should be m minus 52. Average of these 51 is m, and then you add one more. If that were m minus 52, then from an average of m, you're taking 1 on an average from each of the 52, the average would become m minus 1. The other way of doing this, the more conventional way of doing this, all of these put together, the sum is 51m. 51m plus a1 by 52 equals m minus 1. 51m plus a1 equals 52m minus 52, or a1 is m minus 52. This is the algebraic way of doing this, we know that. The average minus 52 is a1, average of these 51 entities. We want to find maximum value of a1. When will that be maximum? When average mean m should be maximum. We know all the numbers are distinct. We know that there are from A2 to A52 there are 51 numbers. So what is the maximum possible average of 51 distinct natural numbers, where the largest is 100, or we go 100, 91, 98, 97, 96, all the way till 50. It should be 51 numbers. Average of all this is nothing but 100 plus 50 by 2. That will be the average. Average is 75. So the m max is 75. A max is 75 minus 52, which is 23. The strength of a salt solution is p% if 100 ml of the solution contains p grams of salt. 3 salt solutions A, B and C are mixed in the proportion 1:2:3. Then the resulting solution has strength 20%. If instead the proportion is 3:2:1, the resulting solution has strength 30%. So A plus 2B plus 3C by 6 is 0.2. 3A plus 2B plus C by 6 is equal to 0.3. Right. Or A plus 2B plus 3 is 1.2. 3A plus 2B plus C is equal to 1.8. Wonderful. With this, we can get some equation in A, B, and C, and then we can start manipulating from there. We can figure something out. Right? What is the question asking us? It says a fourth solution D is produced by mixing B and C in the ratio 2:7. D equals 2B plus 7C by 9. We need to find the strength of D to that of A. We need to find D by A. That's what we're looking at. B and C are mixed in the ratio 2:7. So how do we do this? It helps to form an equation with A, B and C. So I'm going to first up subtract these two. The B will disappear. 2A minus 2C is 0.6, or A minus C is 0.3. Then we'll see if we can eliminate the number part and get the ratio going. So if we multiply this by 3 and this by 2, so 3A plus 6B plus 9C is same as 6A plus 4B plus 2C. So let's bring the A over to this side and B and C over to this side. So 2B plus 7C equals 3A. This is 2B, 4B, 6B minus 4B is 2B, 9C minus 2C is 7C, 6A minus 3A is 3A. 2B plus 7C equals 3A. Is this giving us something? Is this giving us something? Think about this. 2B plus 7C, we've seen that somewhere. 2B plus 7C sits here. 2B plus 7C by 9 is 3A by 9. Or D equals 3A by 9. Or D is A by 3. We want the ratio D by A. D is equal to A by 3. Or D by A is 1 by 3. 1:3. It's absolutely wonderful, wonderful question. I must tell you that I look for an intuitive method of solving this, tried to manipulate the mixtures, didn't go anywhere. Tried to find an equation-based method of solving it, did not go anywhere. Tried to say that the equation method is not going anywhere because we have only 2 equations, 3 variables. I'm missing something. So I said the data is missing, it's an incorrect question. It turned out that was wrong. Then said it was not an incorrect question. Tried to solve for A, B, and C in terms of the other variables. Didn't go somewhere. So the method here is because we're asked for a ratio between D and A, between B and C in some combo on A, see if you can eliminate the numerical part. You're dealing with a ratio. So if you have a is C minus 0.3 or B in terms of A and A in terms of C with numbers thrown in, then the ratio is going to become very difficult to calculate. The numbers need to go away. So manipulate in some way as to remove away the numbers, have something to do only with A, B, and C, and then see if you get lucky. In the other option, probably a prudent option, would be to say we're mixing 2 mixtures. We're talking about 2 mixtures in weird ratios, and a fourth 2 mixtures of 3 mixtures each, 3 solutions each, and then a third mixture D produced by mixing B and C. We have too many mixtures, too many percentages and too many solutions. We are better off not poking at this question, which should have been the best decision for me to take in the exam, and I'm very confident that's a decision I wouldn't have taken. So we all live and learn. In a tournament, there are 43 junior level and 51 senior level participants. Each pair of juniors play 1 match, and 43 junior level and 51 senior level. Each pair of seniors play 1 match. There is no junior versus senior match. The number of girl versus girl matches in junior level is 153. So there are probably boys and girls, and then here boys and girls. Well, the number of boy versus boy matches in senior level is 276. Wonderful. There are n number of girls here, m number of boys here. Let's say n girls here, m boys here. This question is very doable. Girl versus girl matches is 153. N girls, number of matches will be NC2. NC2 is 153. N into n minus 1 by 2 is 153. N into n minus 1 is 306. Don't factorize this and do something with a quadratic equation. Product of 2 consecutive numbers is 306. 306 is a multiple of 9. So we have an 18 into a 17. That should work. It does. So there are 18 girls in this. 43 minus 18 is 25 boys. Right. Now let's go here. M boy versus boy matches in senior level. MC2 is 276. M into m minus 1 by 2 is 276. M into m minus 1 is 276 into 2, 552. Fine, I'm going to write this down on the next page. M into m minus 1 is 552. 552 is 276 into 2, which is 138 into 4, which is 69 into 8, which is 23 into 24. We've hit pay dirt. This is 24 into 23. So the 43 juniors, boys and girls, there are 25 boys and 18 girls. 51 seniors, boys and girls, there are 24 boys and 27 girls. The number of matches a boy plays against a girl is 25 into 18. All these boys have to play all these girls, plus 24 into 27, whatever this turns out to be. 25 into 18 plus 24 into 27. 25 into 18, 18 5s are 90, 0, 9, 36, 45, 450, plus 24 into 27. 24 7s are 168, 8, 16, 48 plus 16, 64, 648, 450 plus 648, 8, 9, 1098. I'm writing down 1098 as the answer. And very, very doable question. You need to be very comfortable with thinking in terms of NC2 and MC2. And then do the quadratic equation or the consecutive numbers multiplying part reasonably quickly, and then jump in and plonk the answer. There are two drums, each containing a mixture of paints A and B. In drum 1, A and B are the ratio 18:7. Drum 2, A and B are in the ratio which we don't know. The mixtures from drums 1 and 2 are mixed in the ratio 3:4. And in this final mixture, the overall mixture, A and B are in the ratio 13:7. Simple rule of thumb for questions like this: don't deal with A and B. Deal with A as a share of overall. What do I mean by that? A is 18/25 of overall. And here A will be some X of overall, giving an overall A of 13/20. And these two are mixed in the ratio 3:4. So 18/25 into 3 plus X into 4 divided by 7 is 13/20. Fine. 18/25 into 3 plus share of A into 4 by 7 is 13/20. Right? So I'm going to simplify this. 18 into 3 is 54/25 plus 4x equals 7 into 13, 91/20. Or 4x equals 91/20 minus 54/25. I'm beginning to get spooked off with the numbers, but the choices are telling me that there is still hope for us. The choices are weird. So don't worry, power ahead. 4x equals, LCM of these two is 100. 91 into 5 is 455. 54 into 4 is 216. Or 4x is 455 minus 216. 15 minus 6 is 9. 4 minus 1 is 3. 239/100. Or x is 239/400. In drum 2, A is 239/400 overall. B should be the remaining, or A is to B should be 239:161. How do we get this 161? This is 400 minus 239. Or the ratio should be 239:161. Thankfully, that is there in our choices. Otherwise, we have to go through this whole process once again. Key thing here, think of everything in terms of only A. A good exercise would be to say, look, I'm going to think of it only in terms of B and then solve it. Try that. You will definitely get the same answer. But think of these in terms of only A or only B, not the ratio A is to B. A 20% ethanol solution is mixed with another solution, say S, of unknown concentration in the proportion 1:3 by volume. So 20% and S in the ratio 1:3. The mixture is then mixed with an equal volume of 20% ethanol solution. So this mixture is mixed with 20% ethanol in the ratio 1:1. The resultant mixture is 31.25% ethanol. So the resultant mixture is 31.25%. Fine. So wonderful question, because some amount of mathematical intuition is very useful in this. This mixture which is formed is mixed in equal ratio to get 31.25. So think about this. Forget about this first part. Deal only with this. Mixture and this are mixed to get 31.25. They are mixed in equal quantity. 31.25 is 11.25 more than this. A further 11.25 should be mixtures thing, should be the bang in middle midpoint, because they are mixed in equal ratios. So 20% plus 11.25% is 31.25%. this plus 11.25%, 31.25 plus 11.25, this is 0.5, or mixture should be 42.5%. So this is 42.5%. Mixed in the ratio 1:3 takes us to 42.5%. Now we have an old-fashioned mixtures question in our hands. We are mixing a 20% solution and S and getting 42.5%. We are mixing these two in the ratio 1:3. This difference is 22.5. 42.5 minus 20 is 22.5. Old-fashioned alligation method. So this should be 7.5. Should be in the ratio 1:3. This is 24.5. This is 7.5. Or our S should be 42.5 plus 7.5%, 50%. Key thing here, do the second thing first and then go to the first one. The second thing idea is it is mixed in the ratio 1:1. So the final solution should be bang in the middle. So this should be right midpoint between these two. Straight away get the mixtures concentration. Stick that in, use your alligation method, you're through. A tank is emptied every day at a fixed time point. Fine. Immediately thereafter, either pump A or pump B or both start working until the tank is full. On Monday, A alone completed filling the tank at 8 p.m. So let's say Monday, A works for n hours to fill the entire tank. On Tuesday, B alone completely fill the tank at 6 p.m. So n minus 2 hours. Been open for 2 hours lesser than A. On Wednesday, A alone worked till 5 p.m. Plus n minus 3 hours A has worked. And then B worked alone from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. to fill the tank. 2 hours to fill the tank. So A takes n hours to fill the tank. N hours of A can fill the tank. N minus 2 hours of B can fill the tank. N minus 3 hours of A and 2 hours of B can fill the tank. Or let's twist it slightly more. A is doing 3 hours less work on Wednesday, which B completes in just 2 hours. Or B is 1.5 times as good as A. Fine. Very simple idea, wonderful idea. B is 1.5 times as good as A. What A would have done in 3 hours, B ends up doing in 2 hours. Fine. Or n by n minus 2 is 3 by 2. The time taken for B should be lesser in the same ratio. 2n equals 3n minus 6, or n equals 6. A takes 6 hours, B takes 4 hours. When A will take 6 hours, B takes 4 hours, or the tank is closed at 2 p.m. When they're together open, they can, in 1 hour, they can fill 1 by 6 plus 1 by 4, which is 2 by 12 plus 3 by 12, or 5 by 12 of the tank, or they can fill the entire tank in 12 by 5 hours, which is 2 hours, and 2 by 5 hours, 2 hours, 24 minutes, starting from 2 p.m. or they can complete filling this entire tank at 4:24. The breakthrough here is in figuring out that the ratio of efficiency at the rate at which they fill B is to A is 3:2. Once you've done that, the whole question becomes very easy. The more conventional method is to say n minus 3 by n plus 2 by n minus 2 equal to 1. N minus 3 hours at the rate 1 by n per hour. 2 hours at the rate 1 by n minus 2 per hour. Together they fill the tank. Solve this, will inevitably get n as 6, and then we complete it and solve. Let's look at this one. Difference in speed. On a long stretch of east-west road, A and B are on 2 points such that B is 350 kilometers west of A. So B here, A here, 350 kilometers is the distance between B and A. One car starts from A and another from B at the same time. If they move towards each other, then they meet after 1 hour. B, let's say, travels at B kilometers per hour, A travels at A kilometers per hour. They meet in 1 hour, or the relative velocity is A plus B kilometers per hour. The relative distance, this is the relative speed. Relative distance is 350 kilometers. time taken is 1 hour. So 350 by A plus B equal to 1, or A plus B is 350 kilometers per hour. Wonderful. If they both move towards east, this is west. If both move towards east, that means A is going like this, then they meet in 7 hours. And so B is catching up on A. Once again, the relative distance will be 350 kilometers. The 350 kilometer gap has to be caught up by B, sorry. Relative speed is B minus A. B has to be going faster, only then they'll catch up because they're going east. So 350 by B minus A equal to 7 hours, or B minus A is 50 kilometers per hour. We know that B plus A is 350. We can find B and A, but we are asked for the difference between their speeds in kilometers per hour. Difference between their speeds in kilometers per hour is just B minus A, which is 50 kilometers per hour. The first point is not even needed, only this we needed, and the answer is 50 kilometers per hour. A jar contains a mixture of 175 ml water and 700 ml alcohol. Fine. So alcohol 700 ml and then water is 175. 700 is 4 times 175. The ratio 4:1. Gopal takes out 10% of the mixture and substitutes it by water of the same amount. He takes out 10% of the mixture and substitutes water. The process is repeated once again. The percentage of water in the mixture is now found. In all of these questions, don't track water and alcohol. Remember, 10% is taken out. That means you're going to take out 10% of water, 10% of alcohol. And then water is added. Alcohol is not added. So from alcohol, you're removing 10%. Fine. So first up, chase alcohol. Don't chase water. Think about how much alcohol is there. Second step, think about alcohol retained, not all alcohol removed. What do I mean by that? I'm removing 10% of this mixture. So 10% of alcohol will go away. That means 90% is retained. So when I do it once, the first time we do this, alcohol remaining will be 700 into 90%. One more time we do this into another 90%. We'll retain 90% of whatever alcohol was there. So the amount of alcohol that's going to be remaining is 700 into 9 by 10 into 9 by 10, or 81 into 7 8s are 56, 567. We totally have 875 ml overall mixture. Of this, 567 is alcohol. Remaining 15 minus 7 is 8, 6 minus 6 is 0, 8 minus 5 is 3. 308. Total of 308 should be water. The remaining should be water. So we want the percentage of water in the mixture, that is 308 by 875. That is the percentage. Divide this, find some approximate value, some approximation somewhere, and that's what you're looking for. 308 is 30% of 1000 is 300 of 875. Should be a higher percentage. You're looking for something like this. 35.2% is your answer. 875 into 35 by 100 should give us this. 35 by 100 is a little more than 1/3. 870, 1/3 is 290. So this is 292, 293. This one third of this. That should be slightly more than this. 308 will work out. This is what we are looking at. Fine. Key point here, if you're removing and replacing only one, so chase the part for which you're doing only one action. For alcohol, is only being removed. Water is removed and then added back. So forget water. For alcohol, don't worry about removing and then at each stage think about what is removed. Think about what is being retained. 10% is removed, 90% is retained. So it's a very simple question. The guys who are experienced will just do 700 into 0.9 into 0.9 divided by 875. 100 minus, this is the answer. Bam, you can do this in 45 seconds. And that's what you need to be thinking about. Points A and B are 150 kilometers apart. Let's draw this. A here, B here, 150 kilometers. Cars 1 and 2 travel from A to B, but car 2 travels from A when car 1 is already 20 kilometers from A. So car 1 starts first, then car 2 starts. Right? Each car travels at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for the first 50 kilometers, 50 kilometers per hour for the next 50 kilometers, and 25 kilometers per hour for the last 50 kilometers. The distance in kilometers between car 2 and B when car 1 reaches B is, so car 1 starts, and so for the first 50 kilometers we travel at 100 kilometers per hour. So I'm going to break this into 3 parts: 50, 50, 50. Fine. So when car 1 is 20 kilometers ahead, that is when car 2 begins the journey. When car 1 is 20 kilometers ahead, that's when car 2 begins the journey. Think about this. Car 1 is 20 kilometers away from A. Car 1 travels at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour for the first 50 kilometers. So for the first 20 kilometers, car 1 would have taken 20 by 100 kilometers per hour, which is whatever, 1 by 5 of an hour. Fine, so 12 minutes. Now car 2 starts 12 minutes behind car 1. So car 2 will be 12 minutes behind car 1. Finally, when car 1 reaches here, car 2 will be at a point where it's going to reach in 12 minutes. Right? This is the last stretch. It's traveling at 25 kilometers per hour, traveling at 25 kilometers per hour, and another 12 minutes to reach, or the distance is 25 into 1 by 5. 25 kilometers per hour into 1 by 5, or 5 kilometers. Another way to think about it, a beautiful way to think about it, car 1 takes some amount of time, started some amount of time ahead here. Car 2 is going to travel this leg. The amount of time car 1 travels this 20 kilometers is the amount of time car 2 will have to travel here. Car 1 travels this 20 kilometers at 100 kilometers per hour. Car 2 has to travel this last leg at 25 kilometers per hour. The time taken should be the same, because car 2 is chasing car 1 and it starts car 1 after that time. Their entire journeys are identical. The trips they take is identical. For taking 20, the speed is 4:1. So if you're traveling 20 kilometers here, the gap remaining should be 5 kilometers. The time car 2 takes to travel the last 5 kilometers, it should be equal to the time car A takes to travel the first 20 kilometers. That's the time gap between A and B. Think about it. If car 1, between 1 and 2, if car 1 started say 46 minutes before car 2, car 2 will reach 46 minutes after car 1. They're traveling identical trips. I'm not saying the answer is 46 minutes. I'm saying some t minutes car 1 starts ahead. Car 2 will end exactly t minutes after that. They're traveling the same distance, the same pattern. Together complete a work in 16 days. Ramesh and Ganesh together can finish in 16 days. After 7 days of working together, Ramesh got sick. So it says 16 days of Ramesh, 16 days of Ganesh can finish this. However, after 7 days, Ramesh got sick. His efficiency fell by 30%. So this is broken Ramesh. Ganesh continues to work as it is. As a result, they completed the work in 17 days. So one more day of broken Ramesh and an extra day of Ganesh. This is required because Ramesh has turned up with a lower efficiency. But they finished it in 17 days. If Ganesh had worked alone after Ramesh got sick, in how many days would he have completed the remaining work? Wonderful. Let's plug this in. The efficiency falls by 30%. Let's say Ramesh brings in x every day. After 7 days, this is a 7-day mark, he brings only 0.7x. Now think about this. To the original schedule of 16 days, there are 9 more days to go. In these 9 days, Ramesh is going to fall short by 2.7x, 0.3 into 9. So the delta, the gap because of drop in efficiency is 2.7x. X is what Ramesh accomplishes in a day. This 2.7x is being compensated by 1 day of Ganesh plus another 0.7 of Ramesh. Because the last day also he works, 17th day also he works, reduced efficiency, but he's still working. Or 2x equal to G, or G is twice as good as R. Now we know if R can finish it in R days, G can finish it in half the time. That much we know. Now we can come back to this equation and then finish it off. And very simple. Now we know that Ganesh is twice as efficient as Ramesh. So therefore we can say if Ramesh takes say k days to finish, Ganesh will take k by 2 days to finish. 1 by k plus 2 by k equals 1 by 16. 3 by k is 1 by 16. K is 48. Ramesh can finish the task in 48 days. Ganesh can finish it in 24 days. If Ganesh had worked alone after Ramesh got sick, so that means in the 7 days, Ramesh would have completed 7 by 48 of the task that he completes. Fine. Ganesh can on each day can do 1 by 24 of the task. The task to be completed is 41 by 48. So 41 by 48 needs to be done by Ganesh completely. Only 7 by 48 is done by Ramesh. Ganesh can do 1 by 24 in 1 day. Or totally he'll have to do 41 by 48 into 24 by 1. That many days he will take. Or 41 by 2, 20.5 days totally. So he'll finish in 20.5 days. If Ganesh had worked alone after Ramesh got sick, that means Ramesh has worked for 7 days. After 7 days, Ramesh disappears. So 20.5 is when Ganesh would have finished it. Minus 7. 20 minus 7 is 13, 13.5. That's what you're looking for. So Ganesh puts in total of 20.5. Ramesh puts in total of 7 days. This much of Ganesh and this much of Ramesh, they would have finished the entire task. And so after Ramesh disappears, Ganesh has to put 13.5 more days of effort. The moment we find that Ganesh is equal to twice Ramesh, we are through. This question becomes very simple. Exam scores. The scores of Amal and Bimal in examination are in the ratio 11:14. So I'm going to take 11x and 14x. After an appeal, their scores increased by the same amount and their new scores are in the ratio 47:56. 11x plus a, 14x plus a. This ratio is 47:56. So 11x plus a into 56 is 14x plus a into 47. This is a. 11 into 56 is 616x plus 56a. 14 into 7 is 98, 8, 9, 56 plus 9, 65, 658x plus 47a. 56a minus 47a is 658 minus 616, which is 42x. Or 9a equals 42x. 3a equals 14x. A is 14x by 3. The ratio of Bimal's new score to that of his original score. Bimal's new score is 14x plus a. Original score is 14x. A is 14x by 3. 14x plus 14x by 3 by 14x. 1 plus 1 by 3 by 1, or this is nothing but 4 by 3. We are looking for an answer choice of 4:3. And very methodical question, there's nothing here. 11:14, 11x, 14x, add an a. solve for A in terms of X, and then we are through. Inlet and outlet pipes. A water tank has inlet of two types, A and B. All inlets of type A when open bring in water at the same rate. All inlets of type B when open bring in water at the same rate. The empty tank is completely filled in 30 minutes if 10 of type A and 45 of type B are filled. We're going to assume A is the rate at which pipe A fills, inlet A fills, B is the rate at which pipe B fills. 10A plus 45B, together they fill in 30 minutes, or in 1 minute they fill 1 by 30 of the tank. And in 1 hour, if 8 inlets of type A and 18 inlets of type B are open, so 8A plus 18B will give us a 1 by 60. Right? In how many minutes will the empty tank get completely filled if 7 inlets of type A and 27 inlets of type B are open? Let's simplify this, get A and B, plug it in here and get to the answer. So 2A plus 45B we can divide by 5. 2A plus 9B is 1 by 150. Again divide here, we can divide by 2. 4A plus 9B is 1 by 120. We subtract one from the other. 2A equals 1 by 120 minus 1 by 150. 5 by 600 minus 4 by 600, which is 1 by 600. Or A is 1 by 1200. 2A plus 9B is 1 by 150. 1 by 600 plus 9B is 4 by 600. 1 by 150 is 4 by 600. Or 9B is 3 by 600. Or 1 by 200. Or B is 1 by 1800. We've got A, we've got B. All we have got to do is plug into this equation and then we are through. 7 times 1 by 1200 plus 27 times 1 by 1800, whatever that is. 27 by this is 3 by 200. This is 7 by 1200 into 18, sorry, plus 18 by 1200, which is 25 by 1200. I'm just taking the LCM as 1200. Divide by 5, 5 by 240 or 1 by 48. This system fills 1/48 of the tank in 1 minute, or it will take 48 minutes to completely fill the tank. Answer is 48. Gopal borrows rupees X from Ankit at 8% annual interest. He then adds rupees Y of his own money and lends X plus Y to Ishan at 10% annual interest. At the end of the year, after returning Ankit's dues, so from Ankit, Gopal borrows X, then he adds Y and then gives X plus Y to Ishan. On this, the rate is 8%. On this, the rate is 10%. After returning Ankit's dues, the net interest retained by Gopal is the same as that accrued to Ankit. So he gives 8% of X. He gets 10% of X plus 10% of Y. Remaining will be 2% of X plus 10% of Y. This is same as 8% of X. That's what this question is saying. Interest accrued to Ankit is 8% of X. What Gopal would have got is 10% of X plus 10% of Y, of which 8% of X is given away. Remaining 2% of X plus 10% of Y is 8% of X, or 6% of X is 10% of Y. 3X equals 5Y. On the other hand, had Gopal lent X plus 2Y to Ishan at 10%, then the net interest retained by him would have increased by rupees 150. Instead of X plus Y, he now lends X plus 2Y. So the additional Y at 10% gets him an additional interest of 150, or Y is rupees 1500. 5Y equals 3X. 5 into 1500 is 3 into x. X is 5 into 500, 2500. Find the value of x plus y, that is 2500 rupees plus 1500 rupees, which is 4000. The arithmetic mean of x, y and z is 80, or x plus y plus z is 240. The arithmetic mean of x, y, z, u and v, or x plus y plus z plus u plus v equals 75 into 5, 375. Or u plus v is 375 minus 240, which is 135. Where u is x plus y by 2 and v is y plus z by 2. Then the minimum possible value of x is, what is the minimum possible value of x? So u plus v, so x plus y by 2 plus y plus z by 2 equals 135. Or x plus y plus z by 2 plus y by 2 is 135. X plus y plus z by 2 is 120. 120 plus y by 2 is 135. Or y by 2 is 15. Y is 30. Wonderful. So x plus y plus z is 240. X plus z then is 210. X is greater than or equal to z. So x is greater than or equal to z. So x is greater than or equal to z. The minimum possible value of x, x min is 105. The best case scenario is when x is equal to z. When x is equal to z, x will be 105 and z will be 105. Y is 30, u and v we can find all this. So the minimum value of x is 105. When they work alone, B needs 25% more time to finish a job than A does. So if A takes 4x days, B will take 5x days to finish the job. They too finish the job in 13 days in the following manner. A works alone till half the job is done. So half the job is done, A works alone. So A works alone for 2x days. Then A and B work together for 4 days. So A and B for 4 days. And finally, B works alone to complete the remaining 5% of the job. B does 5% of the job. And wonderful question, because the definitions are very different. It says half the job, 5% of the job, and then they work together for 4 days. And a wonderful question. So A and B together, if they are working in one day, they'll finish 1 by 4x plus 1 by 5x. This is what they can complete in one day. Right? So A works for 2x days, and then A and B work for 4 days, and then B does 5% of the job working alone. It's a wonderful question. B completes for 5% of the job working all alone. Remember, B takes 5x days to complete the entire job. To complete 5% of the job, B will take 5x into 5%, 5x into 1 by 20, which is x by 4. So B works for x by 4 days, A works for 2x days, and then A and B together work for 4 days. And so 2x days plus 4 days plus x by 4 days is 13. 2x plus x by 4 is 9, or this is 8 plus 4 plus 1. Fine. So x is 4, that much we have got. So A should take 16 days, B should take 20 days. A wonderful question, because the way of defining this, it says X takes half the job, then A and B together take 4 days, and then B does 5% of the job in the working alone. And so it's a wonderful question, because it can be kind of rephrased. The phrasing is very interesting. And finally, the answer: in how many days can B alone finish the entire job? 20 days. John borrowed 2,10,000 from a bank at an interest rate of 10% per annum, compounded annually. The loan was repaid in 2 installments, the first after 1 year, the second after another year. The first installment was interest of 1 year plus part of the principal amount, while the second was the rest of the principal amount plus interest thereon. So 210,000 year 1 and year 2. To start with, 210,000 at the end of year 1 will become 210,000 into 1.1. That will be the amount outstanding. And so 10% interest. At the end of year 2, this should have become 210 into 1.1 whole square. But what do? We end up paying X. We repay X. What is this? So what is remaining is 210,000 into 1.1 minus X. Now this amount accrues an interest over the second year. So at the end of year 2, we'll have to replay 210,000 into 1.1 minus X into 1.1. This number, we're being told, is equal to X, because we're paying in 2 equal installments. So 210,000 into 1.1 minus X into 1.1. 11 ones are 11, 1. 11 twos are 22, 23, 2, 31. 2,31,000 minus X into 1.1 equals X. So let's write down this equation. 231,000 minus X into 1.1 equals X. 11 ones are 11, 11 threes 33, 34, 4, 3, 22 plus 3, 25. 2,54,100 minus 1.1x equals X. 2,541,000 equals 2.1x. So let's divide by 3 first. This will become 0.7. This is 8. 14 would be 4. And 21 would be 7. 0. So X equals 84,700 by 0.7. 84 by 7 is 121,000. 1,21,000. From 2,10,000, this becomes 2,31,000. We repay 1,21,000. 1,10,000. That becomes 1.1 times of that, which is 1,21,000. These two are equal, or each installment is worth 1,21,000. Point P lies between points A and B such that the length of BP is thrice that of AP. So A and B. BP is thrice that of AP, or P is close to A. P is somewhere here. If this distance were X, this distance is 3X. Car 1 starts from A and moves towards B. Car 1 is moving like this. Simultaneously, car 2 starts from B and moves towards A. Car 2 this way, simultaneously at the same time. Car 2 reaches P 1 hour after car 1 reaches P. Car 2 reaches P 1 hour after car 1 reaches P. So car 1 takes time T, car 2 takes time T plus 1. If the speed of car 2 is half that of car 1, car 1 speed, let it be u, then car 2 speed is u by 2, half of that. then the time in minutes taken by car 1 in reaching P from A is. So we need to find T. We need to find T in minutes. Fine. Written this down as T plus 1 hour. So it is written as T hours, but we need to find this in minutes. Wonderful. You're traveling X at a speed of U. So this leg, time taken would be X by U. You're traveling 3X at the speed of U by 2. This will be 3X by U by 2, which is 6X by U. So if this takes time T, technically this should take time 60. Or we are practically through with this question. Car C1 takes time T. Car C2 should take time 60. But we've been given this is T plus 1 hour, or 6T equals T plus 60 minutes. If I'm thinking of T in terms of minutes, or 5T equals 60 minutes, T is 12 minutes. So car A takes 12 minutes to reach the point. Car B takes 72 minutes to reach the point. 12 into 6 is 72. 72 minus 12 is 60 minutes, which is 1. In an examination, the maximum possible score is N. So max is N. On the pass mark is 45% of N. A candidate obtains 36 marks but falls short of the pass mark by 65%. By 68%, sorry, not 65%, falls short by 68%. So this 36 falls short of 45% of N by 68%, or this 36 is 32% of 45% of N. It falls short by 68%, or you take this number, reduce it by 68%, we'll get this. If you reduce something by 68%, it becomes 32% of whatever it was. This number is 36. With this, we can find N, and then we can see what we need to answer. Like in this case, the question asks us for something about N. So let's find N. 32 by 100 into 45 by 100 into N is 36. This is 9, 8, 45, 5. 8 into 5 is 40, which is 2 by 5. 2 by 100 is 50. 50 into 5 is 250. N is 250. So we've got a specific value of N. So these choices should be much simpler. It's not less than or equal to 200. It does lie between 243 and 252 inclusive. It's not this. It's not this. N is equal to 250. A wholesaler bought walnuts and peanuts. The price of walnut per kilogram being thrice that of peanut per kilogram. Fine. So walnut, peanuts. This is X per kilogram. This is 3X per kilogram. He then sold 8 kg of peanuts at a profit of 10%. So he sells this at 1.1x and he sells 8 kilograms of it. And 16 kilograms of walnut at a profit of 20% to a shopkeeper. From 3x, 20% profit, 3.6x, 16 kilogram. However, the shopkeeper lost 5 kg of walnuts and 3 kg of peanuts in transit. From 8 and 16, 5 of walnuts he loses and 3 of peanuts he loses. He then mixed the remaining nuts and sold the mixture at rupees 166 per kilogram. Wonderful. He mixes, so I don't need to care how much of this is there. 11 plus 5 is 16, or from 24 we lose 8. He sells 16 kilograms at 166 per kilogram. Right? And he makes a profit of 25%. So this is the selling price. There should have been some cost price. I'm talking about the transaction of the shopkeeper. For the shopkeeper, there is some cost price and some selling price. Profit of 25%. Selling price is this. If cost price were CP, then selling price is 5 by 4 CP. 5 by 4 CP is this number. What is cost price? Cost price is how much he spends in buying this. He buys 16 kilograms at 3.6x, 8 kilograms at 1.1x. So 3.6 into 16 3.6x into 16 plus 1.1 into 8 into x. This whole thing into 5 by 4 is 16 into 166. Solve this methodically, thoroughly, we are through. So I'm going to write this down. 3.6x into 16 plus 8.8x, the whole thing into 5 by 4 equals 166 into 16. 6 16s are 96, 6 9 16 3s are 48, 57.6 plus 8.8, sorry 8.8 into 5 equals 4 into 166 into 16. 4 8 plus 6 is 14, 4 9 plus 7 is 16, 6 1 66.4 into 5 is 64 into 166. 5 4s are 20, 0 2 32 2 3 3 32 equals 64 into 166 and 332x. That's the next sitting here. Wonderful. So far so good. This is just 2 or x is 32. At what price in rupees per kilogram did the wholesaler buy the walnuts? The price of walnuts is 3x, x is 32, 3x is 96. Find out. A tricky question because we're talking about two different things, two different profit percentages, two different quantities, and then something goes wrong, and then there's the reminding he sells at a price to get to a profit. Conceptually, nothing here, but layer after layer after layer of keeping details in mind, making sure you get all the percentages and decimals and fractions really right. It's a classic question because if you want to get percentage in profit and loss right, you want to consolidate that. Is a brilliant question. If you get this right, you can get pretty much any question on this topic right, but it's still going to be time consuming and it's tough. Humans and robots can both perform a job but at different efficiencies. You can imagine that. 15 humans and 5 robots working together take 30 days to finish a job. 15 humans and 5 robots, they take 30 days, or in one day they finish 1/30th of the job. I'm using H as a proxy for how much a human can do in a day, whereas 5 humans and 15 robots working together will take 60 days to finish it. You have more robots and fewer humans, the exact same overall number, you take longer to finish it. So human better than robo. Score 1 for Homo sapiens. How many days will 15 humans working together take to finish it? Wonderful question, very simple question. So 15h plus 5r is 1/30. 5h plus 15r is 1/60. Find h, find 15h. What will that correspond to? You've got your answer. And so I'm going to divide this equation by 5. 3h plus r is 1/50. h plus 3r is 1/300. This is 1/150. This is 1/300. We want to eliminate r and retain h. And so multiply this by 3. 3 times this is 3/150. 9h plus 3r is 1/50. h plus 3r is 1/300. Subtract this. 8 times h is 1/50 minus 1/300, or 6/300 minus 1/300, which is 5/300 or 1/60. 8h equals 1/60. h equals 1/60 into 8. 15 times h is 15/60 into 8, which is 1/4 or 1/32. 15 humans together can do 1/32 of the task in a day, or 15 humans working together can finish it in 32 days. 2 trains traveling. Train T leaves station X for Y at 3 p.m. X to Y. Train T at 3 p.m. Train S, traveling at 3/4 of the speed of T, leaves Y for X at 4 p.m. Train S this way, 4 p.m. This traveling at 3/4 the speed of T, something this is going to travel at 4v, This travels at 3v. I don't want to deal with 1 and 3 by 4 or 0.75. 4v and 3v work just fine. The two trains pass each other at a station Z, where the distance between X and Z is 3/5 of that between X and Y. So X to Z is 3/5 of that between X and Y. So if this is 3D, this is 2D. If overall distance were 5D, this is 3D. Remaining should be 2D. It starts at 4, this starts at 3. And so think about this. To travel this 3D distance, the time taken would have been 3D by 4V. It would have been 2D by 3V. Now, this starts at 4 o'clock, so it travels for a shorter time than this. And so this travels for T hours, this travels only for T minus 1 hours. This number is 1 less than this. 3D by 4V minus 1 equals 2D by 3V. This much we know. How many hours does the train T take for its journey from X to Y? X to Y, the distance is 5D. The speed is 4V. 5D by 4V. This is what we need to find. This is what we know. And so, if we find D by V, we are through. I'm going to call D by V as K. 3 by 4K minus 2 by 3K equals 1. Or LCM is 12. 9K minus 8K by 12 is 1. Or K is 12. The time taken is 5 by 4 times 12, which is 3 into 5, 15 hours. Wonderful question. Nice, simple question. Make sure that you choose your variables right. This is 3/5, this is 3D, 2D, works better than calling it X and 3 by 5X. This is 3/4 of the speed. Having it as 4V and 3V is better than having it as X and 0.75X. Simplify the numbers, life becomes that little bit easier. Raju and Lalita originally had marbles in the ratio of 4:9. Raju, Lalita, 4:9, 4x, 9x. Then Lalita gave some of her marbles to Raju. That means Raju will end up having some more, Lalita will have some less. Let's say Lalita gives A marbles to Raju. As a result, the ratio of the number of marbles with Raju to that of Lalita becomes 5:6. What fraction of her original number of marbles was given by Lalita to Raju? She gave away A out of 9x, or we are looking to find A by 9x. We know that 4x plus A by 9x minus A is 5/6. We want to find A by 9x. I'm going to divide by x throughout. 4 plus A by x by 9 minus A by x equals 5/6. Let's say A by x is K. We want to find K by 9. So let's simplify this. 4 plus K by 9 minus K is 5/6. We want to find K by 9. K is A by x. We want to find A by 9x. 24 plus 6K equals 45 minus 5K. 6K plus 5K is 45 minus 24. 11K is 21. K is 21 by 11. What we need to find is 21 by 11 into 1 by 9. 21 by 11 by 9. 7, 3. Or we're looking at 7 by 33. Meena scores 40% in an examination, and after review, even though her score is increased by 50%, she fails by 35 marks. She scores 40%. Her score is increased by 50%. So she will reach 60%. Remember that. 50% of 40%. Half of 40% is 20%. 40% of the total increased by 50%. She'll go to 60%. She still fails by 35 marks. So let's say this is a pass mark. She fails by 35. If her post-review score is increased by 20%, she will have 7 marks more than the passing score. It's jacked up here by 20%. 20% of what? 20% of 60%. 20% is 1 by 5. 1/5 of 60% is 12%. So this will go to 72%. If we go there, then she crosses the passing mark by 7. the percentage score needed for passing the exam. So what is this pass mark? What is the percentage required for that? 60% to 72%. This distance is 42 marks, which is 12%. Right? So with this, we can find how much each percentage stands for. Right? We don't even have to do that. We know that this ratio is 5:1. So 60% to 72%, the difference 12% can be broken as 10% and 2%. I just need the ratio. From 60%, you add 10%, you go to 70%. From here, you add 2%, you go to 72%. The overall 12% is broken in the ratio 35:7 or 10:2, 5:1, or the pass percentage should have been 70%. Pass percentage. In a class, 60% of the students are girls. 60% are girls and the rest are boys. I'm finding a very interesting joke coming here. Rest is 40%. The jokes are for another time. There are 30 more girls than boys. 30 more girls than boys. That's a big giveaway. 20% more girls than boys. 20% of total. 20% is 30 or 100%. Overall total is 5 times this, 150. Or there are 150 people in this classroom. 60% is 3/5 of that. 90 are girls, 60 are boys. If 68% of the students, that is 68 by 100 into 150, including 30 boys, pass an examination. So 68 by 100 to 150, 15 by 10 is 3 by 2. 68 by 2 is 34. 34 into 2 is 102. 102 pass an exam, of which 30 are boys. So how many would be girls? The remaining 72 would be girls. The percentage of girls who do not pass, there are 90 girls. 72 pass, or 18, the remaining do not pass. So what is the percentage that do not pass? 18 by 90 as a percentage. 1/5 as a percentage. 1 by 5 into 20. This is 20%. 20% of the girls do not pass this exam. Out of 90 girls, 18 do not pass. That is 20%. A person invested a total amount of rupees 15 lakhs. A part of it was invested in a fixed deposit earning 6%. The remaining amount was invested in 2 other deposits in the ratio 2:1, earning annual interest at the rate of 4% and 3%. If the total annual interest income is 76,000, then the amount invested in fixed deposit was in rupees lakhs. Let's say X lakhs is invested here. Then 15 minus X is invested there. Wonderful. So what will be invested at this percent? 2/3 of 15 minus X. At this level, at 3%, is 1/3 of 15 minus X. We are through. 6% of X plus 2/3 of 15 minus X into 4% plus 1/3 of 15 minus X into 3% equals 76,000. But remember, this is in lakhs, that is in 1000. We need to simplify that. I'm going to rewrite this expression. 6% of X plus 2/3 of 15 minus X into 4% plus 1/3 of 15 minus X into 3% equals 0.76 L, or 6 times X. I'm going to multiply by 100 plus 2/3 of 15 minus X into 4 plus 1/3 of 15 minus X into 3 equals 76. Simplify this and we can find X. And so let's say we expand this. This is 15 minus X into 8 by 3 plus 1. 6X plus 15 minus X into 11 by 3. 2 into 4 is 8. 8 by 3. This is 1. 8 by 3 plus 1 is 11 by 3 equals 76. Or 6X plus 15 into 11, 165. 6X into 3, 15 into 11 minus 11x equals 76 into 3. So 165 plus 18x minus 11x equals 6 3s are 18, 8 1, 21 plus 1, 22, 228. Or 7x equals 228 minus 165. 3, 12 minus 6 is 6, 63. 7x equals 63, x is 9. Or 9 lakhs are deposited in fixed deposit. Remaining 6 lakhs is deposited in this ratio at 4 and 3% to generate an interest of this. Once you frame the equation, the solving part is still time consuming and tough, but not impossible. Ramesh and Goutham are among 22 students who write an examination. Ramesh scores 82.5. The average score of the 21 students other than Goutham is 62. So A1, A2 till A22. Here there is a Ramesh and a Goutham. So all minus Goutham is 21 into 62. And whatever that number comes out to. Ramesh scored 82.5. The average score of all the 22 students is one more than average score of 21 students other than Ramesh. All 22, that's an average score, is one more than. So when Ramesh goes away, the 22 students have an average. From here, Ramesh leaves. Then the average falls. And the average score of all the 22 students is one more than average score of the 21 students other than Ramesh. So when 22 students are there and Ramesh leaves, the average falls. Right? So Ramesh is taking out more than the average. Ramesh scores 82.5. He's taking out more than the average. How much more than the average? 21 more than the average. How so? Because once, if he had taken just the average, the remaining would have been same. He's taking more than the average. How many more than the average? 21 minus the average. Or average is 82.5 minus 21. 0.5, 1, 61.5. And overall average is 61.5. Brilliant. Everyone minus Goutham's score is 21 into 62. Everyone is 61.5 into 22. Or Goutham's score 61.5 into 22 minus 21 into 62. 61.5 into 2 is 123 into 11 minus 21 into 62. 123 into 11. 3, 3, 22 plus 3, 25, 5, 2, 11 plus 2, 13, 1, 3, 5, 3. And then 21 into 62. 62, 124, 2, 10, 0, 1, 3. 1, 3, 0, 2. Subtracted from this, Goutham's weight should be, Goutham's score should be 51. The income of Amala is 20% more than that of Bimala and 20% less than that of Kamala. Amala, Bimala, Kamala. So Bimala, and let's say Vimala is here. If Vimala is B, Amala is 1.2 B. And 20% less than that of Kamala. Kamala is K. This is 0.8 K. 0.8 K equals 1.2 B. Or 2K is 3B. K is 3 by 2 B. 1.5 B. So B, 1.2 B, 1.5 B. Wonderful. If Kamala's income goes down by 4% and Vimala's goes up by 10%, then the percentage by which Kamala's income would exceed Bimala's income is nearest to. Bimala's goes up by 10%. So Bimala's new income would be 1.1 B. Kamala's goes down by 4%. 1.5 into 4 by 100. This 1.5 into 4 is 6. 6 by 100. 0.06. is equal to 0.06. Subtract that, you get 1.44b. Now it's very simple. Now Kamala's income is 1.44b. Bimala's is 1.1b. How much is it higher by? The delta is 0.34b. Percentage it is higher by is 0.34 by 1.1 into 100. 34 by 1.1. And how do we find that? 340 by 11. Goes 3 times 33, 1, 0. 0 times 100. 30.999. 30.9 something percent. 31%. The chemist mixes 2 liquids 1 and 2. 1 liter of liquid 1 weighs 1 kg. Liquid 1 liter equals 1 kg. Liquid 2 1 liter weighs 800 grams. If half liter of the mixture weighs 480 grams, then the percentage of liquid 1 in the mixture in terms of volume is half a liter. Let's say, so 500 liters is 500 ml is 500 grams. 1 ml correspond to 1 gram. Let's say we have x ml of this. This will be x grams. Wonderful. Half a liter of the mixture weighs 480 grams. So x ml measures this. Half a liter. 500 minus x ml. How much would this measure? 1000 liters, 1 ml measures 0.8 grams. 500 minus x will be 500 minus x into 0.8. X plus 400 minus 0.8x. I'm calculating the total mass. 500 minus x into 0.8 plus x. This is equal to 480. X minus 0.x is 0.2x. 480 minus 400 is 80. 0.2x is 80 grams. Or x is 80 into 5, 400. Wonderful. So now x is 400. We've got this going. So this should have 400 ml of the first one, 100 ml of the second one. Then the percentage of liquid 1 in the mixture in terms of volume. Liquid 1 in the mixture in terms of volume. 400 by 500. Overall volume is half a liter. 400 is first one. 400 by 500 as a percentage. 4 by 5 is 80%. The beauty in this question is we're talking about volume and weight. We're converting liters, linking liters and kilograms. 3 men and 8 machines can finish a job in half the time taken. 3 men and 8 machines can finish the job in half the time taken by 3 machines and 8 men. So this is, I'm going to call machines as robos. So the variable becomes simple. 3 robos and 8 machines. And if 3 men plus 8 are 3 men and 8 machines is twice as efficient as 3 robos and 8 machines. Or 3m plus 8r is 6r plus 16m. 2r equals 13m. Or each row is as good as 13 by 2 men. If 2 machines can finish a job in 13 days, 2 robos can finish the job in 13 days. 2 robos is same as 13 men that we have seen. So 2 robos can finish in 13 days. 13 men can finish it in 13 days. How many men can finish the job in 13 days? 13. Done. 2 machines can finish a job in 13 days. And how many men can finish the same job in 13 days? 13 men. Each robo is as good as 13 by 2 men. So 2 robos can be replaced with 13 men. If these 2 robos can finish in 13 days, 13 men can finish it in 13 days. In a race of 3 horses, the first beat the second by 11 meters and the third by 90 meters. The first completes the race. Second loses by 11 meters. The third loses by 90 meters. The second beat the third by 80 meters. Wonderful. The second beat the third by 80 meters. So the first A, B, C. Now this difference 79 meters. But the second beat the third by 80 meters. What does that mean? That means by the time the second finishes the race, he's got 1 more meter gained over the third. So I'm going to think about only this component. This 11 meter, when B travels 11 meters, C travels only 10. Because his lead B to C increases by a meter in the last 11 meters. Right? So when B travels 11, C travels 10. That much we know. The second beat the third by 80 meters. The ratio is 11x is to 10x. X is 80 or 11x should be 880 meters. So it's a race of 880 meters. Just classic ratios, nothing but A, B, C. When A finishes the race, B is 11 meters behind, C is 90 meters behind. Or B has a lead of 79 meters over C. But by the time B finishes, B has a lead of 80 meters. That is, when B finishes this 11 meters, C travels only 10 more. Or when B travels 11, C travels 10. So if B travels 11x, C travels 10x, the difference is x. This is 80 meters, or the race length should be 880 meters. The wheels of bicycles A and B have radii 30 and 40 centimeters respectively. While traveling a certain distance, each wheel of A required 5,000 more revolutions than each wheel of B. If bicycle B travels this distance in 45 minutes, then its speed in kilometers per hour was. Wheels of A have 30 radius, B has 40. Fine. While traveling a certain distance, each wheel of A required 5,000 more revolutions than each wheel of B. Right? Just think about this. The circumference are in the ratio 3:4. And so now this is the amount in each revolution. That means to travel the same distance, the number of revolutions should be in the ratio 4:3. Remember, if you're doing 1 meter per revolution, you have a certain number of revolutions required. If you do 2 meters per revolution, you can do it in half the number of revolutions. For the same distance, if circumference the ratio 3:4, then the number of revolutions should be in the ratio 4:3. The exact opposite, because the distance is the same. Now the number of revolutions in the ratio 4:3, A to B, number of revolutions in the ratio 4:3. Each wheel of A required 5,000 more revolutions than each wheel of B. And if this is N, this is N plus 5,000. The difference is 5,000. Or this is 20,000. This is 15,000. 4:3, the difference is 1. If this is 5,000, this is 5,000 into 4, 5,000 into 3. Right. Brilliant. We've got this. So now we know that this vehicle B, bicycle B, does 15,000 revolutions in 45 minutes. And how much does it travel in each revolution? That is 2 pi r. 2 into pi into 40 centimeters into 15,000. This is a distance traveled. Time taken is 3/4 hours. And so, or 2 into pi into 40 centimeters. And so, or 0.4 meters into 15,000 into 4/3 kilometers per hour. By 3, make it 5,000. The answer is in meters. Remove this, it will become kilometers. Or 2 into pi into 0.4 into 5 into 4 kilometers per hour. 0.4 is 2 by 5. The 5 and 5 get cancelled. 2 pi into 2 into 4. 2 into 2 into 4 is 16. 16 pi kilometers per hour. Brilliant. We know the ratio. The ratio of circumference will be inverse of the ratio of number of revolutions required. So revolutions required by A and B to travel in the ratio 4:3. A requires 5,000 more, or A travels 20,000, B travels 15,000. So 15,000 revolutions in this wheel of radius 40 centimeters has been completed in 45 minutes. So we can find the total distance traveled by total time. We got the answer. 16 pi kilometers per hour. It's a frightfully high speed, probably a speed that cannot be achieved on a bicycle. So this is a theoretical question. Such is life. Product of two positive numbers is 16. A into B, sorry, it's not 16, 616. The ratio of the difference of their cubes to the cube of their difference, A cube minus B cube by A minus B whole cube, is 157 by 3. And what is A plus B? And the sum of the two numbers, what is that equal to? Brilliant. So let's say AB is 616. I'm going to write this as A minus B into A square plus AB plus B square by A minus B whole cube is 157 by 3. So 1 get cancelled, become A minus B whole square is 157 by 3. We know A into B is 616. So we can restructure this and say A square plus AB plus B square by A square minus 2AB plus B square is 157 by 3, or A square minus 2AB plus B square plus 3AB by A square minus 2AB plus B square is 157 by 3. Why have I written like this? Numerator is equal to denominator. This is 1, or 3AB by A minus B whole square is 157 by 3 minus 1 is 154 by 3. AB is 616. Let's work with that. So 3 into 616 by A minus B whole square is 154 by 3. 616, 154, 616 by 154 is 4. Or A minus B whole square is 3 into 3 into 4. A minus B, this is 36, the square root of this plus or minus 6. We've assumed A to be larger, therefore it is 6. So we got A minus B is 6. A into B is 616. So we can solve a quadratic and get this. But the numbers are all integers. Let's see if we can guess this. 616 can be factorized. So it's divisible by 4. So it's 154 into 4. This is 77 into 8. A multiple of 7. So divide this by 7. 11 into 56. Multiply by 2. 22 into 28. We've got a winner. 22 into 28 is 616. 28 minus 22 is 6. 28 plus 22 is 50. We're dealing only with positive numbers. We don't have to worry about a minus 28 into minus 22 and all of that stuff. We can forget about that. Time required. At their usual efficiency levels, A and B together finish a task in 12 days. If A takes A days, B takes B days, they'll do 1 by A of the task plus 1 by B of the task in 1 day, or 1/12 of the task, because they finished the whole thing in 12 days. If A worked half as efficiently as he usually does, 1 by 2A, half of 1 by A, and B worked thrice as efficiently, 3 by B, task gets completed in 1 by 9. How many days would A take to finish the task if she works alone at her usual efficiency? Eliminate B, you're through. How do you eliminate B? Multiply this equation by 3. Become 3 by A, 3 by B, 3 by 12. And then subtract. 3 by 12 is nothing but 1 by 4. We'll get 3 by B sorry, multiply by 3, sorry, 3 by a minus 1 by 2a is 1 by 4 minus 1 by 9. This will disappear. 3 by a minus 1 by 2a, that is 6 by 2a minus 1 by 2a equals 9 by 36 minus 4 by 36, or 5 by 2a equals 5 by 36. 2a is 36 or a is 18. A alone at usual efficiency will take 18 days to finish it. Amal, Bina and Gauri, A, B and G invest money in the ratio 3:4:5. In fixed deposits, having respective annual rates in the ratio 6:5:4. And the amount invested is in this ratio, interest are in the ratio. This is amount, this is interest. What is their total interest income if Bina's interest income exceeds Amala's by 250? A very simple question if you get the funda. Interest income is proportional to amount invested. It is proportional to interest rate. It will be proportional to product of these two, or their interest income will be in the ratio 18:20:20. Bina's interest income exceeds Amala's by 250. So think about it in unit terms. This 2, the difference, corresponds to 250. What is the total? Total is 18 plus 20 plus 20, 58. What does that correspond to? 2 corresponds to 250. 58, what does it correspond to? 2 into 29 is 58. 250 into 29 is what we need to find. 250 into 29. 0 in the end. That's easy. 5 9s are 45. 5 4. 5 2s are 10. 10 plus 4 14. 145. 58 0 5 2 1 7250. Classic ratio question. If A is proportional to B, A is proportional to C, A is linked to B into C. If A is proportional to B, A is proportional to C, A is inversely proportional to D, then A is linked with BC by D. That's the idea we are using here. Very routine, very simple question if you just get ratios. One can use 3 different transports which move at 10, 20 and 30 km per hour respectively to reach from A to B. Amal took each mode of transport for 1/3 of his total journey time. Total journey time. So 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour, 30 kilometers per hour. 1/3 of his total journey time. Time T, time T, time T. While Bimal took each mode of transport for 1/3 of the total distance. 1/3 of D, 1/3 of D, 1/3 of D. If you travel at time T at 3 different speeds, the distances would be in the ratio 1:2:3. The percentage by which, this is Amal, this is Bimal. Bimal's travel time exceeds Amal's travel time. Let's make life simple. The distance should be a multiple of, if it's a multiple of 6 and 3, life is simple. So I'm going to assume the total distance is 60 kilometers. And it travels 20 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 20 kilometers, or 10, 20, 30 kilometers. And 10 kilometers at 10 kilometers per hour, 1 hour. 20 kilometers at 20 kilometers per hour, 1 hour. 30 kilometers at 30 kilometers per hour, 1 hour. 20 kilometers at 10 kilometers per hour, 2 hours. 20 at 20, 1 hour. 20 at 30 kilometers per hour, 20 by 30, 2 by 3 hours. Amal took 3 hours. Bimal took 2 by 3 hours. Extra time is 2/3 of an hour. The percentage by which Bimal's travel time exceeds. The difference is 2/3 of an hour. Percentage increase is 2/3 of an hour upon 3 hours into 100. Which is 2 by 9 into 100. 2 by 9 as a percentage is 22%. Give or take 22% is the number you're looking for. It helps if you assume a total distance value. and if you assume it as 60 kilometers, life becomes very simple. It's a wonderful question, delightful question, simple question. And so what we're trying to do here is to make sure that the times are this, so the distances will be in the ratio of their speeds. So 1:2 is to 3, make the total distance a multiple of 6. Here the distances are equal. Total distance should be a multiple of 3. Multiple of 6, multiple of 3, 60 kilometers works well, and then you're done. Total surface area. A man makes complete use of 405 centimeter cube of iron, 783 centimeter cube of aluminium, and 351 centimeter cube of copper to make a number of solid right circular cylinders of each type of metal. And so he makes some iron, some aluminium, and some copper. And these cylinders have the same volume, and each of these has a radius of 3 centimeters. Volume of V, radius for each is 3 centimeters. If the total number of cylinders is to be kept at a minimum, then the total surface area of all these in square centimeter. Total, see, suppose each of these has the same volume. Let's say there are K of these, L of these, and M of these. Total volume of all iron cylinders put together would be kV. This would be LV. This would be MV. Or this is equal to K into V, equal to L into V, equal to M into V. Or V, the volume of each cylinder, is a factor of 405, 783 and 351. The total number of cylinders is to be kept at a minimum, then V should be as high as possible. What does that mean? V should be a common factor of these numbers. It should be the largest possible such common factor. Or V is the HCF of 405, 783 and 351. This is a multiple of 9. This is a multiple of 9. This is a multiple of 9. 7 plus 8, 15 plus 3, 18. 8 plus 1, 9. 4 plus 5, 9. So we can carve out a 9. This is 9 into 45. Here also we can carve out a 9. 9 into 87. Here again we can carve out a 9. 9 into 39. 45, 87, 39. Each of these is a multiple of 3 once again. So we can take a further 3 into this. So 405 can be written as 27 into 15. 783 could be 27 into 29. 357 would be 27 into 13. Brilliant. So HCF is 27. We've got this far. Right? So the volume of each cylinder should be 27 centimeter cube. It means pi r square height should be 27. Pi into 3 square into height should be 27. This is 3, or height should be 3 by pi. Radius is 3, height is 3 by pi. The total number of then the total surface area of all these cylinders, surface area of one cylinder, is 2 pi r square plus 2 pi r h. Pi r square on top, pi r square on bottom, 2 pi r h. R is 3, h is 3 by pi. Fine, let's do this. 2 into pi into 3 square plus 2 into pi into 3 into h, we recognize is 3 by pi. This is 2 into 3 square. 2 into 9, 18 pi plus 2 into 3, 2 pi into 3 into 3, 18 pi plus 18. And so this is the volume of each cylinder. How many cylinders are there? There will be 15 plus 29 plus 13. 13 plus 29 is 42 plus 15 is 57. 57 times 18 pi plus 18. So 57 into 18 times pi plus 1. 18 sevens are 126, 6, 12. 18 pi's are 90. 90 plus 12 is 102. It's 1026 times 1 plus pi square centimeters. We've got this answer. HCF and then some poking around with simple mensuration. In an examination, the score of A was 10% less than that of B. B was 25% more than that of C. C was 20% less than that of D. A scored 72. 10% less than that of B. So B into 0.9 is A, or B is 80. B scored 25% more than that of C. C into 5 by 4 is 80. 25% more. C equals 80 into 4 by 5, 64. The score of C was 20% less than that of D. 4 by 5 D is equal to C is equal to 64. D is 64 into 5 by 4, back to 80. So they scored 72, 80, 64 and 80. Then the score of D was 80 marks. The percent of a salt solution is P%. If 100 ml of the solution contains is P% if 100 ml of the solution contains P grams of salt. Each of the three vessels A, B and C contains 500 ml of salt solution of strengths 10%, 22% and 32% respectively. So A, B, C, 10%, 22%, 32%. So if this is P% if 100 ml of solution contains P grams of salt. This is 500 ml. So 50 grams of salt. 22 into 5, 110 grams of salt, 160 grams of salt. Now 100 ml of the solution in vessel A is transferred to vessel B. 100 ml of the solution in vessel B is transferred to vessel C. Finally, 100 ml of the solution in vessel C is transferred to vessel A. And so, do it step by step. First, we'll transfer from here to here. And so, 1/5 is taken away. And so, now this will have 600 ml. 120 grams will be there. It becomes a 20% solution. Right? From this 600 ml, we're transferring another 100 ml. 100 ml to this one, the second time around. And so, of 120, 1/6 is going away. So 20 grams will get added to this. So this will become 180 grams in 600 ml. From this 100 ml is transferred back here. That will be 1/6 of this, or 30 grams get added back. So our solution A, 50 grams, we lost 10 grams because that's what we transferred here, and gained 30 grams because that's what we got back from there. 50 minus 10 is 40, 40 plus 30 is 70. So 70 grams in 500 ml, or in our definition, this is 14% solution. A shopkeeper sells two tables, each procured at cost price P, to Amal and Asim at a profit of 20% and loss of 20% respectively. Cost price is P. He sells to Amal at 1.2p and to Asim at 0.8p. A profit of 20%, loss of 20%. Amal sells his table to Bimal at a profit of 30%. He sells it to Bimal at a profit of 30%, or he'll be selling it at 1.2p into 1.3, which is 1.56p. Well, Asim sells his table to Varun at a loss of 30%. Loss of 30% to Varun, or he's selling it at 0.8p into 0.7, which is 0.56p. If the amounts paid by Bimal and Varun are X and Y respectively, this is X, this is Y. X minus Y by P is 1.56p minus 0.56p divided by P. It is 1p by P, which is 1. This is the answer. And it's a very simple question. Do methodically, you're getting to the answer. Amal invests rupees 12,000 at 8% interest compounded annually, and rupees 10,000 at 6% interest compounded semi-annually. Both investments being for 1 year. Bimal invests his money at 7.5% simple interest for 1 year. If Amal and Bimal get the same amount of interest, then the amount in rupees invested by Bimal. Fine. Amal puts money into two things. 12k at 8% compounded annually, and 10k at 6% compounded semi-annually. This is for 1 year. It's compounded annually, and this number, the interest, is going to be 12k into 1 plus 8 by 100 minus 12k. P into 1 plus R by 100 whole power n minus principal, or it is just 12,000 into 8 by 100. 120 into 8, 960. This one, the amount is going to be 10,000 into 1 plus 3 by 100 compounded semi-annually whole square. Twice over, or it is 10000 into 103 by 100 into 103 by 100. 2 zeros get knocked off here. 103 whole square is the amount. 103 whole square is 10609. 106 into 100 plus 3 square. A square minus B square is A plus B into A minus B. Or the interest component is this minus 10,000, which is 609. Brilliant. The total interest will be 960 plus 609. 961569. This is the interest Bimal gets when he's investing his money at 7.5% simple interest for 1 year. So principal into 7.5 by 100 rate into 1 is 1569. Into principal 1569 into 100 by 7.5. And we can make this 15, make it into 2. 100 into 2 by 15. We can cancel off a 3 with this, cancel off a 5 with this. Let's do both of that. Cancelling a 5 with this, this will make it 20. This will be 3. This is 1569 by 3. 523 into 40. That will be the principal Bimal should have invested. 4 3s are 12, 2 1, 4 2s are 8, 8 plus 1 9, 4 5s are 20. He should have invested rupees 20,920. Simple brute force formula. There was, when I did the first time around, there was some ambiguity about whether this is 6% for the 6-month period or 6% annual interest. So 3% for 6 months. They seem to have taken the convention as if it is stated without the adjective, it is the annual interest. So 6% interest, that means 6% per annum interest. Keep that in mind. In 2010, the library contained 11,500 books in 2 categories, fiction and non-fiction. 11,500, fiction, non-fiction. In 2015, library contained 12760. During this period, there was a 10% increase in fiction and a 12% increase in non-fiction. How many fiction books were there in 2015? Very simple. Let's call this as X. X into 10%. This will be 11,500 minus X into 12%. This difference is 12760 minus 11500. That's the increase. 060, 1260. 1260 is 10% of X, which is X by 10. Plus 11,500 minus X into 12 by 100 equals 1260. I'm going to call this as 10x by 100. Take the 100 that side. So let's say this becomes 10x plus 11500 minus 12x equals 126000. Wonderful. Let's simplify this. The 100 goes that side. Oh, sorry, 11,500 into 12. 12 into 11,500. 0, 0, 12, 5 is 60, 0, 6. 12 plus 6, 18, 8, 1, 13800 minus 126000 equals 2x. 0, 0, 0, 2. 12,000 is 2x, or x is 6,000. So the number of fiction books in 2010 is 6,000. We want to know how many fiction books were in the library in 2015. 6,000 plus 10% of 6,000, 6,600. It grows by 10%. 10% of 6,000 is 600, 6,600. In an examination, Rama's score was 1/12 the sum of the scores of Mohan and Anjali. After a review, the score of each of them increased by 6. The revised scores of Anjali, Mohan and Rama were in the ratio 11:10:3. Whenever a ratio is given, simple idea, start your variable from that point. So let's say their scores after review were 11x, 10x and 3x. Each of them has got 6 more. So before that it could mean 11x minus 6, 10x minus 6, 3x minus 6. Now Rama's score was 1/12 the sum of Mohan and Anjali. So 11x minus 6 plus 10x minus 6 into minus 6 into 1/12 is 3x minus 6. 11x plus 10x is 21x minus 12 equals 36x minus 72. 60 equals 15x, or x is 4. Or Anjali after revision scored 44, Mohan 40 and Rama 3 into 4, 12. So the difference between Anjali's score exceeded Ram's score by 32. Even before revision it had been 32 because all of them are getting, each of them is getting 6 more. The difference is not going to change. 44 minus 12, 32. John jogs on track A at 6 km per hour, while Mary jogs on track B at 7.5 km per hour. The total length of tracks A and B is 325. While John makes 9 rounds of track A, Mary makes 5 rounds of track B. And so Mary travels at 6 km per hour. When John makes, this is track A, let's say length is A, this is track B, total length is B. John travels 9A, at the same time Mary travels 5B. John will take 9A by 6 as a time. Mary will take 5B by 7.5 because the speed is 6 km per hour and 7.5 km per hour. So time taken would be equal because while John makes 9 rounds, Mary makes 5 rounds. So the time taken for John should be equal to time taken for Mary. Distance by speed equals distance by speed. 9A by 6 is 3 by 2A. 5B by 7.5 is 2 by 3B. 3 by 2A equals 2 by 3B, or A equals 4 by 9B. A is 4/9 of B. The total length is 325 meters. A is 4 by 9 of B. 4 by 9B plus B is 325, or 13 by 9B is 325 meters. B is 325 into 9 by 13. This should be a multiple of 13. This is 25. B is 25 into 9, which is 225 meters. In how many seconds will Mary make 1 round of track A? This is 325 meters. Track B is 325 meters. Track A is 4 by 9 of that, or 100 meters. Mary jogs. In how many seconds will Mary make 1 round of track A? Track A measures 100 meters. Mary jogs at 7.5 kilometers per hour. So let's say 100 meters traveled at the rate of 7.5 kilometers per hour. 7.5 into 5 by 18 meters per second. Right. Kilometers per hour, we're converting it to meters per second. 100 by this. That many seconds it will take. So, or 100 into 18 by 7.5 into 5. 18 by 7.5, let's cancel off a 3, becomes 6. This is 2.5. Make it 5, make it 2. 5 into 5 is 25. 100 by 25 is 4. 2 into 4 into 6 seconds. 2 into 4 is 8. 8 into 6, 48 seconds. So Mary will take 48 seconds to make 1 round of track A. The salaries of Ramesh, Ganesh and Rajesh were in the ratio 6:5:7. Ram, Gan, Raj. 6:5:7. This is in 2010, and in the ratio 3:4:3 in 2015. If Ramesh's salary increased by 25% during 2010 to 2015, oh brilliant, 6 increases by 25%. or 6 will become 6 plus 1/4 of 6. 1/4 of 6 is 1.5. 1.5 it will become 7.5. This 6 becomes 7.5. 3:4:3 is 7.5 is to what? 3 into 2.5 is 7.5. 4 into 2.5 is 10. 3 into 2.5 is 7.5. The percentage increase in Rajesh's salary during this period is closest to, or Rajesh's salary has gone from 7 to 7.5. 7 to 7.5. Increase of 0.5 on a base of 7, or 1 by 14. 1/14th as a percentage, roughly 7.147, little more than 7%. That's what it is. The key thing here to be able to translate ratios. 3:4:3 is 7.5 is to 10 is to 7.5. And keeping this as the base, finding this number, and then translating this ratio with this number as static. And very simple question, but delightful question to understand ratios. A cyclist leaves at 10 a.m. and reaches B at 11 a.m. Starting from 10:01 a.m. every minute a motorcycle leaves A and moves towards B. 45 such motorcycles reach B by 11 a.m. 45 such. All motorcycles have the same speed. If the cyclist had doubled his speed, how many motorcycles would have reached B by the time the cyclist reached B? Starting from 10:01, every minute a motorcycle leaves A and moves towards B. 45 such motorcycles reach by 11 a.m. So 10:01, 10:02, 10:03, all of them will reach up to and including the one leaving at 10:45. That's when that's the 45th motorcycle. The one starting at 10:46 does not reach. So 45 such motorcycles reach, or the motorcycle commute time. The one that starts at 10:45 reaches by 11. Or the motorcycle commute time is 15 minutes. The one that starts at 10:46 does not reach. The one that starts at 10:45 does reach. Or each motorcycle takes 15 minutes to reach this place. Wonderful. The cyclist had doubled his speed. How many motorcycles would have reached B by the time the cyclist reached B? And so for a cyclist leaves at 10 and reaches at 11. So if he doubles his speed, then he would start at A and reach B by 10:30. Right? So now think about this. Motorcycles starting at 10:15 can reach. The one that starts at 10:16 cannot reach. So we start at 10:01, 10:02, 10:03, all the way till 10:15. All of these will reach, but not anything that started after that. Or 15 motorcycles will reach. There's more a logical reasoning, simple numerical puzzle than a speed, time, distance question. All we are computing is if the speed doubles, the time will halve. So instead of reaching at 11, the cyclist will reach at 10:30. That's it. Nothing more than that. Anil alone can do a job in 20 days. So Anil in 1 day can do 1/20th of the task. Sunil in 1 day can do 1/40th of the task because he can do it alone in 40 days. Anil starts the job, and after 3 days, Sunil joins him. So first 3 days, we have done 3/20 of the task. Again, after that, they'll be doing each day 3/40, 1/20 plus 1/40, or 2/40 plus 1/40, 3/40. Again, after a few more days, Bimal joins them, and they together finish the job. If Bimal has done 10% of the job, then in how many days was the job done? Bimal has done 10% of the job. So if we say 1 unit of the job is there, Anil alone does 3/20. Bimal does 10%. Remaining, the difference is done by Anil and Sunil together. Right? So Bimal alone has done 10%, Anil alone has done 3/20, and then Anil and Sunil at the rate of 3/40 per day do the remaining. There's a by 40 here. I'm going to bring everything to a per 40 basis. So let's think about this. Anil alone 3/20 is 6/40. Bimal 10% is 4/40. This gets completed in the first 3 days. This gets completed in the window where Bimal is working. In between, we have Anil and Sunil. When Bimal is working, also Anil and Sunil work. We cannot forget that. And so Anil and Sunil would have done this. So we're looking at Anil and Sunil's contribution. Together they can do 3 by 40 in one day. They have 6 by 40 plus 4 by 40 completed. 10 by 40 already done. So 30 by 40 is remaining. Or Anil and Sunil have together work for 10 days. So Anil alone works for 3 days. Anil and Sunil together work for 10 days. Within this 10 days, Bimal has come in at some point of time and completed 10% of the task. The total number of days is 13. And so if we look at 13-day cycle like this, the first 3 days A only. After this A and S throughout. Somewhere here B also. Remember, when Bimal is working, Anil and Sunil are also working. John gets rupees 57 per hour of regular work and rupees 114 per hour of overtime work. Rupees 57 regular, rupees 114 OT. He works altogether 172 hours and his income from overtime hours is 15% of his income from regular hours. Let's say he works T hours like this. He works 172 minus T hours like this. So 57 T is a total he gets from this. 114 into 172 minus T is the total he gets from overtime. Income from overtime hours is 15% of this. So 15% of 57T is 114 into 172 minus T. 114 is 2 times 7, or 15 by 100. 3 by 20 times T is 2 times 172 minus T. 3T equals 40 times 172 minus T. 3T plus 40T is 40 into 172. 43T is 40 into 172. 43 into 2 is 86. 43 into 4 is 172. Wonderful. So this is just 4. Or T is 40 into 4, 160. Or he spends 160 hours of regular time. How many hours did he work overtime? 12 hours. 172 minus 160. Mukesh purchased 10 bicycles in 2017, all at the same price. Same price, say CP equal to X. He sold 6 of these at a profit of 25%. So his cost price is 10x. For 6 of them, he makes a profit of X by 4 each. Remaining 4, he makes a loss of 25%, X by 4 each. We made a total profit of rupees 2000. That means this is plus, this is my 3x by 2. 3x by 2 minus x is 2000. Or x by 2 is 2000. X is 4000. The cost price of each bicycle is rupees 4000. Very simple. Assume cost price to be x. On 6 he makes a profit of x by 4. On 4 he makes a loss of x by 4. Effectively, profit of x by 4 on 2 vehicles remains, which effectively is x by 2. X by 2 is 2000. X is 4000. We invested 10,000 at 5% simple interest, and after exactly 2 years, Joy invested 8,000 at 10% simple annual interest. How many years after Veeru's investment will their balances, that is principal plus accumulated interest, be equal? Let's assume it will be equal after n years. After n years, Veeru would have 10,000 plus 10,000 into 5 by 100 into n. Joy would have 8,000 plus 8,000 into 10 by 100 into n minus 2. Why? Because Joy is investing it for 2 years lesser. That's it. Solve this, we should get. And 5 by 100, 100 gets cancelled. This is 500n. 100 gets cancelled. This is 800n minus 1600. 800 into minus 2. This is equal to this. 10,000, this side is also 2,000 plus 500n is 800n minus 1,600. Bring this 1,600 this here. 3,600 is equal to 300n. 800 minus 500. Mark off 2 zeros. 36 by 3. N is 36 by 3. 12. Veeru invests for 12 years. Joy invests for 10. Their balances would be same. The train traveled at 1/3 of its usual speed and hence reached the destination 30 minutes after the scheduled time. Oh, wonderful. Speed instead of x becomes x by 3. That means time taken, t, would become 3t. A very simple question. This 3t is 30 minutes after the scheduled time. So the extra 2t is 30 minutes. Or t is 15 minutes. Or when the train travels at x, it takes 15 minutes. When it travels at x by 3, it takes 45 minutes. On its return journey, the train initially traveled at its usual speed for 5 minutes. Lovely. So we're talking about the return journey. So it goes like this. Return journey is like this. On its usual speed for 5 minutes. Usual speed, it would have covered the whole distance in 15 minutes. So for 5 minutes, coming back like this, 1/3 of the distance would have been covered. But then stop for 4 minutes for an emergency. So stops for 4 minutes. 4 minutes get lost here. And so 9 minutes are down so far. The percentage by which the train must now increase its usual speed so as to reach the destination on scheduled time is nearest to 5 plus 4, 9 minutes are gone. The total time taken, the scheduled time, which is 15 minutes. So the train should cover this distance in 6 minutes. If this 4 minutes break had not been there, it would have covered in 10 minutes. Lovely question. So what it would have covered in 10, now it should cover in 6. This speed were x. This speed has to be x into 10 by 6 or x into 5 by 3. If the time taken should reduce, speed should increase. And it's the same ratio. 10 falls to 6, x should increase to x into 10 by 6, x into 5 by 3. X goes to 5 by 3x, an increase of 2/3 of x or 67%. It's a beautiful question because we're just thinking in terms of ratios and you're through. You don't need to do distance by time or speed, speed into time or distance, none of that. Just think in terms of ratios, you're good to go. A straight road connects points A and B. Car 1 travels from A to B and car 2 travels from B to A, both leaving at the same time. After meeting each other, they take 45 minutes and 20 minutes respectively to complete their journeys. Wonderful. It's a standard template. You've seen this template. It's appeared many times. C1 this way, C2 this way. And so after meeting, they take 45 and 20 minutes. So they meet somewhere here. So, and then C1 takes 45 minutes. C2 takes 20 minutes. Let's assume C1 has taken t minutes and C2 should have taken the same t minutes because they meet. Okay. Now, their speeds are constant. So the ratio of their speeds will be the same. The ratio of time taken should be same. If C1 takes t minutes and C2 takes 20 minutes, or C1 takes 45 minutes, C2 takes t minutes, this by this should be equal to this by this. The distances are not the same. The ratio of time taken to cover the same distance will be the same. Traveling this time by this time should be equal to this time by this time. T by 20 equals 45 by t, or t square equals 900. T is 30. In other words, C1 takes 50% more time in both instances. Right. C1 takes 50% more time. That means C1 is slower. And so if C2 took time t, C1 will take time 3 by 2t. C2's speed were x, C1 speed will be 2 by 3x. 2/3 of x is 60 kilometers per hour. X is 60 into 3 by 2, 90 kilometers per hour. This template you should have seen before. If you know that template, then this question becomes a complete walk. This is where practice helps. Doing tons of questions, you're likely to hit upon many templates. So make sure you do those tons of questions. A, B and C are positive integers such that sum of A and the mean of B and C is 5. A plus B plus C by 2 is 5. The sum of B and the mean of A and C, A plus C by 2 is 7. The sum of A and B is, okay, let's multiply this by 2. 2A plus B plus C is 10. 2B plus A plus C is 14. Lovely. I want to find A plus B. If I add these two, we'll get 3A plus 3B plus 2C. I don't want that. If you subtract one from the other, C will disappear. Subtract the right way. Subtract this from this. I don't want negative numbers. B minus A is 4. This is tricky. We're not going anywhere with B minus A. B minus A is 4. How does that help? We want A plus B. Okay, let's do this. B is A plus 4. So plug that in here. So 2A plus A plus 4 plus C is 10. 3A plus C is 6. Lovely. This is where this 3 positive integers part comes in. I tried this question originally and did not accept that. And I was trying to algebraically solve it. 3 positive integers. 3A plus C is 6. So the minimum value A, B, C could be is 1. We put A as 1. C is 3. Put A as 2. C is 0. That's not possible. We put A as anything more than 2. C will have to be negative. Or A has to be 1. That means B has to be 5. C has to be 3. We've got all 3 numbers. The sum of A and B, 1 plus 5 is 6. That positive integers term is given in order for us to crack this funda. Then don't do this algebraically. Think about it. Pause and then figure it out. A person spent 50,000 to purchase a desktop computer and a laptop computer. 50K, a desktop and a laptop. We sold the desktop at a 20% profit and the laptop at a 20% loss. 0.2D minus 0.1L. Overall, he made a 2% profit. Then the purchase price in rupees of the desktop is super. 0.2D minus 0.1L is 2% of 50K. 2 by 100, so it will go away. 2 into 500,000. 0.2D minus 0.1L is 1000, or 2D minus L is 10,000. We know D plus L is 50,000. The total price. Add these two. 3 times desktop is 60,000. Or cost of desktop is 60,000 by 3, which is 20,000. 2 persons are walking beside a railway track at respective speeds of 2 and 4 kilometers per hour in the same direction. So a railway track. A is going at 2 kilometers per hour. B is going at 4 kilometers per hour. A train came from behind them and crossed them in 90 and 100 seconds respectively. Train crosses them. That means the length of the train is crossed. Relative to the train speed is t. Relative speeds are t minus 2 and t minus 4. T minus 2 and t minus 4 crossed in 90 and 100 seconds. T minus 2 is a faster vehicle, traveled in 90 seconds and 100 seconds. Wonderful. So the ratio of the speed should be the opposite of ratio of the times, or time taken into speed is constant. T minus 2 into 90 is t minus 4 into 100. T is the speed of the train. Sorry, I should pick a different variable. 90 minus 18 is 10t minus 40, or t is 22. The train is traveling at a speed of 22 kilometers per hour. Lovely. This is 20 kilometers per hour. This is 18 kilometers per hour. Lovely. Now the train alone travels. So traveling at 20 kilometers per hour the train takes 90 seconds. Traveling at 22 kilometers per hour. How much time will the train take? 90 into 20 by 22. Make it 11, make it 10. 900 by 11. You go 8 times 20, 81 point some large number, 82 is work. Leaving home at the same time, Amal reaches office at 10:15 if he travels at 8 kilometers per hour, and at 9:40 if he travels at 15 kilometers per hour. Forget the starting time. He travels at 8 kilometers per hour and he travels at 15 kilometers per hour. The ratio of the time taken should be 15:8. If he takes 15 t time, he'll take 8 t time. Brilliant. With this, you're through. That means the difference in time taken is 70. He starts at 10:15. He starts at 9:40. Reaches office at 10:15. Sorry, reaches office at 10:15. Reaches at 9:40. If he travels at 15 kilometers per hour, the difference between these two times is 35 minutes. 70 is 35, t is 5. This is 40 minutes. This is 75 minutes. We're done. So he will reach in 40 minutes if he travels at 15 kilometers per hour. In 75 minutes if he travels at 8 kilometers per hour. The difference between those two is 35 minutes. Or he takes 40 minutes if he reaches at 9:40 a.m. He starts at 9 a.m. Leaving home at 9:10 a.m. at what speed in kilometers per hour must he travel so as to reach office exactly at 10 a.m. Or he should take 50 minutes. Okay. If he travels at 15 kilometers per hour, he takes 40 minutes. If he has to take 50 minutes, what speed should he travel? 15 into 40 by 50. Take more time, will take lesser. 15 by 5 is 3. 3 into 4, 12 kilometers per hour. Remember, I'm not converting this to hour. I'm not finding the distance. I'm just saying speed into time is speed into time. Find a lot of these speed time distance questions, especially in this format, become much simpler if you can just think in terms of ratios. Ratio of time speeds is 8:15. Ratio of time taken will be 15:8. That's all. The moment you grab that, the starting time is known. You know his starting time is 9. He takes 40 minutes at 15 kilometers per hour. He has to take 50 minutes. What speed should he be traveling at? 12 kilometers per hour. Let's look at this one. This again with the percentages. Should be interesting. In a group of people, 28% of the members are young while the rest are old. 65% of the members are literates and 25% of the literates are young. The percentage of old people among the illiterates is nearest to. Let's look at this one. It should be simple. 28% are young, rest are old. So 28% young, old is 72%. The standard template, 65% are literates. So literates 65%. So 35% are not literate. And 25% of the literates are young. So 25% of these are young. 25% of 65, half of 65 is 32.5. Half of that is 16.25% are young. Then the percentage of old people among the illiterates is nearest to. So we want to find among the illiterates what percentage, what number is old. If we find that, then we can do that by that and then simplify. Out of 65%, 16.25% are young. The remaining are old. Right? So we can find the old here, plonk that here, find the not literate and then simplify there. Or conversely, we can say among the young people, 16.25% are literate. 16.25. So not literate would be the remaining. 28 minus 16 is 12. This is 11.75. So out of 28%, 16.25% are literate, 11.75 are not literate. This is the young population. So this is 11.75. The remaining is here. 35 minus 12 is 23. This will be 23.25%. So what percentage of this number is this number? That's our question. So we're looking for 23.25 divided by 35 into 100. So I'm going to do multiply by 4 the numerator and denominator because I don't want to deal with 0.25. 23.25 into 4 is 92. 93 by 140 into 100. So 930 by 14, whatever that is, it is 66. I will take a guess at 66. 930 by 14 should be 66 point something. That's the answer we're looking for. Standard question, the same data set broken in two ways, young and old, literate and illiterate. And then if you're given what percentage of literate are young or what percentage of old people are illiterate, you can fill pretty much everything else. This is a standard template. You should get plenty of practice on this template. Wonderful. We're going to start doing this one. An alloy is prepared by mixing three metals A, B and C in the proportion 3:4:7 by volume. Weights of the same volume of the metals A, B and C are in the ratio of 5:2:6. 130 kilogram, etc., etc. We'll come to the question part later. There are three metals A, B and C. This has volume in the ratio 3:4:7. So if you have 14 liters, then there are 3 liters of this, 4 liters of this and 7 liters of that. For the same volume, that is if you have 1 liter of A, 1 liter of B and 1 liter of C, then the weights are in the ratio of 5:2:6. So for 1 liter, you can say it's 5 kilograms, 2 kilograms, 6 kilograms. Why am I saying that? Because the link between these two just jumps out. The ratio of volumes is this. Ratio of weights for unit volume is 5:2:6. For 1 liter of A, that weighs 5 kilograms. 3 liters will weigh 3 into 5. 1 liter of B weighs 2 kilograms. 4 liters will weigh 4 into 2. So the ratio by weight is going to be 15:8:42. With that, we're pretty much done. And so the ratio by weight is 15:8:42. The question here is 130 kilograms of the alloy. The weight in kilogram of the metal C is, so 15:8:42. Add all three up. This is 65 units. So 65 units corresponds to 130 kilograms. This is lovely into 2. 42 units should correspond to 84 kilograms. Luckily, the numbers just fall in place. 65 units is 130. So 42 units will be 84 kilograms. A gentleman decided to treat a few children in the following manner. He gives half of his total stock of toffees and 1 extra to the first child, and then half of the remaining stock along with 1 extra to the second, and continues giving away in this fashion. His total stock exhausts after he takes care of 5 children. How many toffees were there in his stock? Lovely. Let's assume he starts with n. Then he gives away n by 2 plus 1. Or what will he have? He'll have n by 2 minus 1. And then of this, he gives away half plus 1. Half of n by 2 minus 1 plus 1 he gives away. Or half of n by 2 minus 1 minus 1 he'll retain. Straight away we can sense there'll be an n by 4 term sitting here. And then there'll be an n by 8. N by 8 minus 1 by 4, something like that. Right? So n by 16, that becomes complicated. Right? These kind of questions, one very simple rule: don't start from the first child till the end. Start from right to left. Right? What am I going to do? We know that the last child gets half plus 1 extra, and at that time he runs out. And I'm going to think about the 5th kid. Think about what does he have with him when he goes to the 5th kid. He gives away half plus 1. So before he gives away the last one, he's given away half of what he had. That means that half of what he had should be equal to this one. Or when he goes to the 5th kid, he should have had 2. Half of 2 is 1, plus 1 is 2, he goes to 0. So when he goes to the 5th kid, he has 2 chocolates with him. Now let's go one more step back. He's given a half of what he had and 1 more, after which he's left with 2. So before giving that 1 more, he should have had 3. That is half of what he had. Or before he goes to the 4th kid, he should have had 6 chocolates. Half of 6 is 3, plus 1 is 4. He gives away 4, he has 2 remaining. Now we know the mechanism. 2 plus 1 into 3. 0 plus 1 into 2. 6 plus 1 into 3. That is 14. Sorry, into 2. 6 plus 1, 7 into 2. Half of what he had plus 1. So minus 1, so we're doing it the other way around. To 6 add 1, 7, into 2 is 14. To 14 add 1, into 2 is 30. To 30 add 1, into 2 is 62. He has 62 to begin with. He gives away 32 for the first kid. He has 30 remaining. He gives away 16 for the second kid, has 14 remaining. Gives away 8, has 6 remaining. Gives away 4, has 2 remaining. Gives away the 2. Or he should have started with 62 toffees. And so these kind of questions become very simple if you start from the last step backwards. He finally runs out of toffees after he has given to the 5th kid. So think about how much he had when he is going to the 5th kid, and then just work backwards. Once you know the mechanics, it is plus 1 into 2, plus 1 into 2, plus 1 into 2, and do any math after that. Wonderful. Let's do this one. A solution of volume 40 liters has dye and water in the proportion 2:3. Water is added to the solution to change this proportion to 2:5. If 1/4 of this diluted solution is taken out, how many liters of dye must be added to the remaining solution to bring the proportion back to 2:3? It looks like there's lots of data here, but it's a sitter. It's a proper sitter. And let's go step by step. 40 liters, dye and water. So I'm going to write down 40, dye, water. In the ratio 2:3, 2/5 of this, 3/5 of this, 16 and 24. Water is added to the solution to change this proportion to 2:5. So we're adding water. So water will change, but the dye remains as 16. This ratio is 2:5. 2 into 8 is 16. 5 into 8 is 40. So this should be 40. Lovely. If 1/4 of this diluted solution is taken out, 1/4 of the overall solution is taken out. That means 1/4 of this will get taken out. 1/4 of this will get taken out. So finally, we'll have 12 liters of this, 30 liters of this. 1/4 of 40 is 10. 1/4 of 16 is 4. That gets taken out. So you have 60, 12 and 30 now. Now, how many liters of dye must be added to the remaining solution to bring the proportion back to 2:3? What should we add here? So the ratio remains as 2:3. This is going to stay as 30. This should be 2:3. If this is 30, this should be 20. This is 20. We're adding 8 liters. We're not doing anything algebraic, not plonking in a lot of formulae. One very simple, very important idea when you're going from one mixture to another by just changing one of the entities. Then remember that the other entity doesn't change. It sounds like it's very complicated. It's not. Here we're going from this mixture to this one by adding water. Therefore, track dye. Here we're going from this mixture to this by adding dye. Therefore, track water. That's it. Fine. So make sure that whatever is not changing, you're anchoring around that. This question becomes very simple. Let's do this one. Interesting question. In a car race, car A beats car B by 45 kilometers. Car B beats car C by 50 kilometers. And car A beats car C by 90 kilometers. The distance in kilometers over which the race has been conducted is. Very interesting question. Some race. A beats B by 45 and A beats C by 90. And so let's assume the distance is x. When A beats B by 45, that means when A completes the race, B has done only x minus 45. A beats C by 90 kilometers, or when A completes the race, C has done only x minus 90. The interesting thing here, we're told that B beats car C by 50 kilometers. That means when B completes the race. So we can't compare this state. B should have completed the race. Or when B finishes the whole thing, C would have done only x minus 50. Very interesting. It becomes a classic ratios question. The first context, when A does x, B does x minus 45, C does x minus 90. When B does x, then C does x minus 50. Fine. Very simple, very, the only thing we need to think about is ratios, nothing more than that. The ratio of distance covered between B to C is always the same. So x minus 45 by x minus 90 is x by x minus 50. Cross multiply, simplify if you're through. Right, so I'm going to do that. X minus 45 by x minus 90. X minus 45 by x minus 90 is equal to x by x minus 50. Cross multiply, we'll have x square minus 95x plus 45 into 50. I don't want to multiply this. This is 45 is equal to x square minus 90x. This goes off. take this 95 that side, 45 into 50 is 95x minus 90x, which is 5x, or x is 450 kilometers. A lot of these ratio questions just become racers questions, just become ratio questions. And the distance traveled by A to distance traveled by B is always the same, no matter what the length of the race is. B to C, always the same. And so just translate to ratio, we're good to go. So again, it's a lovely question, very challenging question. At least I found it to be challenging. Right? In a group of 10 students, the mean of the lowest 9 students is 42, while the mean of the highest 9 students is 47. For the entire group of 10 students, the maximum possible mean exceeds the minimum possible mean by. And so 10 students, let's say A1, A2, all the way till A10. Mean of the lowest 9 scores is 42. So I'm going to add up A1 to A9. Sum of all this is 42 into 9. And I don't want to deal with the mean, I want to deal with the total. The 9 entities, so total is 42 into 9. The sum of these 9 is 47 into 9. Sitting here is a very simple, very powerful idea. The sum of the first 9 is A1 through to A9. That is, keeping A1 aside, it is A2 to A9. Sum of the last 9 is A2 to A10, or keeping A10 aside, it is A2 to A9. This bunch is present in both of these sums. And very simple. And so A1 plus this bunch is 42 into 9. A10 plus this bunch is 47 into 9. You subtract one from the other, you can get A10 minus A9. And so I want to write this down differently. A1 plus this total is 42 into 9. A10 plus this total is 47 into 9. This total is everything from A2 to A9. Okay. You subtract one from the other. A10 minus A1 is 47 minus 42 into 9, 5 into 9, 45. Or this number is 45 more than this number. Okay. Now, let's rewrite it like that. So, we have A1, A2, A3, all the way till A9, and this will be A1 plus 45. For the entire group of 10 students, the maximum possible mean exceeds the minimum possible mean by. So we need to find the maximum possible mean, we need to find the minimum possible mean. Very simple idea. Going from 1, this is one number A1, this is A1 plus 45. And so quite simply you can say, I want the remaining mean, the lowest scores will be 42. So I can have one instance where each of these numbers is 42. And that number will be 42 plus 45. The other extreme will be the instance where each of the last numbers is 47. So you plonk this as 47, 47, 47. This number is also 47. The first number is 47 minus 45, which is 2. This will represent the minimum, this will represent one boundary, this will represent another boundary. Find the difference in the means, that's the answer you're looking for. And one extreme is when A1 through to A9 are all equal. Another extreme is when A2 to A10 are all equal. Plonk this, find the means and you're good to go. Find the mean in the first case, all of these have 42. So that 42 averages out to 42, plus this additional 45, 45 over 10 instances. So this average will be 42 plus 4.5. Everything has 42. This also has 42 plus an additional 45. 45 over 10 units is 42 plus 4.5. This average is direct 46.5. This one, there are 9 47s or 10 47s minus a 45. This average will be 47 minus 4.5. 42 plus 4.5. This is 46.5. This is 47 minus 4.5, which is 42.5. The difference between these two is 4. The choice you're looking for. And wonderful question, delightful question. First, we have to anchor that A10 is A1 plus 45. Then for either extreme, it's going to be put A1 to A9 equal, put A10 to A2 equal. Both extremes get discovered, and then you can find the minimum and maximum. For the same principal amount, the compound interest for 2 years at 5% per annum exceeds the simple interest for 3 years at 3% per annum by rupees 1125. Then the principal amount in rupees. Very simple question. If the principal were P, amount at the end of 2 years is P into 1.05 whole square. Because 5%, 2 years, minus P, this is compound interest. Simple interest is P into N into R by 100 for 3 years. This is compound interest. Simple interest is P into 3 into 3%. 1.05 whole square is P into 1.1025 minus P. Right? 11025. Yeah. So this is 0.1025 P, whereas this is 0.09 P. You subtract one from the other, just 25. 0.0125 P. 0.0125 P or 125 by 10,000. 10000 times P is 1125. 125 into 8 is 1000. 125 into 9 is 1125. So we can cancel this, make it 9. Or the principal is 9 times 10,000 or 90,000. It really helps to know some numbers. You can do 1.05 whole square is 1.1025. Life is easy. Or plonk in the calculator. Not rocket science. You simplify that, you get the difference. If you know 125 into 8 is 1. Or 0.125 into 8 is 1. 125 into 8 is 1000. Life is simple. Into 9 is 1125. So you can plonk this as 9. 9 into 10,000, 90,000. An absolute sitter, you should be nailing this. Anil buys 12 toys and labels each with the same selling price. He sells 8 toys initially at 20% discount on the labeled price. Then he sells the remaining 4 toys at an additional 25% discount on the discounted price. Thus he gets a total of rupees 2112 and makes a 10% profit. With no discounts, his percentage of profit would have been. Let's look at this. Let's say his selling price is P. The selling price that is marked on it is P. So he has 12 toys labeled with the selling price of P. He sells 8 toys at a 20% discount, or he sells 8 of them at a price point of 0.8 P. Lovely. Then he sells the remaining 4 toys at an additional 25% discount. 25% is 1/4. Now this 1/4 is on this 0.8 P. 1/4 of 0.8 is 0.2, or he sells for 0.6 P. He sells 4 of these. This is the total amount of money he generates. Right? 8 into 0.8 is 6.4. So this is 6.4 P plus 2.4 P, or he makes 8.8 P. This is his total selling price. And he generates 8.8 times P as a total selling price. And he makes a 10% profit. 10% profit takes him to 8.8 P, or cost price is 8.8 P divided by 1.1, which is 8 P. Lovely. With no discounts, his percentage of profit would have been, his cost price is 8 P. Assume he makes no discounts. He doesn't give any discounts. That means he's selling at P. He's selling 12 goods at P, or he'll make a total of 12 times P. Cost price is 8 P. What would have been his selling price? So selling price star, what is imagining is 12 P. 8 P to 12 P, profit of 4 P, half of cost price, or profit percentage of 50%. And we don't even need this number. We don't need that 2112. They're just sitting there to mess things up, to confuse us. So 12 toys, 8 he sells at 0.8, 4 he sells at 0.6. These are the kind of questions where if you can think of 20% discount as 0.8 is useful. A further 25% discount taking us to 0.6 is useful. Get to 8.8 P. That is 10% profit, or total cost price is 8 P. If you're given no discount, total selling price is 12 P, or 4 P on 8 P. Half his cost price is making us profit, or his profit percentage would have been 50%. The distance from B to C is thrice that from A to B. 2 trains travel from A to C via B. The speed of train 2 is double that of train 1 while traveling from A to B. and their speeds are interchanged while traveling from B to C. The ratio of the time taken by train 1 to that of time taken by train 2 in traveling from A to C is interesting question, simple question. Let's draw the diagram. B to C is thrice that from A to B. So A, B, C. Distance where D, this distance is 3D. The speed of train 2 is double that of train 1 while traveling from A to B. So this is T1, T2. Speed is S, speed is 2S. And their speeds are interchanged while traveling from B to C. So this becomes 2S, this becomes S. The ratio of the time taken by train 1 to that taken by train 2. Train 1 time taken would be, D by S plus 3D by 2S. By train 2 would be D by 2S plus 3D by S. The LCM is 2S. This is 2D by 2S. This is 5D by 2S. This is 6D by 2S. This is 7D by 2S. The ratio of times taken is this is to this, which is 5:7. Here. Simple enough question. Capture it in terms of ratios. Plug in a D, 3D, S, 2S. Be careful with the data. You're through. Two circular tracks T1 and T2 of radii 100 meters and 20 meters respectively touch at a point A. Starting from A at the same time, Ram and Rahim are walking on track 1 and track 2 at speeds of 15 and 5 respectively. The number of full rounds that Ram will make before he meets Rahim again for the first time is interesting question. So let's talk about T1, T2. This has radii 100 meters, this has radii 20 meters. They respectively touch at point A. Starting from A, at the same time, Ram and Rahim are walking on track T1 and track T2 at speeds 15 and 5. So 15 kilometers per hour and 5 kilometers per hour. Key thing here, we've got to calculate the time taken by Ram to complete a lap, time taken by Rahim to complete a lap, and then we'll have to find the LCM of those two times. That's the idea. Right? Now, this has a radii of 100 meters. We'll have to think about 2 pi into 100. This has a radii of 20. We'll have to think about 2 pi into 20. So, time taken is 2 pi into 100 by 15. Remember, this is in meters, this is in kilometers per hour. I don't care. Right now, I don't care. We'll come to how we will fix it. But right now, I don't care. I don't care about the units. That unit is actually hour by kilometers, whatever that unit is. We don't care. I'm not looking to write it in seconds. Right? This one is 2 pi into 20 by 5. Now, what we are trying to do is, if we're going to compare these two, right? The 2 pi gets knocked off. This is 100 by 15. Let's knock it off. This is 20 by 3. This is 20 by 5. Right? So, or this is to that. Ratio of time taken is 20 by 3 is to 20 by 5. Or 1 by 3 is to 1 by 5 or 5 is to 3. Right? So, if Ram takes some 5 units, Sham will take 3 units. Call that as units. You don't care. So, Ram will come at 5 units here, at 10 units here, at 15 units here. Sham will come at 3 units, 6 units, 9 units, 12 units, 15 units. Why am I stopping with 15? If you call this as 5 units and 3 units, after 15 units of time, which involves a pi and a 5 by 18, 18 by 5, whatever else we want to do, whatever ratios we want to do, after 15 units, Ram will be at the starting point. After 15 units, Rahim will be at the starting point. Both of them meet here. That time, Ram would have done 3 rounds, Rahim would have done 5 rounds. And that's when they'll meet at the starting point again. Or the number of full rounds that Ram will make before he meets Rahim again for the first time. Ram takes longer time. He would have done fewer rounds, 3 rounds. In that time, Rahim would have done 5 rounds. We just need to find the ratio of their speeds. Everything else doesn't matter. A and B are 2 points on a straight line. Ram runs from A to B while Rahim runs from B to A. After crossing each other, Ram and Rahim reached their destination in 1 and 4 minutes respectively. Again, standard question A, B. Ram runs from A to B, Rahim from B to A. Ram and Rahim reached their destinations in 1 minute and 4 minutes. So they meet somewhere here. Ram goes like this and then reaches in 1 minute. Rahim goes like this and then reaches in 4 minutes. Both of them have taken the same time to reach that point. Ram travels for T minutes, Rahim travels for T minutes. Very simple, one crucial point and then we are through. To travel this stretch, Ram takes T minutes, Rahim takes 4 minutes. To travel this stretch, Ram takes 1 minute, Rahim takes T minutes. To travel the same stretch of some equal stretches of distance, time taken by Ram and Rahim should be in the same ratio. It's like saying Ram and Rahim travel at constant speeds. If for a particular distance, the time taken in the ratio of 1:3, some other distance also time taken will be the ratio 1:3. That's all we need to do. Or quite simply, we can say T by 4 equals 1 by T. T square is 4, T is 2. Or they meet after 2 minutes. So they meet after 2 minutes, Ram takes 1 more minute. They meet after 2 minutes, Rahim takes 4 more minutes. The ratio of Ram's speed to Rahim's speed. Ram takes 3 minutes, Rahim takes 6 minutes. Ram is quicker, twice as quick. Ratio of their speeds. Ram's speed to Rahim's speed. Ram is quicker, 2:1. And Ram travels within 3 minutes, Rahim takes 6 minutes. Ram is quicker, is twice as quick, 2:1. Very interesting question, but very routine question. Beautiful question. My question I like because it's a very juicy way of doing this. Right? John takes twice as much time as Jack to finish a job. Jack and Jim together take 1/3 of the time to finish the job than John takes working alone. John takes twice as much time as Jack to finish the job. So say John, Jack. I'm going to talk about how efficient they are. Let's say John takes twice as much time. That means Jack is more efficient. If John can do X units per day, Jack can do 2X units per day. Remember, this is not time, but amount of work done in a day. If John can do X, Jack can do 2X. Jack is twice as efficient as John, which is why John takes twice as much time. Jack and Jim taken together take 1/3 of the time to finish the job than John takes working alone. Jack and Jim 1/3 of the time. We introduce a Jim here. 1/3 of the time to finish than John takes working alone. John does X units per day. These two guys take 1/3 of the time, or they should be doing 3X units of work. John does 2X, Jim should do X. If you think of it in terms of unit of work done in a day, this question becomes very simple. So John does X units. Jack and Jim together should be doing 3X because they are finishing in 1/3 of the time. Jack does 2X. Jim should do the remaining X. Now let's look at the question. In order to finish the job, John takes 3 days more than that taken by the 3 of them working together. 3 of them working together. That is 4X working per day. John takes 3 days more than that. John takes 3 days more. So X into N plus 3 equals 4X into N. N plus 3 is 4N, or N is 1. Or when 4X are working, they can do it in 1 day. When X is working, they'll take 4 days. In how many days will Jim finish the job working alone? Jim is X. Jim will take 4 days. When 4X units are working, they can finish it in 1 day. When X units are working, take 4 days. In May, John bought the same amount of rice and the same amount of wheat as he had bought in April, but spent rupees 150 more due to the price increase of rice and wheat by 20% and 12% respectively. Rice, wheat, this is up 20%. This is up 12%. And he ended up spending 150 more. If John had spent 450 on rice in April, then how much did he spend on wheat in May? Very regular question. He spends 450 on rice in April. So this is going to be up 20% because the price of rice is up 20%. 20% is 1/5, or the additional is 90. The extra he spends on rice is 90. The total extra he spends is 150. Extra he spends on wheat is therefore 60. Now the rate at which wheat price increases is 12%. 12% of wheat price is 60, or wheat is 60 by 12%. 60 by 12 is 5. This should be 500. Or in April, he spends 500 rupees on wheat, apart from having spent 450 on rice. Then how much did he spend on wheat in May? In April, he spends 500. In May, he should have spent 12% more. 12% of 500 is 60. We've already seen that. 60 more. 500 plus 60 by 60. Arun bought some pencils and sharpeners, spending the same amount of money as Arun. Aditya bought twice as many pencils and 10 fewer sharpeners. If the cost of one sharpener is ₹2 more than the cost of a pencil, the minimum possible number of pencils bought by Arun and Aditya together. Very interesting question, slightly not that easy. And so you're buying pencils and sharpeners. Sharpeners, right? Yeah, sharpeners. We're going to talk about Arun and Aditya. So Arun bought pencils and sharpeners. Let's say he buys P pencils and S sharpeners. Aditya bought twice as many pencils, 2P, and 10 fewer sharpeners, so S minus 10. The cost of pencil and sharpener were the same, life would have been easy. Right? So it's not the same. The cost of one sharpener is ₹2 more than cost of a pencil. So cost of one pencil, if it were N, cost of one sharpener is N plus 2. One pencil is N plus 2. Now we should get to writing some equations because the total amount of money spent by both of them is same. P into N plus S times N plus 2 is the amount Arun spent. 2P into N plus S minus 10 times N plus 2. So what is the extra cost coming to him on account of doubling the pencil is offset on account of buying 10 fewer sharpeners. This P becomes 2P, that's going to increase the cost. S becomes S minus 10, that's going to decrease the cost. This offsets the other, and then we'll find out what the difference is. Fine. So what we have to do now, add these two up, equate one to the other. And so Pn plus Sn plus 2S. Pn plus Sn, this is Sn, remember that, plus 2S equals 2Pn plus Sn plus 2S minus 10N minus 20. So there's the Sn plus 2S which will continue to be there on both sides. There's a 2Pn here, only a Pn here, one of those we can cancel, or Pn equals 10N plus 20. I'll write that down. Pn equals 10N plus 20. Obviously, there are quite a few values of P and N for this could be satisfied. Goes without saying that N has to be an integer. But let's think about this. Sorry, P has to be an integer. Let's think about this. Can we restructure this equation in some form? Let's bring this over to this side. Pn minus 10N equals 20. Or N into P minus 10 is 20. Lovely. This is the number of pencils minus 10. Right? Number of pencils has got to be an integer. Now we want to find the minimum possible value of the pencils bought by Arun and Aditya together. Arun and Aditya together, they bought 3 P pencils, P plus 2P. We want to find the minimum possible value of 3P, or we want to find the minimum possible value of P. Given what constraint? Given the idea that P minus 10 times N is 20. Right? P has to be an integer. Put P as 11. It cannot be 10 or lower. This will become 0. It cannot be negative. Put P as 11. This becomes 11 minus 10, which is 1. N is 20. 20 into 1 equals 20. P as 11 seems to satisfy this equation for one interesting value of n. So P equal to 11 works. If P were 11, 3P would be 33. That's the choice we're looking for. Lovely, interesting question. We frame the equation, go to the algebra part, equate it, and then finally say, and what combination would P be the minimum? As it turns out, P11 being the minimum works. 11 is the minimum value P can take, in which case 3P will be 33. A sum of money is split among Amal, Sunil and Mita, A, S and M, so that the ratio of the shares of Amal and Sunil is 3:2. Amal and Sunil is 3:2. While the ratio of shares of Sunil and Mita is 4:5. Sunil is to Mita is 4:5. I already like this. I want to write it as 6:4. The ratio is 6:4:5. The difference between the largest and smallest of these three shares is rupees 400. Largest and smallest is 400. Then Sunil's share in rupees. Difference between this and this is 2 units. 2 units is 400. 4 units is 800. I'm going with 800. 6 and 4, the difference is 2. Like 2 units of that corresponds to 400. That's the difference. Sunil gets 4 units. It should be 800. Done. Anil, Sunil and Ravi run along a circular path of length 3 kilometers, starting from the same point at the same time and going in the clockwise direction. So, Anil, Sunil and Ravi, clockwise, this is 3 kilometers. They run at speeds of 15 kilometers per hour, 10 kilometers per hour and 8 kilometers per hour. So, they go at 15, 10, 8. Anil, Sunil, Ravi. It's a 3 kilometer track. How much distance in kilometer will Ravi have run when Anil and Sunil meet again for the first time at the starting point? So 15 and 10 meet again. How much would Ravi have run? So we'll have to see when will Anil and Sunil, A and S, I keep getting confused with the names, meet at the starting point for the first time. So how long will it take Anil to reach the starting point and for Sunil to reach the starting point, and then we find the LCM of those two and then come back to Ravi later on. So 3 kilometer track, Anil will finish it in 3 by 15 hours. Sunil will finish it in 3 by 10 hours. 3 by 15 is 60 minutes. This is 12 minutes. 3 by 10, 60 minutes totally. 3 by 10 into 60, 3 into 6, 18 minutes. We need to find the LCM of 12 and 18. So basically Anil will be at the starting point at time 12, 24, 36, 48. Sunil will be at 18, 36, 54, etc. So at the end of 36 minutes, both will be at the starting point for the first time. So how much does Ravi run in 36 minutes? Ravi runs at a speed of 8 kilometers per hour. 8 kilometers per hour into 36 by 60 hours. 36 by 60 is 3 by 5. 8 by 5 is 1.6 into 3 is 4.8 kilometers. Very routine, simple question. Should be knocking this off. I took a lot of time for this when I was in the exam. I think he had some starting trouble. Dick is thrice as old as Tom and Harry is twice as old as Dick. So Dick is thrice as old as Tom and Harry is twice as old as Dick. Harry, Tom, X, 3X, 6X. As long as we catch this in one variable, these kind of questions become very simple. If Dick's age is 1 year less than the average of all three, then Harry's age in years is Dick's age is 1 less than the average of all three. 3x equals x plus 3x plus 6x by 3 minus 1, or 3x plus 1 into 3 is 10x. 9x plus 3 is 10x. If Dick's age is 1 year less than the average of all three, wonderful, or x is 3. It says 3 years, 9 years, 18 years. Average of all three is 10 years. This works. Harry's age in years is 18. Vimala starts for office every day at 9 a.m. and reaches exactly on time if she drives at her usual speed of 40 kilometers per hour. She's late by 6 minutes if she drives at 35 kilometers per hour. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll straight away like this. I'm going to start with this. Traveling at 40 kilometers per hour. She takes time t. Traveling at 35 kilometers per hour. She takes time t plus 6 minutes. The distance into time is speed. Speed is same. 40 into t is 35 into t plus 6. I know this is in kilometers per hour. I know this is in minutes. Don't care. I just want to be consistent on both sides. At worst, we'll be dividing by 60 on both sides. Doesn't matter. We don't need to do that. So this is 8 t equals 7t plus 42. Or t is 42. She takes 42 minutes in this instance. 48 minutes in this instance. I straight away know that. One day she covers 2/3 of her distance to office in 1/3 of her usual time to reach office. Wonderful. So she covers 2/3 in 1/3. So 2/3 of her time, 2/3 of the distance. This she covers in 14 minutes. 1/3 remains. And then she stops for 8 minutes. Wonderful. So she takes a break for 8 minutes. So at the 2/3 point, she spent 14 minutes plus 8 minutes, which is 22 minutes. At the speed in kilometers per hour at which she should drive the remaining distance to reach the office exactly on time. So the remaining distance, what speed should she travel? This is 1/3 of the distance. Don't get into finding even the distance. We can do this just as ratios. 1/3 of the distance. She usually takes 42 minutes to cover the whole distance. So the 1/3 of the distance, she should take 14 minutes. Fine. Now this 14 minutes worth travel at 40 kilometers per hour. She has to now cover this in 20 minutes. How did we get 20 minutes? Her total time taken is 42. She spends 14 minutes covering this, 8 minutes as a break. Totally 22 she has consumed. 42 minus 22 is 20. This 14 minutes she travels at 40 kilometers per hour. This she should cover in 20 minutes. At what speed will she do it? This is the ratio. We don't even have to worry about kilometers per hour and minutes. And 14 into 40 is 20 into what? Luckily, this is just 14 into 2, 28 kilometers per hour. I'm keeping this as minutes and that as kilometers per hour because I'm not really finding the distance traveled. I'm just equating. So this side will be kilometers into minutes by hour. That side will be kilometers into minutes by hour. Funnily enough, that's a good unit. Your units don't have to be in kilometers or meters. Your units have to be the same on both sides. Fine. So kilometers minutes per hour is a legitimate unit. And sometimes the ratio idea works magic. You don't even have to find the actual distance traveled. A and B are two railway stations 90 kilometers per hour apart. A train leaves A at 9 a.m. heading towards B at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. This is 90 kilometers. A train leaves at 9 a.m. traveling at 40 kilometers per hour. Another train leaves at B at 10:30 a.m. heading towards A at 20 kilometers per hour. The trains meet each other at, let's start at 10:30 a.m. That's 1.5 hours, 40 kilometers per hour, 1.5 hours. A would travel 60 kilometers. So A would be at the 60 kilometer point at 10:30 on the first train. I'm calling that A. Fine. So train 1. This is train 2. At 10:30, they are 30 kilometers apart. How would we get 30 kilometers apart? Out of 90, 60 A has traveled. A is traveling at 40. B is traveling at, train 1 is traveling at 40. Train 2 is traveling at 20. So the relative speed is 60 kilometers per hour. They have to travel 30 kilometers. They'll meet somewhere here. They'll meet after half an hour. 30 kilometers by 60 kilometers per hour is half an hour. Half an hour after 10:30, 11 a.m. A person invested a certain amount of money at 10% annual interest, compounded half yearly. After 1.5 years, the interest and principal together became 18,522. Principal into 1.05 whole cube is 18522. That's all this is. 10% annual interest compounded half yearly. So half yearly interest is 5%. After 1.5 years, that is 3 compoundings, it becomes 18522 fine principal. With the calculator, this becomes very easy. We don't have a calculator. P into 21 by 20 into 21 by 20 into 21 by 20 is 18522. 9, 14, 80. This is a multiple of 9. So we can cancel 9 from here. I'm going to do that. 2, 0, 5, 8. This will become 7. This will become 7. 2 plus 8, 10, 15. Again, we can cancel a 3. Make this 7. Divide this by 3. 6. 25, 8, 6. We can cancel 7. 343 is 7 cube. 686 is 2 into 7 cube. Lovely. 2. So the principal is 2 into 20 into 20 into 20. 8,000 into 2, 16,000 rupees. We don't have a calculator, so we're doing this. The exam context, plug this in, get principal done. A man buys 35 kilograms of sugar and sets a marked price in order to make a 20% profit. Wonderful. So he buys and he marks it up by 20%. He sells 5 kgs at this price. So he buys at X. He sells at 1.2x. At 1.2x, he sells 5 kilograms. And 15 kgs at a discount of 10%. 10% discount to this is 1.2x into 0.9 at 1.08x. 1.08x. At this point, he sells 15 kgs. Accidentally, 3 kilograms of sugar is wasted. Oh. So he manages to sell only 32. 3 goes away. He sells the remaining sugar by raising the marked price by P% so as to make an overall profit of 15%. He raises the marked price by P%. Gets to some price. He sells the remaining sugar at that price. So let's think about how much is remaining. 15 plus 5, 20 he has sold. Out of 35, 20 is sold, so 15 remaining. 3 gets wasted, so 12 kilograms. At some price. If we find this, we can find P%. Lovely. He wants to make an overall profit of 15%. That means for the 35 kilograms, he wants to have sold it at an equivalent of 1.15x. Done. We've got all the numbers. This question becomes very simple. How so? He wants to make 35 into 1.15x. He gets 5 into 1.2x plus 15 into 1.08x plus 12 into something. That should be equal to this. We find this something, then we can find P%. Lovely. Again, we don't have a calculator, so I'm going to do the brute force thing. 115 into 35. 5 5 is 25, 5 2, 75, 575, 345, 5, 12 to 110, 0, 1. So this is 40.25x equals 6x plus 15 into 1.08. 15 into 8 is 120 plus 16.2x plus 12 into whatever this is. So 6 plus 16, 22.2, 40.25 minus 22.2, 0.05, 18.05x. 18.05x is 12 into something. Fine. Lovely. 18x if it were. Take it 18x. That is 12 into 1.5. Lovely. So this is 1.5x, maybe a smidgen more than that. Now that 1.5x is got by raising 1.2x by P%. 1.2x jacked up by P% takes us to 1.5x. 1.5x by 1.2x is 5 by 4. It's 1.25. Multiply by 1.25, we get there, or increase by a further 25%. We are through. With calculator, this is that little bit simpler. And you need to be very comfortable with percentages and decimals in order to navigate questions such as these. Get there. Two alcohol solutions A and B are mixed in the proportion 1:3 by volume. A and B 1:3. The volume of the mixture is then doubled by adding solution A such that the resulting mixture has 72% alcohol. So 1 unit of A, 3 units of B, amounting to 4 units of total. The volume is doubled. That means you're adding 4 total units. This is all A. The final mixture has A to B in the ratio 5:3. 1:3 gives us 4 total units. You're adding 4 more units of A. So 5:3 ratio. Resulting mixture has 72% alcohol. A has 60%. How much should B have? This is classic allegations question. 60, 72, difference is 12. 5:3 ratio, this is 12. This should be 20. 72 plus 20, 92. Done. You should be blitzing these questions. A contractor agreed to construct a 6-kilometer road in 200 days. 6 kilometers, 200 days. He employed 140 persons for the work. After 60 days, he realized only 1.5 kilometers was completed. So 1.5, 60 days of 140 people. How many additional people would he need to employ in order to finish the work exactly on time? So let's find out how many people are needed if we get 140 more days. 60 days are over, totally it takes 200 days. That's what he has committed to. This is 1.5 kilometers. This is 4.5. Overall is 6. This is 4.5. This is 1.5. Kind of questions get very simple when you think about ratios. 1:3 or 140 people working for 60 days or n people working for 140 days. This is 3 times this. Done. 140 people working for 60 days can into 3 is n people working for 140 or n is 180. 140 people are already there. We want to know how many additional people will be required. 40 more. Once again, you should be blitzing these. Very doable. In the final exam, Vishnu scored 52% and Asha scored 64%. Vishnu 52%. Asha 64%. So it's 12% more. The marks obtained by Vishnu is 23 less, and that by Asha is 34 more than the mark obtained by Ramesh. Ramesh is somewhere here. Vishnu got 23 less and Asha got 34 more. We don't care about Ramesh's score. We care that this 57 marks corresponds to 12%. The marks obtained by Geeta, who scored 84%. That's it. 12 into 7 is 84. We just have to do 57 into 7. 7 7s are 49. 9 4. 35 plus 4, 39, 399. Ratios and thinking about structuring it differently makes life a breeze. A batsman played n+2 innings and got out on all occasions. The average score of this n+2 innings was 29 runs. He scored 38 and 15 in the last 2 innings. So last 2 innings, 38 and 15. Overall average is 29. N innings before that. The batsman scored less than 38 runs in each of the first n innings. In these n innings, its average score was 30 and the lowest score was X runs. Average is 30. So total is 30 into n. Average is 29. So total overall total is 29 into n plus 2. Done. We can find n. 30n plus 38 plus 15 is 29 into n plus 2. So 30n plus 53 is 29n plus 58. Or n is 58 minus 53, which is 5. There are 5 innings beforehand. His average score was 30 and the lowest was X. The batsman scored less than 38 runs in each of the first n innings. First 5 innings. Average is 30 or total in 5 innings is 150. He scored less than 38 in each of the first 10 innings. Lowest score was X. So what do? We say 5 numbers. Term 1, term 2, term 3, term 4, term 5. Should add up to 150. Each of these is less than 38. We want to find the lowest score. The smallest possible value of the lowest score. These should be as high as possible. Put this at 37, 37, 37, 37, 74, 148. 148 can get accounted by this. Total 150. We should score at least 2 runs in the innings at which he scored the lowest.
Identical chocolate pieces are sold in boxes of 2 sizes, small and large. The large box is sold for twice the price of the small box. The selling price per gram of chocolate in the large box is 12% less than that in the small box. Then the percentage by which the weight of chocolate in the large box exceeds that in the small box is nearest to. Very interesting question. It is sold for twice. So small, large. And price is, if this is X, this is 2X. Nice. The selling price per gram. So let's say we want to do the weight. The weight of chocolate in the large box exceeds that in the small box. Weight, let's say this is 100 and this is Y. And so that we can find the percentage difference straight away. This is a weight 100 and Y. The selling price per gram of chocolate in the large box is 12% less than that in the small box. Price per gram per weight. Right, this is X by 100. This is 2X by Y. Right? This is 2X by Y is 12% less than that in the small box. So X by 100 into 0.88 is 2X by Y. Done. We're through. X by 100 into 0.88 is 2X by Y. The X gets knocked off, or Y equals 200 by 0.88 or 200 by 88 into 100. 100 by 44, 50 by 22, 25 by 11. 25 by 11 into 100. 25 by 11 should be 2 times. 3 by 11, another 2 times. 30 by 11, 22 goes off, another 7. It is 22.7, so somewhere around 227. That's what this number should be, 2.27, 227. So the large box is 2.27 times the small box. Wait, so by what percentage? Then the percentage by which the weight of the chocolate in the large box exceeds that of the small box is 127%. This calculation, this question, I made a huge blunder. I found the answer to be 227. I didn't find it in the choices and then kept doing the question over and over again, which is a shame really, because this is 227% of the weight in the small box, or 127% more. From their part, I think they missed a trick by not including 227 in the choices. I would have marked that straight away and got a -1 for myself. Onion is sold for 5 consecutive months at the rate of 10, 20, 25, 25 and 50 respectively. So month 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Price is rupees 10, 20, 25, 25 and 50. Nice. A family spends a fixed amount of money on onion for each of the first 3 months, then spends half that amount on onion for each of the next 2 months. Nice. Same amount and then half that amount. And so I'm going to take the half that amount thing as 100. I'm going to say amount is 100, 100, 200, 200, 200. Then number of kilograms is 20, 10, 8, 4, 2. Maybe we need not have selected 100, we could have selected 50, 50, 100, 100, 100. Life would have been simpler. Numbers are smaller. I plugged in this as 100 because I want a number that's a multiple of all of these. It's becoming 100 into 200. I know I'll deal with the integers. Life is simpler. And then spend half the average expense for onion in rupees per kilogram for the family over these 5 months Amount spent 600 plus 200, 800. Quantity 20, 30, 30, 40, 44. 800 by 44, which is 400 by 22, which is 200 by 11. 200 by 11 is 18 point something. 18 into 11 is 198, 18 point something. Done. Plug in a number which makes the multiplication or computation simpler. Life becomes easier. Amal purchases some pens at rupees 8 each. To sell these, he hires an employee at a fixed wage. He sells 100 of these pens at rupees 12 each. The remaining pens are sold at rupees 11 each. Then he makes a net profit of rupees 300. While he makes a net loss of rupees 300, the remaining pens are sold at 9 each. Very nice. So 100 he sells at 12. Remaining he spends at 11. He makes 300. If he sells at 11, he loses. Sorry, if he sells at 9, he loses 300. Straight away, it's super useful. If there's a swing of 2 rupees per pen, I go from plus 300 to minus 300. The difference between the amount of money I make is 600. At 2 rupees to the pen, instead of selling at 11, I sell at 9. Or I make 2 rupees per pen lesser in this. 2 rupees per pen lesser, 600 rupees swing, or number of pens equals 300. 300 into 2 is 600. I'm losing 2 rupees per pen and I end up making a loss of a swing of 600. From making a profit of 300, I go to loss of 300. So if I reduce the price by 2 rupees per pen, I lose 600 rupees, or there are 300 pens. And the wage of employee in INR. So we have to come back to the employee cost. Amal purchases some pens at 8 each. He hires an employee at a fixed wage. He sells 100 of these at 12. So let's do this. 100 pens at rupees 12 and 300 pens at rupees 11. So this is 1200. This is 3300. 4500 is the total amount of money he makes. This is a profit of 300. He makes 300 rupees. So his total cost is 4500 minus 300, which is 4200. In selling 400 pens, but he buys them at rupees 8 each. 400 into 8 is rupees 3200. So his total cost of purchase is 3200, but his total landed cost is 4200, or it has cost him $1000 to sell. Cost of production plus cost of selling is the total cost. Cost of production or cost of making or cost of purchase is 3200, but his total cost is 4200, or the missing $1000 is the wage of the employee. It cost him 1000 rupees for the act of selling this employee. Anil invests some money at a fixed rate of interest, compounded annually. If the interest accrued during the second and third years are 806.25 and 866.72 respectively, the interest accrued in INR during the fourth year is nearest to. Very nice, juicy question. Let's say year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Principal, interest, amount. Fine. So this is P. This is P into 1 plus X, where X is R by 100, rate by 100. This is P into 1 plus X. This is P into 1 plus X whole square. This is P into 1 plus X whole square, P into 1 plus X whole cube, P into 1 plus X whole cube, P into 1 plus X whole power 4. You know, the amount moves. Whatever principal was into 1 plus X, the amount. Whatever principal was into 1 plus X, the amount. Whatever principal was into 1 plus X is the amount. And that's how the compound interest thing works. That's why the compounding kicks in. I have some principal into 1 plus X is my new amount at the end of the year. This becomes a principal for year 2. Then becomes like this becomes the principal for year 3. This becomes like this. So what is the interest? Interest here is P into X, year 1. What is the interest here? This is P into 1 plus X the whole square minus P into 1 plus X. This minus this. Amount minus principal is the interest accrued in the third year, in the second year. Same process here, same process here. Right? So p into 1 plus x whole square minus p into 1 plus x is p into 1 plus x into 1 plus x minus 1, or p into 1 plus x into x. Next year it's going to be 1 plus x whole cube minus 1 plus x whole square. I can extract a 1 plus x whole square outside, and then I'll have x remaining. I can extract a 1 plus x whole cube outside, I'll have x remaining. But simply, if I'm tracking only interest, year 1 would be p into x. Year 2 would be p into x into 1 plus x. Year 3 would be p into x into 1 plus x the whole square. Year 4 would be px into 1 plus x the whole cube. The interest accrued in each year, basically a higher base into the same rate of interest. Higher base into the same rate of interest. So if my principal at the beginning of each year goes in a geometric progression, so too will interest. Just whatever the principal is into x is interest. Right? So this principal into x is this interest. Other way of thinking about it. This principal into x is interest. This principal into x is interest. Or the interest is the geometric progression. Right? So we have 806.25. 866.72. What is this number? This number is going to be 866.72 by 806.25 into 866.72. I think this is 1.075 or something, 7.5% interest rate. I don't remember the answer at the top of my head, but this we can compute. The funda is very simple. Just plug it in, calculate the answer. It should be done. I think that this number is 1.075. Multiply by that, whatever the answer is. That's what we're looking at. 86 into 3 by 4. It is 8866 plus this. 64 plus this. 930. This should be the answer. That's my gut feel. The strength of an indigo solution in percentages is equal to the amount of indigo in grams per 100 cc of water. Two 800 cc bottles are filled with indigo solutions. Two 800 cc. One is 33%. Other is 17%. Pardon how it looks, equal volume. 800 cc each. A part of the solution from the first bottle is thrown away and replaced by an equal volume of the solution from the second bottle. The strength of we throw this away and take from this and put into this equally. So this will be back to 800 ml. The strength of the indigo solution in the first bottle has now changed to 21%. This is now 21%. Obviously it will fall. What do? We say, okay, 33% has been mixed with 17% to get 21%. In what ratio would it be mixed? This is 12, this is 4. 4 is to 12 or 1 is to 3. Nice. So 1 is to 3. In the 800 ml of the new thing, 1 should be 33%, 3 units should be 17%. Or in this 21%, this 200 ml of 33% solution and 600 ml of 17% solution. What are the questions? It says, then the volume in cc of the solution left in the bottle. Solution left in the bottle. So you're taking some from here and filling this in. We've taken 600 ml, 800 ml to start with. We've taken out 600, remaining 200 ml will be there. Answer is 200. Very nice, very juicy. Amar, Akbar and Antony are working on a project. Working together, Amar and Akbar can complete the project in 1 year. I hate these questions. They can tell us Amar, Bimal and Charles, right? So Amar and Akbar can finish it in 1 year, or what they can do is 1 by 12 months to the year. So they can finish 1/12 of the task in a month. Akbar and Antony can complete it in 16 months, or in 1 month they can finish 1/16 of this. Antony and Amar and Antony can finish it in 2 years, 1/24. Nice. The person who's neither the fastest nor the slowest works alone. The time and months he will take to complete. 1 by 12 and 1 by 24 are the two extremes. 1 by 16 is the middle number. So we are looking at Amar's speed, the missing number. Right? Amar is neither the fastest nor the slowest. Amar plus Akbar can finish 1/12, or the slowest is Antony. Amar plus Antony will take 24 months, or the quickest is Akbar, or we want to find Amar's speed from these equations. So Amar plus Akbar is this, add all three up, 2 times Amar plus Akbar plus Antony. The LCM is 48, 4 by 48 plus 3 by 48 plus 2 by 48, just 9 by 48, which is 3 by 16. Just twice of this, or Amar plus Akbar plus Antony, is 3 by 32. We want to find Amar from this, subtract this, we are through. From 3 by 32, subtract 1 by 16 or 2 by 32, we'll get 1 by 32. Or Amar's 1 by 32, or Amar alone working will take 32 hours, or 32 months, 2 years and 8 months. What are we doing here? Amar plus Akbar in 1 month can finish 1/12 of the task. Akbar plus Antony in 1 month can finish 1/16 of the task. Amar plus Antony in 1 month can finish 1 by 24 of the task. The numbers, this is the largest, this is the smallest. I don't even have to process this. The middle number is the one where the slowest and the fastest are working together. That means the middle speed guy is this missing guy. So we want to find Amar. Add everything up. We'll get 2 times Amar plus Akbar plus Antony. Divide by 2. We'll get Amar plus Akbar plus Antony. From that, subtract this. We'll get Amar's number, which turns out to be 1 by 32. Or Amar in a month can do 1 by 32 of the task. Or to finish the task, it'll take 32 months. Time in months should be 32. Suppose hospital A admitted 21 less COVID infected patients. I remember looking at this question, it should be 21 fewer, not less. COVID infected patients than hospital B. So hospital A, B, number of patients. This is X. This is X plus 21. The sum of recovery days for patients in hospitals A and B were 200 and 152 respectively. Number of days, sum of all, this was 200, this was 152. Nice. If the average recovery days for patients in hospital A was 3 more than, so the average is 200 by X and 152 by X plus 21. This was 3 more than this. Average recovery days for patients admitted in hospital A was 3 more than the average in hospital B, or 200 by X was 152 by X plus 21 plus 3. We spent an inordinate amount of time trying to crack this by finding factors for 200, factors of 152, seeing where they would fit. 152 is a very interesting number. It is 76 into 2, 38 into 4, 19 into 8. So all I thought was, somehow I have to have a multiple of 19. There are only 5, 6 multiples of 19 that work in this territory. That is X plus 21. Find this, it will work. It didn't work. It drove me mad. I don't want to do this the more proper way. 200 by X minus 152 by X plus 21 equals 3. So we'll take a 200x plus 21 into 200 minus 152x, I'm just cross multiplying, equals 3x into x plus 21. This is 48x, 21 into 200 plus 48x equals 3x into x plus 21. You can cancel a 3, this becomes 7, this becomes 16. 7 into 200 plus 16x equals x square plus 21x. So x square plus 5x minus 7 into 200 equal to 0. 7 into 200, again write it as 14 into 100, 28 into 50, 56 into 25. Take 1 5, put it here, take the 7, put it there, 40 into 35, and then different combinations like that. The difference should be 5. I factorize this. 40 into 35 works well. So x minus 40 into x plus 35, sorry, x plus 40 into x minus 35 equal to 0. X could be minus 40 or plus 35. It cannot be minus 40, it is plus 35. It took me a while to factorize this. Because 7 into 200, I kept breaking it. I always kept both 5s this side. The two 5s sitting in the product. Put one 5 here, one 5 there. That's when the difference can be 5. I should have figured it out. I didn't. Put one 5 this side, one 5 that side. It becomes easy to factorize. So x is 35. If you look at this, the number of days here, 200 by 35. And 152 by 56. Right? So 200 by 35 is 40 by 7. 152 by 56 is 19 by 7. Subtract this. This is 27 by 3, which is wonderful. This is not an integer. The difference is an integer. That's why all my cute methods of trying to find factors where I lost minutes completely came back to bite me. So guessing from the answer, going from the choices, trying to factorize it, thinking about integers, just doing natural numbers, just doing a plug and play. Not only did it not work, it wound me up, lost me time, and stressed me out for the rest of the paper. The amount Nita and Geeta together earn in a day equals what Sita alone earns in 6 days. Okay? N plus G equal to 6S. The amount Sita and Nita together earn in a day equals what Geeta alone earns in 2 days. Sita and Nita, S plus N is 2G. The ratio of the daily earnings of the one who earns the most to the one who earns the least. N plus G is 6S. S plus N is 2G. Subtract this from this, N will go off. G minus S, 6S minus 2G. 3G equals 7S. Nice, we've got one thing going. Plug that in somewhere. S plus N. S is 3 by 7 G. 3 by 7 G plus N equals 2G. N equals 14 by 7 minus 3 by 7 is 11 by 7 G. S is 3 by 7 G. 3 by 7 G. 11 by 7 G. G. Those are the three earnings. This is small, this is high. The ratio of the daily earnings of the one who earns the most to the one who earns the least, 11:3. Can I try to be cute with this? Try to do something with integers. We just brute force it to get the answer. Anu, Vinu and Manu can complete in 15 days. So Anu can do 1/15 of the task. Vinu can finish 1/12 of the task. Manu can do 1/20 of the task. Vinu works every day. Anu works only on alternate days starting from the first day. So Anu works 1, 3, 5. And Manu works only on alternate days starting from the second day, 2, 4, 6. Then in how many days will the task get completed? The number of days needed to complete the work. So odd days, Anu and Vinu work. Even days, Manu and Vinu work. Fine. So odd days, we have 1/15 plus 1/12. Even days, we have 1/20 plus 1/12. Or this is 4/60 plus 5/60, which is 9/60. I'm not writing it as 3/20 because this is 3/60 plus 5/60, which is 8/60. Nice, wonderful. So odd days 9/60 get done, even days 8/60 get done. So day 1 9/60, day 2 8/60, together 17/60. Right, so 3, 4 same, another 17/60. 5, 6 same, another 17/60. If we add all this, we get 51/60. If we go to day 8, it will become 68/60, bigger. day 7, we had another 9 by 60, we threw. So 9, 8, 9, 8, 9. 9, 8, 9, 8, 9, 8, 9. So 4 days of 9 by 60, 3 days of 8 by 60, take us through to 7 days totally. This is the answer. Two trains cross each other in 14 seconds when running in opposite directions on parallel tracks. The faster train is 160 meters long and crosses a lamp post in 12 seconds. The faster train speed is 160 by 12 meters per second, 80 by 6 or 40 by 3 meter per second. Nice. The speed of the other train is 6 kilometers per hour less than the faster one. Kilometers per hour. Difference in the speed 6 into 5 by 18 meters per second or 5 by 3 meters per second. So slower train speed is 5 by 3 less than this, 35 by 3 meters per second. The two trains cross each other when running in opposite directions on parallel tracks. So relative speed is 40 by 3 plus 35 by 3 meters per second, 75 by 3, which is 25 meters per second. Right? And they take 14 seconds to cross each other, or relative distance is 25 meters per second into 14 seconds. 25 into 14, 0, 10, 350 meters. The relative distance is 350 meters. The first train is 160 meters long. The relative distance, they are crossing each other like this. That means this should have come somewhere here. This should have crossed over to this point. Exact same point. So from a point like this, they've crossed over like this. Relative distance is sum of the lengths of the two trains. This is 350 totally. One train is 160 meters long. The other one, the speed of the other train is 6 kilometers per hour less than the faster one. Its length, the remaining 190 meters. From a container filled with milk, 9 liters of milk are drawn and replaced with water. And so from this 9 liters are removed, it becomes water plus milk. Next from this, let's say the overall container capacity is C, 9 are removed. The same container, 9 liters are drawn again and replaced with water. If the volumes of milk and water in the container are now in the ratio 16:9, so we do it one more time. Do this, then do it one more time. Finally, we have milk is 16, water is 9. Ratio is 16:9. What is the capacity C? Right. Whatever C was, capacity C was there, milk became this into C minus 9 by C. That ratio was taken out. We're taking 9 liters out of that. So milk becomes C minus 9 by C. In this stage, again from here, we're taking out 9 liters of the mixture. So we're retaining C minus 9. So whatever milk was there originally into C minus 9 by C will be retained. And then whatever is remaining will become water. So we don't care about water, we just care about milk. From C, C minus 9 is retained. From this, C minus 9 by C is retained. That fraction C minus 9 by C is retained. Why? We're removing 9 liters. C minus 9 is retained. C minus 9 by C of whatever we started off, that much milk will be there. Suppose we're removing half of it. Whatever milk was there, half of that will be remaining. Suppose you're removing 1/3 of that. Whatever milk was there, 2/3 of that will be remaining. Remaining, or C into C minus 9 by C into C minus 9 by C. This is the fraction of milk remaining divided by C. This is 16 by 25. This is a fraction of milk remaining. Milk by overall. This is the amount of milk remaining. Milk by overall should be 16 by 25. 16 by 16 plus 9. Cancel this off. C minus 9 by C whole square is 16 by 25. C minus 9 by C is 4 by 5. 5C minus 45 equals 4C, or C is 45 meters. Two trains A and B are moving in opposite direction, their speeds being in the ratio of 5:3. The front end of A crossed the rear end of B 46 seconds after the front end of the train had crossed each other. Very interesting. So let's say this is A. A and B speeds in the ratio 5:3. Let's say this is B. Nice. Front end of A crosses the rear end of B 46 seconds. So this crosses over. The front end crosses the rear end. So we go to some place like this. This is the rear end of C. From this state to this state, it takes 46 seconds. Very interesting. 46 seconds to go from this phase to this phase. Right? So from the front to front end crosses the rear end of C. So this is the engine of C. Some smoke coming out. Fine. So this takes 46 seconds. It took another 69 seconds for the rear ends of the trains to cross each other. Another 69 seconds for this to go completely here. And to go like that. And 46 seconds to go from this state to this state. Another 69 to go from this state to this state. Right? Very interesting. So train A, this is train B. So train A crosses and goes beyond. The front end of the train A is here, and front end of train A is at the rear end, or the relative distance covered from this phase to this phase. This is length of train B. From here to here, from this rear end goes completely there. So front to rear to rear to rear. This phase, the distance covered is LA. The first phase, the relative distance covered is length of train B. The second phase, relative distance covered is length of train A. From here to here, front to front, and then front to back. So train A is at the beginning of train B. It goes all the way to end of train B. Relative distance, beginning to end, length of train B. Here, train A, the front to back to back to back. The back goes all the way here. So the distance traveled is length of train A. So here the relative distance traveled is length of train B. Here the relative distance traveled is length of train A. This takes 46 seconds. This takes another 69 seconds. So we want to do LA is to LB. The 69 is to 46. The speeds, relative speeds are the same. They're going in the opposite direction. The distance covered will be the ratio of the times taken. The longer distance will take longer time. This took 69 seconds, took only 46. Length of train A to that of train B is 69 is to 46, which is 3 is to 2. Yep, understand. Beautiful question, because the idea is to grab what exactly is the relative distance. Anil paints a house in 60 days while Bimal can paint it 84 days. Anil starts painting, and after 10 days, Bimal and Charu join him. Together they complete the painting in 14 more days. And so Anil paints for 10 days. And think about, in that 10 days, he'll cover 1/6 of it. 14 more days, that is 14 by 60 from Anil, 14 by 84 from Bimal, 14 by C from Charu, covers 5 by 6. Why 5 by 6? 1 minus 1 by 6. Why 1 by 6? 10 days of Anil. And we frame this equation, we are through, we should find Charu, whatever Charu is, number of days of Charu's thing. 14 by 84 is 1 by 6. So 14 by 60 plus 14 by C equals 5 by 6 minus 1 by 6, which is 4 by 6, which is 2 by 3. 14 by 60 is 7 by 30, or 14 by C is 2 by 3 minus 7 by 30. 20 by 30 minus 7 by 30, which is 13 by 30. Or 1 by C is 13 by 30 into 14. Nice. The share of Charu in INR proportionate to the work done by him. Nice. So Anil in 1 day does 1 by 14. Bimal in 1 day, 1 day does 1 by 60. Bimal does 1 by 84. Charu does 13 by 30 into 14. The other way of thinking about this, Charu does 13 by 30 into 14, works for 14 days. Total work by Charu is 13 by 30 into 14 into 14, or 13 by 30 of the total task. 13 by 30 of the total task Charu completes. What is the share he should get? He should get 13 by 30 of 21,000. 700 into 13, just 9,100 done. Once we find CHF mechanical formula. A box has 450 balls, each either white or black. There being as many, so white or black, 450 totally. There being as many metallic white balls as metallic black balls. Metallic white, metallic black. 40% of the white balls and 50% of the black balls are metallic. 40% of W, 50% of B. 40% of W equals 50% of B, or W is 5 by 4 B. W plus B is 450. 9 by 4 B is 450. Or number of black balls, 50 into 4, 200. This is 200. This is 250. This is 100. Non-metallic white would be 150. This is 100. Non-metallic black would be 100. 100, 150, 100, 100. Then the number of non-metallic balls in the box. Non-metallic balls. Then the number of non-metallic balls would be this 150 plus this 100. 250 totally. 40% of the white balls and 50% of the black balls are metallic. And the number of non-metallic balls in the blocks, 150 plus 100, 250 totally. Nice simple question. Anil, Bobby and Chintu jointly invest in a business and agree to share the overall profit in proportion to their investments. Anil's share of investment is 70%. His share of profit decreases by 420. The overall profit goes down from 18% to 15%. And so some amount X they have invested. Instead of getting 18% of X, it goes to 15% of X. Anil's share falls by 420. So Anil's share is 70% of 18% of X minus 15% of X equals rupees 420. This is 3% of X. 70 into 3% of X is 420. 70 by 100. Let's take 70 into 3 is 210. This is 2. So X is 220,000. Lovely. So the total amount they've invested is 20,000, of which instead of 18%, if they say 15%, then 70% of that amount will be equal to 4. That delta is 420. And he'll get 70%. Instead of getting 70% of 18% of X, he gets 70% of 15% of X. So 70% of 3% of X is 420. We find X. That's a starting point. Next step, Chintu's share of profit increases by rupees 80 the overall profit goes up from 15% to 17%. X is 20,000. 15 to 17 is 2% of 20,000 into Chintu's share equals rupees 80. Chintu's share, 2% of 20,000, 2 by 100, this is 400 into C share is 80, or C share is 80 by 400 or 1 by 5. Lovely. Let's do this. So Anil has put 70%. Chintu has put 20%. Who's the remaining guy? Bobby should have put 10% into the business. The total amount invested is 20,000. Bobby has put 10% of that. 10% of 20,000 is 2,000. I've had a tough time figuring out this profit and investment. I'm used to thinking about profit in terms of cost price, selling price, and profit. I didn't understand that we're talking about investment returns rather than investing into a business and generating profits. They're whole different thing. So I was always thinking in terms of there's a total profit that is there of which they take a share. And I didn't understand that this is 15% of investment that is returned. I thought it was 15% of some revenue, and that revenue number was not given. It was an incredibly confusing question for me. So investment generates 15, 17%, 16, 18%, etc., etc., etc. In a football tournament, a player has played a certain number of matches and 10 more matches remaining to be played. So X have been played, 10 remain. If he scores a total of 1 goal over the 10 matches, his overall average will be 0.15 goals per match. 1 overall average is 0.15. On the other hand, if he scores a total of 2 goals over the next 10 matches, his overall average will be 0.2. 1 extra goal increases his average by 0.05. 1 more, an average goes up by 0.05. Our total number of matches is 20. Average increase into total number of matches should be the total increase, or the total number of matches is 20, or this X is 10. Done, we are through. X is 10, 10 plus 10, 10 plus 10. So average goes up by 0.05. So 0.05 into n equals 1. The total goes up by 1, average goes up by 0.05. Average goes up by, the amount average goes up by into total number of matches equal to the amount total goes up by, or the number of matches totally is 20. 10 is remaining, 10 is his total. The number of matches he has played, originally 10 he has played, and 10 more matches are yet to be played. He's played 10 and that should be 10. Done. Beautiful question, nice and simple, juicy question. Raj invested rupees 10,000 in a fund. At the end of the first year, he incurred a loss, but his balance was more than 5,000. This balance, when invested for another year, grew, and the percentage of growth in the second year was 5 times the percentage of loss in the first year. The gain of Raj from the initial investment over the 2-year period is 35,000, and the percentage of loss in the first year. Beautiful. Beauty here, we don't need this number. He invested some P. It became P into 1 minus X. And then it became P into 1 minus X into 1 plus 5X. First year, he incurred a loss of some amount. The percentage growth in the second year was 5 times the percentage of loss in the first year. Percentage loss, I'm calling it as X. P into 1 minus X, P into 1 plus 5X. So P into 1 minus X into 1 plus 5X, where X is R by 100, percentage growth by 100, equals 1.35 P. Overall return was 35%. 1 minus X into 1 plus 5X equals 1.35. Maybe we can guess from here the percentage loss in the first year be 0.85 into 1.75. That doesn't work. 0.95 into 1.25. No. 0.9 into 1.5. That is 1.35. Is the answer. 10% is 0.1. 1 minus 0.1 is 0.9. 1 plus 0.5 is 1.5. 0.9 into 1.5 is 1.35. That works. We are through. Two pipes A and B attached to an empty water tank are attached to an empty water tank. Pipe A fills the tank while pipe B drains it. If pipe A is opened at 2 p.m. and pipe B is opened at 3 p.m., the tank becomes full at 10. 2 to 8 hours. 8 hours of A plus 7 hours of B fills the tank. B is a negative number in draining. Instead, if A is opened at 2 p.m. and pipe B is opened at 4 p.m., the tank gets full at 2 p.m. So pipe A is open for 4 hours, 4A. Pipe B is open only for 2 hours plus 2B is also the tank capacity. Or 8A plus 7B equals 4A plus 2B. 5B equals minus 4A, or B is minus 4 by 5A. 4A plus 2 times minus 4 by 5A is 20A minus 12A by 5, which is the tank capacity. Tank capacity is 8A by 5. 8A minus 7 28 by 5. 7 into minus 4 is minus 28. 8A minus 28 by 5. Just check this. I think I made some issue with the numbers. 8A plus 7B is 4A plus 2B. So 4A is minus 5B. B is minus 4 by 5A. Nice. 4A minus 8 by 5A. Sorry. This is minus 8 by 5A. T should be 12A by 5. Wonderful. I subtracted and then put the number in. 20A minus 8A by 5 equals 12A by 5. So the tank capacity is 12A by 5. 8A minus 7 into 4 by 5 should be 12 by 5. 4A minus 2 into 4 by 5 should be 12 by 5. Both should work. Lovely. If pipe B is not opened at all, then the time in minutes taken to fill the entire tank. Watt into A is 12 by 5A. No B at all. The tank capacity is 12 by 5A. This should be 12 by 5. 12 by 5 is 2 by 5. 2.4 hours. 2 hours is 120 minutes. 0.4 hours is 24 minutes. 120 plus 24, 144 minutes. Nice and simple question. All of these questions that there are two different time zones, one open, one closed. Equate the two pipe scenarios and then we are through. A person buys tea of different quantities at 800, 500 and 300 per kg. Price per kilogram 800, 500, 300. And the amounts bought are on the ratio 2:3:5. Amounts 2x, 3x, 5x. She mixes all the tea and sells 1/6 of the mixture at 700 per kilogram. 2 plus 3 plus 5 adds up to 10. It's tougher to do a 1/6. So what I'm going to do, multiply this by 3. Call this as 6 kgs, 9 kgs, 15 kgs. These three will add up to 30 kilograms. Let's say she sells 5 kilograms. She'll have some remaining. Lovely. The price in INR per kilogram at which she should sell the remaining to tea to make an overall profit of 50%. She wants to make an overall profit of 50%. Let's start with that. So how much is her cost? 6 into 800 is 4800. 9 into 500 is 4500. 15 into 300 is 4500. Add all of this up. 0, 0, 10, 18, 8, 1, 13800. This 13800 is our cost price into 1.5 is our selling price. She gets this by saying 5 kilogram at rupees 700, remaining 25 at some price. What we need to do is find that price. 1/6 of 30 is 5 kilograms that she sells at 700. The remaining at some price she sells, we need to find that price. 138 into 3 by 2. 1.5 is 3 by 2. So 6900 into 3. 0, 0, 9 3s are 27, 7, 2, 18, 207, 20,700 equals 3,500 plus 25x. So from this we subtract this 3,500, bring that this side. 0, 0, 2, 17,200 is 25x, or x is 17,200 by 25. 172 into 4, 8, 8, 688, rupees 688 per kilogram. Luckily, that's there among our choices. That's the number we're looking for. Nice and simple question. Pick the number so that this 1/6 thing becomes easier to compute. If a certain weight of an alloy of silver and copper is mixed with 3 kg of pure silver, the resulting alloy will have 90% silver by weight. Weight of an alloy of silver and copper. So silver plus copper in alloy plus 3 plus 90% silver by weight. This is 90% silver. Okay. So this or Ag plus 3 by Ag plus Cu plus 3 is 9 by 10. Nice. The same weight of the initial alloy mixed with 2 kg of another alloy which has 90% silver by weight. The resulting alloy will have 87% silver by weight. Same weight of the initial alloy. So Ag plus Cu, 2 kg of another alloy which is plus 2 kg, that will be the denominator, which has 80% silver. Ag plus 1.8 equals 84 by 100. 0.84, 84% silver by weight. What we are doing effectively is calculating silver by total. Silver by total is 9 by 10, silver by total is 84 by 100. If we solve these two, we should get silver, copper, weight of the initial alloy is Ag plus Cu, something. And so, forget this equation, I just started off by writing it, you don't have to write that. Weight of silver in alloy plus 3 divided by weight of alloy plus 3 is 9 by 10. Weight of silver plus 1.8. Why 1.8? 90% of 2 by weight of alloy plus 2 is 84 by 100. Cross multiply, simplify. Okay. 10 Ag plus 30 equals 9 Ag plus Cu, 9 Cu plus 27. Ag plus 3 is 9 times copper. 84 by 100 is 21 by 25. So Ag plus 1.8 into 25 is Ag plus Cu plus 2 into 21. 25 Ag, 1.8 into 25 is 45 equals 21 Ag plus 21 Cu plus 42, or 4 Ag plus 3 is 21 Cu. The previous equation was Ag plus 3 is 9 Cu. Ag plus 3 or 4 Ag plus 12 is 36 Cu. 9 is 15 Cu. Copper is 9 by 15, just 3 by 15, 3 by 5, sorry. 4, we also have Ag plus 3 is 9 Cu. We can plug in that. Ag plus 3 is 9 into 3 by 5, which is 27 by 5, which is 5.4. So Ag plus 3 is 5.4. Ag is 2.4. Ag is 2.4, copper is 0.6, 2.4 plus 0.6 is 3. That's an elaborate computation question. Write down the equation carefully, cross multiply, simplify, solve the equation, then we are through. Not such a big fan of these questions because heavily calculation intensive, nothing conceptual. Write down the equation and then cross multiply and solve. They're testing solving rather than funda. But hey, we deal with what we have in front of us. Anil can paint a house in 12 days while Barun can paint it in 16 days. Anil, Barun and Chandru undertake to paint the house for 24,000. 3 of them together complete the painting in 6 days. If Chandru is paid in proportion to the work done by him, amount in INR received by him. Anil works for 6 days. So Anil will complete 6 by 12. Barun also works for 6 days. Barun will complete 6 by 16. Remaining is done by Chandru. So subtract that, we'll get the remaining. Then we are through. 6 by 12 is 1 by 2. 6 by 16 is 3 by 8. 1 by 2 is 4 by 8. These two together do 7 by 8. 7/8 of the task Anil and Barun complete. 1/8 is done by Chandru. Remaining. What are we doing? They can do 1/12 of the task in a day. Anil works for 6 days, 6 by 12. Barun works for 6 days. He can complete in 16 days, 6 by 16. Between the two of them, they finish 7/8 of the task in those 6 days. That means the remaining 1/8 is done by Chandu. So he should get paid 1/8 of 24,000. 1/8 of 24,000 is 3,000. Mira and Amal walk along a circular track starting from the same point at the same time. They walk in the same direction. Then in 45 minutes, Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Mira. If they walk in opposite directions, then they meet for the first time exactly after 3 minutes. I was put off by this a little bit. If they walk in the same direction, then in 45 minutes, Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Mira. But if they walk in the same direction or in opposite direction, in 45 minutes, they can complete only the same number of laps. And so if they walk in the same direction, I just didn't get that. And so let's take Mira takes m minutes for a lap. Amal takes a minutes for a lap. And so in 45 minutes, Mira will do 45 by m laps. Amal will do 45 by a or 45 by a laps. Amal completes exactly 3 more rounds than Mira. 45 by m plus 3 equals 45 by a, or 45 by m, 45 by a minus 45 by m is 3. Nice. They walk in opposite direction, then they meet for the first time exactly after t minutes. And so to complete a lap, Mira takes m minutes, Amal will take a minutes. Or the speed which they travel is lap by m, lap by a. The relative speed will be lap by m plus lap by a. So the time taken for one round will be lap by m plus lap by a. This is equal to 3, or 1 by m plus 1 by a is 3, or 1 by m plus 1 by a is 1 by 3. After this, solve these two, we can get m and a and then simplify that. This is 45 by a minus 45 by m, or we'll write these two equations down. 45 by a minus 45 by m equals 3. 1 by a plus 1 by m equals 1 by 3. This I'm going to rewrite it as 1 by a minus 1 by m equals 3 by 45, which is 1 by 15. The number of rounds Mira walks in 1 hour is how much? So we want to find m. If I subtract 1 from this, 1 from the other, this from that, then 2 by m equals 1 by 3 minus 1 by 15, which is 5 by 15 minus 1 by 15, which is 4 by 15. Or 1 by m is 2 by 15. Or Mira takes 15 by 2 minutes for a lap. She takes 7.5 minutes for a lap. The number of rounds Mira walks in 1 hour. In 15 minutes, she'll do 2 laps. In 1 hour, she'll do 8 laps. The arithmetic mean of scores of 25 students in an exam is 50. So 25 students. Total is 50 into 25, which is 1250. Nice. 5 of these students top the examination with the same score. So we have A. 5 toppers, all equal. The scores of the other students are distinct integers, with the lowest being 30. And the maximum possible score of the toppers is, we want to find maximum of A. Sum of everything is 1250. The smallest is 30. All of these added up together is 1250. This has to be as high as possible. These have to be as low as possible. So the remaining 20 students should have as low a total as possible. They're distinct integers. Are we talking about 30, 31, 32, 33, all the way till whatever the last number is. So 30 to 50 will be 21 numbers till 49. Find the sum of all of this. Add to 5a equated to 1250. We are through. This is an arithmetic progression, 20 terms. Sum of all this will be 20 by 2 into 30 plus 49, or 10 into 79, which is 790. So 5a equals 1250 minus 790, which is 460. 5 times a is 460. A should be 92. Maximum possible value of a. One part of a hostel's monthly expense is fixed, and the other part is proportional to the number of its boarders. Fixed plus variable cost. The hostel collects rupees 1600 per month from each boarder. This is what they get in terms of revenues. When the number of boarders is 50, the profit of the hostel is rupees 200 per boarder. Their cost is 1400 per boarder. They collect 1600, their cost is 1400. So fixed cost plus 50 times variable cost is 50 times 1400. They make 1600 revenue. They make a profit of 200, or their cost should be 1400. 1400 per boarder. There are 50 boarders. 50 into 1400 is the total cost. F plus 50V is 50 into 1400. And when the number of boarders is 75, the profit of the hostel is 250 per boarder, or F plus 75V is 75 into 1350. Why 1350? 1600 minus 250. They make more profit per boarder because the variable cost is one amount. The fixed cost is going to be now distributed among larger number of people. Instead of F being distributed over 50 people, F being distributed over 75 people makes life simpler. F by 75 minus F by 50 minus F by 75 should be the remaining 50 rupees. That difference which they make. When the number of boarders is 80, the total profit of the hostel, if you need to find F plus 80V, you subtract one from the other, we get 25V equals 75 into 1350 minus 55 into this. Or take out a 25, 3 into 1350, 0, 5, 9, 0, 4050 minus 2800. Or 25V is 25 times 1250. Or the variable cost per boarder is 1250. Wonderful. Now we want to do for ATV. What is F plus ATV? F plus 50V is 1400 into 50. Add another 30V. We are through. So this number should be plus 30 times 1250. Whatever this number turns out to be, that will be the total cost they have, subtracted from total revenues they have. We are through. The total cost will be 1400 into 50, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, so 70,000 plus 2 zeros, 3 into 125, 375, 37,500. Add these two up. This is the total cost that they have when there are 80 students. Total revenues will be 1600 into 80. They realize 1600 from each boarder, 80 students, 0, 0, 0, 128. From that subtract this 128,000 minus 107,000 is 21,000, minus 108 is 20,000, 20,500, that is there. In solve methodically, nothing there. One day Rahul started work at 9 AM and Goutham joined him 2 hours later. Then they worked together and completed the work at 5 PM. That is, Rahul works from 9 to 5, 8 hours. Goutham works from 11 to 5, 6 hours. 8 times what Rahul does per hour, 6 times what Goutham does per hour can complete the task. If both had started at 9 AM and worked together, the work would have been completed 30 minutes earlier. That is 7.5R plus 7.5G would also complete the task. Equate these two. 8R plus 6G equals 7.5R plus 7.5G. 0.5R is 1.5G, or R is 3G. Rahul is thrice as good as Goutham. Working alone, the time Rahul would have taken in hours to complete the task is working alone. That means no 6G. R is 3G. So 8R plus 6G is 8R plus 2R. 6G is 2R or 10R. Or 10 times Rahul's output per hour can complete the task. Or Rahul will take 10 hours to finish it. Very routine question. Number of hours into per hour output, the total output. And then equate it to whatever task is there. Simplify that. The total of male and female populations in a city increased by 25% from 1970 to 1980. During the same period, the male population increased by 40%, while the female population increased by 20%. So male went to 1.4 male, female went to 1.2 female, male plus female went to 1.25 times male plus female. First of all, if we equate these two, we should get some equation linking M and F. Let's do that. 1.4M plus 1.2F equals 1.25M plus 1.25F, or 0.15M equals 0.05F. 3M equal to F. Number of females is thrice the number of males. Nice. With this we can treat it as a mixture also, 40% and 20% mixed to give 25%. That's the other approach for this. From 1980 to 1990, the female population increased by 25%. Let's say 1980 to 1990, female population increased by 25%. In 1990, so let's start with this. So 1970, M, F, M equals F equals 3M. 1980, this becomes 1.4M, this becomes 3.6M. 20%, 40%. 1980 to 90, the female population increased by 25%. 1990, this increased by 25%. 25% is 1/4, that is 0.9M. This goes to 4.5M. Nice. In 1990, the female population is twice the male population. The male population should have been 2.25M. Then the percentage increase, the total of male and female populations in the city from 1970 to 1990, or we started at 4M, we end with 6.75M. We want to find the percentage increase. Percentage increase is 2.75 by 4 into 100. 275 divided by 4 goes 6 times 24, 35, 8 times 32, 30, 68.75%, which is there. Very simple question. So the first equation gives you the ratio of male to female population. Track it from 70 to 80, 80 to 90. Write down the equation. We are through. In a tournament, a team has played 40 matches so far and won 30% of them. 40 so far and won 30% of them. If they win 60% of the remaining matches, their overall win percentage will be 50%. They win 60%. Their overall win percentage will be 50%. We mix 6 and get 30 and 60 mixed to get 50. The ratio in which they should be mixed is 10:20 or 1:2. That means 40 matches have been played, 80 are remaining. Brilliant. One step done. 80 remaining matches, totally 120 matches. Suppose they win 90% of the remaining matches, then the total number of matches won by the team. So 40 matches, they have a 30% win percentage. Remaining 80 matches, they have a 90% win percentage. They got a new coach who's doing wonders with them. Or they win 12 matches and 72 matches. 84 matches totally. Their overall win percentage will be 70%. They win 84 totally. A shop owner bought a total of 64 shirts from a wholesale market that came in two sizes, small and large. 64, small and large. The price of a small shirt was 50 less than that of a large shirt. X minus 50. She paid a total of 5,000 for the large shirts. L into X is 5,000. And a total of 1,800 for the small shirts. S into X minus 50 is 1,800. S can be written as 64 minus L. Then the price of a large shirt and a small shirt together in INR is. So the X number should be less than, should be more than 50. The L, the number of large shirts, should be less than 64. And so this number is less than 64. This is more than 50. And multiplying those two to get 50,000. So it could be 50 into 100. Something like this. So we're factorizing 5,000. L should be an integer. That much we know. X also is likely an integer. Otherwise it becomes tricky. 50 into 100. L is 50. X is 100. 64 minus L is 14 into 50. Nope, this doesn't work. This is not, there's only 700. We need to get to 1,800. So we need to poke around with this. L into X is 5,000. 64 minus L into X minus 50 is 1,800. So we can substitute this, solve this, plug it in here and then simplify. But the price of a large shirt and a small shirt together, this seems to be, this is telling us that we're probably looking at integer answers. 5,000 is 5 into 5 cube into 2 cube. Right, so it can be factorized. Okay, put some parts, it's 2 cube into 5 power 4. I'm going to put some parts here, other parts there. X should be more than 50. So, and L should be less than 64. So we can play around with this. The number of large shirts should be less than 64. The price should be more than 50. So we can find factors of 5,000 less than 54, less than 64, and then try to poke around with it. So 2 cube into 5 power 4. And so I can write this as 2 into something, 2 small, 4 into 8 into, or 10 into remaining 20 into 16 into 1 work, different combination, and then see which works. This 2, 4, 8, they're too small. Fine. You see, L is less than 64. This X is more than 50. Right? X should be the remaining 2 square into 5 power 4. It's a very large number. 2 into 5 power 4, very large number. We don't have to worry about it. The number is too large, 1,000 plus price point. 8 into 5 power 4 is 625. Doesn't work. 64 minus 8 is a large number. That number is a very large number. It doesn't work. 10 into 10 is 2 into 5 gone. The total product is 5,000. 10 into 500. So 54 into 450, too large. Or 1,800 doesn't work. 20 into 250. The remaining part would be 44 into 200. That is a large number. It doesn't work. So let's see what can be there. We can put 40 into 125. We've skipped 25 into something. 40 into 125. The remaining would be 24 into 75. 24 into 75. There's lots of 3s sitting there. 24 into 75 is indeed 1,800. 75 into 4 is 300. Into 6 is 1,800. This works. 40 large shirts at 125. 24 small shirts at 75. That works. Otherwise, you have to go to the quadratic and solve it, which is a pain. Having a punt and trying to play around with it is simpler. This number is a multiple of 1800. There should be lots of 3s sitting here. That is another way of going about it. Either break 5000 or break 1800. Then carry on with that. So the price of a large shirt is 125, small shirt is 75. 125 plus 75 is 200. Yes. A tea shop offers tea in cups of 3 different sizes. The product of the prices in INR of the 3 different sizes is equal to 800. The price of the smallest size and the medium size are in the ratio 2:5. Small, medium, 2x, 5x. The shop owner decides to increase the price of the smallest and the medium ones by 6, keeping the price of the largest size unchanged. This becomes 2x plus 6. This becomes 5x plus 6. The large one remains as large. In this case, the product is 800. In the second instant, the product then changes to 3200. Nice. The sum of the original price of the 3 different sizes in INR, we need to find 2x plus 5x plus L. That's what we need to find. We find x, we are through. 2x becomes 2x plus 6, 5x becomes 5x plus 6, product becomes 800 to 3200. Product becomes 4 times. Or 2x plus 6 into 5x plus 6 divided by 2x into 5x is 4. Right. 2 times x plus 3 into 5x plus 6 is 4 times 2x into 5x. 1, 2 gets cancelled. We have 5x square plus 15x plus 6x plus 18 equals 20x square. Or we can take this side, 15x square minus 21x minus 18 is equal to 0. 15 into 18 is the product. We need to rejig that to get this difference of 21. So 15 into 2 is 30. 30 into 9 works wonders. So 15x square minus 30x plus 9x minus 18 equal to 0. 15x into x minus 2 plus 9 into x minus 2 is 0, or x is 2. We don't have to worry about the negative number. X is 2, or this price is 4, this price is 10. 2 into 2, 5 into 10. 4 into 10 is 40. 4 into 10, 40 into something is 800. 40 into 2 is 80. 40 into 20 is 800. The new prices, 4 would have become 10. 10 would have become 16. This stays as 20. 40 and 160, 4x, everything works. So sum of the original prices, 4 plus 10 plus 20, 34. We are through. The cost of fencing a rectangular plot is 200 per feet along one side and 100 per foot along the other 3 sides. Let's say this is 100 per foot, 100 per foot, 100 per foot, 200 per foot. Let's say this is x, x, y, y. And the area of the rectangular plot is 60,000 square feet. Then the lowest possible cost of fencing all 4 sides in INR. The cost of fencing would be 100y plus 100x plus 100y plus 200x. Or this is 300x plus 200y. Okay. We know that x into y area is 60,000. We want to find the minimum possible value of 300x plus 200y. 300x plus 200y should be as small as possible, and we should have a scenario where, keeping in mind that x into y is 60,000. And so 300x plus 200y by 2 is greater than or equal to square root of 300x into 200y. 300x into 200y we can find. How do we find that? 300x into 200y, we know xy is 60,000. 300x into 200y we can find. Or the minimum value of this is that. Or the minimum value of 300x plus 200y is 2 times square root of that. Let's find that. We are through. The answer we are looking for is 2 times square root of 300x into 200y. X into y is 60,000, which is nothing but 200 into 300. So this is 300 into 200 into 200 into 300. So this is 2 times 60,000 or 1,20,000. Bank A offers 6% interest rate per annum, compounded half early. So Bank A rate is 3% per 6 months. Bank B and Bank C offer simple interest, but the annual rate offered by Bank C is twice that of Bank B. B and C, this is R, this is 2R. These two are simple interest. Remember that. Raju invests a certain amount in Bank B for a certain period, and Rupa invests 10,000 in Bank C for twice that period. Raju in Bank B for a certain period. So Raju B for time period T, Rupa in C for 2 times T. The interest that would accrue to Raju during that period is equal to the interest that would have accrued had he invested the same amount in Bank A for 1 year. And in that time period, same amount as Bank A in 1 year. Bank A in 1 year be P into 1.03 whole square. That's the amount it would have become. This is 1.0609. So 3% compounded squared is 6.09% for the whole year. So this Bank B interest rate is 6.09%. He is putting at 6.09% for T rupees for time T. Bank C is twice that rate for twice the time period. So 6.09% impact will be 6.09% into 2 would be the return that Rupa is the other name, right? Rupa gets. Y into 2, this is the equivalent rate in Bank B, into 2 because Bank C gets twice the rate, into 2 because Rupa is invested for twice the amount of time. That's the amount she gets. 6.09% into 4 is 24.36%. Rupa puts in 10,000 rupees. How much should she get? 2436. Irritatingly complicated question. Not a fan, but still we need to power through. A mixture contains lemon juice and sugar syrup in equal proportion. So 1/2 lemon juice or 1/2 sugar syrup. The new mixture is created by adding this mixture and sugar syrup in the ratio 1:3. I'm going to call it 1/2 sugar syrup mixed with 1 sugar syrup in the ratio 1:3. In the ratio of lemon juice and sugar syrup in the new mixture. This is half sugar syrup to 1 sugar syrup mixed in the ratio 1:3. Half plus 3, this is 3.5, 7/2 by 4. This becomes 7/8 sugar syrup. What am I doing? Half into 1 plus 1 into 3 divided by 4. Weighted average of these two. We get 7/8 sugar syrup. That means in this mixture, 7/8 sugar syrup or 1 unit lemon juice and 7 units sugar syrup. Lemon juice to sugar syrup ratio is 1:7. Done. Simple weighted average question, nothing more than that. Trains A and B traveling at the same time towards each other with constant speeds from X and Y respectively. Train A reaches Y in 10 minutes while train B takes 9 minutes to reach station X after meeting train A. Very nice. So train A and train B. Train A starts from X, train B starts from Y. Okay. Train A goes like this, train B goes like this. Somewhere they meet. Right? Train A, total time taken by train A is 10 minutes. Train B is not 9 minutes for the total distance, but 9 minutes to reach this for the remaining distance. This is 9 minutes. Remaining distance is 9 minutes. Nice. Let's say train B has traveled T minutes to get to this point. T minutes to get to that point. And then 9 minutes to reach the remaining. To get to this point, train B takes t minutes. Train A should have also taken exactly t minutes. Why? Train A and train B meet at that point. They start at the same time, meet somewhere. Let's say they meet after t minutes. Yes, good. After which train A goes on to B, goes on to Y. Train B goes on to X. This time is 9 minutes. These two times taken should be equal. Why? They meet at that point. What is this time taken? This is 10 minus t. Nice. After this we are done. How are we done? T by 9 equals 10 minus t by t. A travels this distance in t minutes. B travels this distance in t minutes. And so the ratio of their speeds is the same. It should be the ratio of their times. So t minutes A takes to travel, B takes 9 minutes for it. 10 minus t minutes B takes to travel, A takes to travel, B takes t minutes for it. Or ratio of the time taken should be the same. T by 9 equals 10 minus t by t. T square equals 9t minus 9t. T square plus 9t minus 9t equal to 0. 15 into 6 is 90. T minus 6 into t plus 15 is 90 is 0. Or t could be minus 15, that's not possible. Or 6 minutes. This is 6 minutes. This is 6 minutes. This is 4 minutes. 4 by 6 is 6 by 9. We are through. Let's look at this. Then the total time taken in minutes by train B to travel from station Y to X. 6 plus 9, 15 minutes. The time taken to travel by A is to time taken to travel by B is the same. As long as the distance is the same. This by this equal to this by this. Plonk in that ratio, we are through. The average of 3 integers is 13. When a natural number n is included, the average of these 4 integers remains an odd integer. Nice. 3 integers is 13. Let's say I1, I2, I3. Average is 13. A fourth number comes, I4. Average remains an integer. If fourth number were 13, average would be 13. Fourth number is more than 13, average will increase. Fourth number is less than 13, average will decrease. It remains an integer. So excess brought in by the fourth number should be equally distributable across these fellows. That means whatever I bring more from I4, I can distribute across all 4. If it has to remain an integer, I can add 1, 1, 1, 1, or I4 could have brought 4 more than 13. If I4 brings 13, overall average is 0. Sorry, overall average is unchanged, 13. If I4 brings 17, it will become 14. If it becomes 21, it will become 15. 4 more, average will go up by 1. Another 4 more, average will go up by 1 more. The average of these 4 integers remains an odd integer. So it's not just 4 more, I should bring 8 more, 21, 29, 37. All of these, the average will go from 13, 15, 17. Right? The minimum possible value of n is 21, we'll take it to 15. The question says that it remains an odd integer, but hey, it's not saying the integer is the average has increased, but brought lesser also. Brought 9, oops. If I4 brings 9, average will become 12. If I4 brings in 5, average will become 11. If it brings in 1, average will become 10. You cannot bring in less than 1. The average of 3 integers, natural number. The fourth one is I4. Fourth integer is a natural number. You cannot bring less than this. It's an odd integer, so hey, I should not include these numbers. So you can bring in 5 and the average could go to 11. The minimum possible value of n or I4 is 5. They're effectively saying 39 plus n by 4 is equal to an integer. It's an odd integer. 39 plus 1 by 4 is 10, doesn't work. 39 plus 5 by 4 is 11, that works, we are through. That's all we are doing, nothing more than that. Pinky is standing in a queue at a ticket counter. Suppose the ratio of the number of persons standing ahead of Pinky to the number of persons standing behind her in the queue is 3:5. This Pinky, the queue is this way, 3x people ahead of her, 5x behind her. Total number of people in the queue is less than 300. So total number of people is 8x plus 1. 8x people plus 1 is less than 300. What are the maximum possible number of persons standing ahead of me? Very regular question. 300 divided by 8 long 13 goes 3 times 24, 60, 7 times 56. So we could have 297 people. The maximum, which is of the form 8x plus 1, in which case 296 into 3 by 8. What this will be? 296 by 8 is 37. 37 into 3 is 111. It should be 185. Add this up, it gets 296 plus 1, 297. That works. Anything more is not possible. 111. This question drove me mad. This question drove me mad properly when I tried solving it. I kept looking for cute methods. They just weren't there. Right? Let's attack this. And if Ankita buys 4 kilograms of cashews and peanuts, she buys 14, and almonds, she buys 6 kgs of. The cost of 7 kilograms of cashews, 7C, is equal to 30P, 30 kilograms of peanuts, equal to 9 kilograms of almonds. She mixes all the 3 nuts and marks the price for the mixture in order to make a profit of 1752. And 1752 is the profit she wants to make. How many kilograms she has? 4 plus 14 plus 6, 18 plus 6, 24 kilograms. And she wants to make a profit of 1752. That much profit, that much money she wants to make. Which is rather nice. She sells 4 kilograms of the mixture at this mark price and the remaining at a 20% discount on mark price. That's making a profit of 744. She wants profit of 1752. She gets a profit of 744. So she falls short. Why? Because she's not selling the whole thing at some rate. She's selling 20%. She sells 4 kilograms at this price and remaining at a 20% discounted mark price. And that delta is 1008. Totally there are 24 kilograms. Remaining 20 kilograms, she sells at a discount of 20% of mark price. That will be her deficit, shortfall. So 20 kilograms and 20% discount of mark price gives us 1008. So let's find mark price from here. 20 into 20% of mark price equal to rupees 1008. Mark price per kilogram of the mixture. That's what we know. 20 is 1 by 5. This is 4 times mark price equals rupees 1008. 502 by divided by 2 is 504, 252, or mark price per kilogram is rupees 252. Brilliant. He's selling 24 kilograms. He wants to sell 24 kilograms at this price. If he had done it, then she would have got 1752 as profit. She's not able to. She discounts and sells this and therefore makes 744 profit. Now what do we need to find? The amount in rupees that she had spent in buying almonds. To find this amount she spent in that, for which I think we'll have to use this 7C equal to 30P equal to 9A. I'm going to make this to be equal to some other number to get the ratio. And so 7 and 30 are co-prime. 7 into 30 is 210. Another 3 here, which takes us to 630. I'm going to call this equal to 630K. Or C, price of cashew, 630 by 7, 90K. Price of peanuts is 630 by 30, 63 by 3, 21K. Price of almond 630 by 9, which is 70K. The per unit pricing is in the ratio 90 is to 21 is to 70. 90K, 21K, 70K. That's a per unit pricing. Right? So, and then we'll have to do into 24 kilograms. Think about profit going to 1752, and then come back to this proper pain in the neck. Right? So, but let's attack it. So I'm going to rewrite this question. Cashews 4 kilograms, peanuts 14 kilograms, almonds 6 kilograms per kg on a per kg price per kilogram. This is 90k, 21k, 70k. 90k, 21k, 70k. So how much does she spend? She spent total of 360k. 14 into 21, 14 months are 14, 4 1, 14 2s are 20, 14 2s are 28, 29, 294. This is 420. We add these three. This is 4, 11 plus 6, 17, 7 1, 4 plus 2, 6 plus 4, 10, 1074k. That's the total amount of money she spent, of which almonds alone is 420. Nice. Now we still not done it. We need to find the amount of money she has spent. This amount of money she has spent, and then she makes the total amount of profit she makes. This the total cost. Sorry, what do we do here? Give me a second. Total makes a profit of 1752 by marking it up at 252 per kilogram. So 252 into 24 is the total selling price, and then our total profits is 1752. Subtract this from this, we'll get total cost price. That number equal to 1074k. From that, we'll have to find 420k, which happens to be the amount of money she spent in buying almonds. So it's a right royal pain in the neck. So let's figure this out. 280, 294, everything seems to be fine so far. I don't think we've made any computation mistake yet. So 252 into 24, 24 2s are 48, 8, 4, 120, 124, 4, 12, 48, 60, 6048 minus 1752. This is 8 minus 2 is 6, 15 minus 5 is 9, 9 minus 7 is 2, 4 minus 1 is 3, 5 minus 1 is 4, sorry, 4296. Our total cost price is 4296, and that is 1074k. We need to find 420k. Our cost of all the almonds is 420 by 1074 into 4296. This is a lovely idea here. 74 into 4, 70 into 4 is 280 plus 16 296. Lovely. Despite this is 420 by 4 is 840 into 2 1680. Finally we get lucky. 1680. Absolutely painful, really brute forcey question. We've taken this question in the exam, we're in for it. I tried for a bunch of iterations and trying to get cute methods. I didn't find any cute method. I doubled down and said, look, there aren't any cute methods. Let me put 5, let me hang in there and do something. And then I brute forced my way into step by step getting this ratio, plugging this ratio back in, finding the overall cost, finding the mark price, then doing the whole shebang. Super tough question. In a village, the ratio of number of males to females is 5:4. Nice. Males, females, 5x, 4x. The ratio of number of literate males to literate females is 2:3. 2y, 3y. Ratio of number of illiterate males to illiterate females is 4:3. 4z, 3z. 3,600 males in the village are literate. This is 3,600. That means this is 5,400. Then the total number of females in the village, we need to find 4x. We know this is 3,600, this is 5,400. We know 3,600 plus 4z, 3,600 plus 4z by 5,400 plus 2z is equal to 5 by 4. 5,400 plus 3z. This plus this is to this plus this is 5:4. Solve for that, we should get Z. Then we'll go step by step and include Y, find X, all of that. The total number of females in the village, we need to find this number. We need to find 3Y plus 3Z. Right? Lovely. How do we do this? Cross multiplying. This is 14,400 plus 16Z is 5,400 into 5, just 27,000 plus 15Z. Z equals 27,000 minus 14,400. This is 600. 6 minus 4 is 2. 12,600 is Z. What do we need to find out? Total number of females in the village. 5,400 plus 3Z. We need to do 3 times this into 3. 78. 37,800 plus 5,400. 0, 0, 2, 8 plus 5 is 3. 43,200 females are there totally in this place. That's a nice, beautiful ratios question. Write down the data properly and then you're through. Answer is 43,200. Amal buys 110 kilograms of syrup and 120 kilograms of juice. So, syrup 110 kgs, juice 100 kilogram. Syrup being 20% less costly than juice per kilogram. So price per kilogram, this is 0.8x, this is x. He sells 10 kg of syrup at 10% profit and 20 kg of juice at 20% profit. So he sells 10 kilograms at 0.88x, 20 kilograms at 1.2x. So he gets 8.8x plus 24x. X being the price per kilogram of juice. Mixing the remaining juice and syrup, that is, what is remaining? From 110 he has sold 10, so he has 100 kgs of this. 120 kilograms of juice he had to start with. This is 120, he sells 20. 100 kilograms of juice, nice, this is a beautiful number. 100 kgs of syrup, 100 kgs of juice. He mixes the remaining and sells the mixture at 308.32 per kilogram. Makes an overall profit of 64%. Remaining, he makes an overall profit of 64%. Beautiful. So what is his overall cost? Overall cost is 110 into 0.8, which is 88x, plus 120 into x, 120x. This plus this is 208x. Overall cost. Overall profit is 64%. So overall selling price, let's say, is 208 into 1.64 x. 64% profit, cost price into 1.64 should be selling price. I don't have a great fashionable method for this. I'm going to brute force this. 4 8s are 32, 2 3 8 32, 6 8s are 48, 8 4 1 2 4 8 2 0 8 2 1 1 9 plus 4 13 plus 8 21 1 2 plus 2 4. He gets 341.12x. This is his overall selling price. He has made this much money. Now he's already made this much by selling this 10 kg and 20 kg. That adds up to 32.8x. So we'll take that. From here we'll subtract 32.8x. Nice. This is the remaining selling price. Selling price of the remaining. What is remaining? 100 kgs of syrup and 100 kgs of juice. Subtract this from this. This is 2. 11 minus 8 is 3. 10 minus 2 is 8. This is 0. 308.32x. Nice, brilliant. I'm really glad my eyes lit up when I saw this number because I've seen this. What is this equal to? It is 308.32 into 200. Why 200? The per kilogram cost He's selling it at 308.32 per kilogram. How many kilograms does he sell? 200 kilograms. Why? That's what is remaining. 100 plus 120, he sells off 30. He has 200 kilograms remaining. That much 308.32 into 200 is 308.32x. Really glad to see this. X is 200. Or the per kg cost of juice is 200x. Amal's cost price for syrup in rupees per kilogram is 0.8x. 0.8 into 200, 160. Pain in the neck question because it's so time consuming to be very careful with detail. Just going over this one more time. Cost is 0.8x and x. Total quantity is 110 and 120. 10 kilograms are sold at this, 20 kilograms sold at this. Total price realized, selling price realized is this much. Total cost price is 110 into 0.8 plus 120 into x, this much. What is remaining is 100 of each. Profit is 164%, or total selling price is realized is 208x into 1.64, which is this, of which the first 30 kilograms gives us this. Remaining is this. That remaining should have been got by selling 200 kilograms of the mixture at this price. Thankfully, we have 308.32, a pesky 308.32 on both sides. That goes away. We get x as 200, 0.8x is 160. Alex invested in two parts. So simple interest earned on the first part at 15% annum for 4 years. Simple interest 15% into 4 years is the same as a simple interest earned on the second part at 12% for 3 years. So this principal 1 into this equals principal 2 into this. P1 into 0.6 is P2 into 0.36. This into 60 is that into 36. This into 5 is that into 3. Or the ratio of the principals is 5:3. 5k and 3k. Then the percentage of savings invested in the first part. So the ratio is 5:3. Sorry, P into 0.6 is P2 into 0.36. So sorry, it's not 5:3. P1 by P2 is 3:5. 3k is to 5k. P into 5, P1 into 5 is P2 into 3. Or P1 is to P2 is 3 into 5. 3 into 5 is 5 into 3. P1 is to P2 is 3:5. The percentage of savings invested in the first part is 3 by 8. 3/8 is invested. 1 by 8 is 12.5. 3 by 8 is 37. If I had written the other way around, I would have got this answer. I got myself -1 instead of +3. And so jot it down to old age, you should get it right. The average weight of students in a class increases by 600 grams when some new students join the class. The average weight of the new students is 3 kilograms more than the average weight of the original students. And the ratio of the number of sides. Original students have this average. New set of students bring in an average of A+3. The weighted average now becomes A plus 0.6. The weighted average is closer to this than that. This difference is 0.6. This difference is 2.4. Like mixtures and alligations, mix A and A+3 to get A plus 0.6. We should be mixing in the ratio 2.4 is to 0.6 or mixing in the ratio 4 is to 1. The ratio of number of original students to the number of new students, original to new, 4 is to 1. That a classic question of weighted averages. Existing average, new guys, weighted average, we are through. Ratio should be 4 is to 1. Working along the times taken by Anu, Tanu and Manu to complete any job are in the ratio 5:8:10. They accept a job which they can finish in 4 days if they all work together for 8 hours per day. That is 4 into 8, 32 hours. And remember, this is the ratio of the times taken. So, Anu, Tanu, Manu, time taken, ratio 5:8:10, or their efficiency or extent to which they do, not even going to write efficiency, tasks per day or task per unit time. This is 1/5. is to 1/8 is to 1/10. Very simple funda. If you take 5 days to finish a task, in 1 day you can finish 1/5 of the task. If you take 8 days to finish a task, in 1 day you can finish 1/8 of the task. Take 10 days to finish a task, in 1 day you can finish 1/10 of the task. So if you take 5 days, 8 days, 10 days, then in 1 day you finish 1/5, 1/8, 1/10. This is what you get done in 1 day, 1 unit of time. Lovely. So 1/5 is to 1/8 is to 1/10. LCM of 5 and 8 is 40. It's a multiple of 10 also. So multiply by 40. I'm going to take this ratio and multiply by 40. Why am I doing that? I really like dealing with integers, not with this 1/5 business. 1/5 into 40 is 8. 1/8 into 40 is 5. 1/10 is 40. This is the ratio of the rates at which they work. Or Anu does 8x units of work. Tanu does 5x units of work. Manu does 4x units of work in per time for 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever that measure of time is. And then how long do they work for? They accept a job which they can finish in 4 days. They all work together for 8 hours per day. That means if I think of it as 8x, 5x, 4x, all three put together, 32 hours, they can finish the task. 8x plus 5x is 13x plus 4x is 17x. 17x into 32 is a total task. That's a task ahead of them. However, Anu and Tanu work together for the first 6 days, working 6 hours 40 minutes per day. Anu and Tanu, these two only, that is 8x plus 5x, this is 13x. They work 6 hours and 40 minutes per day for 6 days, or number of hours is 6 into 6, 2 by 3. 40 minutes is 40 by 60, 2/3 of an hour. 6 hours to 6, 2 by 3 hours. This is 20 by 3, 6 into 20 by 3, which is 40 hours. So what they do is 13x into 40. I'm guessing this is less than that. Otherwise they would have finished the entire task before that. What is the question then? Then the number of hours that Manu will take to complete the remaining job working alone was nice, simple. So the 17x into 32 is the size of the task. 13x into 40 gets done by these two in 6 days, working 6 hours 40 minutes per day. You find the difference. This is what Manu completes. So 17x into 32, 17 2s are 34, 4, 3, 51 plus 3, 54. 13 into 40 is 520. This is 544x, 520x. 24x is what Manu does. What can Manu do? Manu does 4x in 1 hour. 24x, he'll take 6 hours. 4x into 6 is 24x is 4x into 6. 4x units per hour, 6 hours Manu work. Lovely question, but very time consuming question. You have to go from time to rate, get the ratios, define the total task, find out what has been completed, get to the remaining, again get to the number of hours Manu works. A beautiful question. If a and b are non-negative real numbers such that a plus 2b is 6, then the average of the maximum and minimum possible values of a plus b is. We know that a plus 2b is 6. We want to find the maximum and minimum possible values of a plus b. Seems like a tricky question, but that's actually a freebie. Right? They are non-negative real numbers. This a plus 2b, I'm going to break this as a plus b plus b. That's it, done, we're through. We want to find maximum and minimum values of this. This is maximum, that should be minimum. This is minimum, that should be maximum. What is the minimum value b can take? Non-negative, minimum value b can take 0. Non-negative, it can't go below 0. What is the maximum value b can take? B is maximum, a should be minimum. Put a as 0 because a cannot be less than 0. Put a as 0, b is 3. Done, we are through. If b is 0, then a plus b is 6. If b is 3, a plus b is 3. 6 minus 0 is 6, 6 minus 3 is 3. Or a plus b maximum value is 6, a plus b minimum value is 3. We want to find the average of the maximum and minimum possible values of a plus b. Average of 6 and 3, 6 plus 3, 9 by 2, 4.5. Done. Thinking about a plus b is tricky. Thinking about b is super simple. This is minimum, this is maximum, this is maximum, this is minimum. Done. Through. Manu earns 4,000 per month and wants to save an average of 550 per month in a year. In the first 9 months, his monthly expense was 3,500, and he foresees that 10th month onwards, his monthly expense will increase to 3,700. In order to meet his yearly savings target, his monthly earnings in rupees from the 10th month onward should be. Nice. For the first 9 months, he saves 500 bucks. And I'm going to break this as 9 months and 3 months. 4,000 minus 3,500 happens for 9 months, or he saves 500 into 9. He wants 550 into 12. I'm going to break it as 550 into 9, 550 into 3. I can do this very algebraically with a big equation, but I'm going to do it more intuitively. Or he falls short by 50 bucks in each month. Or total deficit is 450. 50 into 9. He wants to make this up there. 50 into 9, 450. This is delta. He has 3 months to make it happen, or each month he can make up 150. We're talking about averages. 150, 150, 150 is true. He anyway wants to say 550. He needs to make 150 more than that, or he has to do 700 into 3. This 700 is 550 plus 150. Where does that 150 come from? 450. His deficit is 450. He has to make that up in the last 3 months. 3 months, 150, 150, 150. Each month 150, that will come. Or he needs to save 700 rupees per month in the last 3 months. His monthly expense will go to 3,700. His income should be 3,700 plus 700, which is 4,400. Again, a freebie question should be setting it up and knocking it out. The two containers of the same volume. First container half filled with sugar syrup, and the second container half filled with milk. Half the content of the first container is transferred to the second container. Then half of this mixture is transferred back to the first container. Then half the content of the first container is transferred back to the second container. We stop there, luckily. Then the ratio of sugar syrup and milk in the second container is two containers, the same volume, half filled with sugar syrup and half filled with milk. Container 1, container 2. Let's say X of sugar syrup, X of milk. Then what do? We transition from here to here. When we do that, at step 2, this will become sugar and milk. Sugar will become X by 2, no milk. Sugar is to milk. Sugar will become X by 2, milk continues to be X. And then we shift from here to here. So what will get added? This is first shift is done. Second shift, when we do this, half of X by 2 will get added here, X by 4. Half of X will come here, X by 2. Then get this and shift there. I'm doing this straight away. I notice that I'm going to deal with X, X by 2, and then X by 4, maybe X by 8, one more step. I'm thinking about this and saying, look, I'm dealing with this 1 by 2 business. I'm going to simplify this. Say all remains the same. Container 1, container 2. This has sugar to start with of say 8x. Milk to start with of 8x. Half of this goes here. So step 1, step 2, step 3. I'm going to track sugar is to milk, sugar is to milk. After the first transfer is made, this becomes 4x and 0. This becomes 4x and 8x. Step 2, sugar and milk. From 4x and 8x, half and half come here. Same ratio it will come back to. 4x by 2 is 2x. Sugar will become 4x plus 2x, 6x. Milk will become 8x by 2, 4x. Here, what will be remaining? Sugar is to milk will be 2x and 4x. Adding up to 10x, adding up to 6x, total 16x. That's what we start with. One round of check. All good. Now what do? We send from here to there. 6x will become 3x. 4x will become 2x. Sugar to milk. 2x plus 3x is 5x. 4x plus 2x. 4x plus difference 2x is 6x. This is 11. This is 5. Adding up to 16. That also seems to work. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Ratio of sugar to milk in the second container. At the end of this, 5:6. Done. Not too difficult. We have to do it methodically. It really helps. We take the first two numbers to be 8x and 8x and not x and x. In an election, there were 4 candidates and 80% of the registered voters cast their votes, not casted their votes. One of the candidates received 30% of the cast votes, while the other 3 candidates received the remaining cast votes in the proportion 1:2:3. The winner of the election received 2512 votes more than the candidate with the second highest, and the number of registered voters was. registered voters. So some number of registered voters are there. So this is T. 80% of them cast their votes. CAST, we're not talking about CASTE. Although in election context that seems like, hey, that's something people talk about. Right? We're talking about cast votes, not cast votes. So one of the candidates received 30% of the cast votes. So we call this as X. One guy gets 30% of X. While the other three candidates received the remaining cast votes in the proportion 1:2:3. So remaining is 70% of X. That gets broken in the ratio 1:2:3. So this 30% goes to one candidate. 70% goes in the ratio 1:2:3, or that these three candidates will get 70/6%, 70 into 2/6, 70 into 3/6. These three fellows. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6 units. Break 70% into 6 parts. 1 part, 2 part, 3 parts. 3 out of 6 is half. 2 out of 6 is 1/3. 1 out of 6 is 1/6. So this guy gets 70% by 6, this guy gets 70 into 2/3, this guy gets 70 into half. This is 35%. I'm very interested in this. Why? Because then that means this guy has won the election. This guy has already got 30. That guy has got more than 30, 35%. This is going to be less than 30%. That I know, 70% by 3 is half of that, much lesser. Or the guy who won the election won 35% of the total cast votes, and the guy who came second won 30% of the total cast votes. Or the difference between these two is 2512. 5% of X is 2512. It's true. X is the total votes cast. 5% is 1/20, or X is 2512 into 20. We want the total number of registered voters. Registered voters is 80% of the registered voters is X, or 4/5 of total registered voters is 2512 into 20, or total number of voters is 2512 into 20 into 5/4. 20 into 5 is 100, easy to multiply. Do 2512 by 4 into 100. 2512 by 4, 2512 divided by 4. 6, 11 makes it 232. 628 into 100. 62800 is the number we're looking for. Methodically go about it, nice and simple, crack it. Next one. Oh, it's a beautiful question, super challenging. In an examination, there were 75 questions. 3 marks were awarded for each correct answer, plus 3 for correct answer. 1 mark was deducted for each wrong answer, and 1 mark was awarded for each unattempted question, not attempted. Right? Plus 3 minus 1 plus 1. Right? So Ryan scored a total of 97 marks in the examination. The number of unattempted questions was greater than the number of attempted questions. This, let's say X, Y, Z. Z is greater than X plus Y. All three put together is 75, or Z is more than half of it. 38 or more, 37 or less. X plus Y could be 37, Z could be 38, 38 or more, 37 or fewer. At least 38 questions were unattempted. And that's what we know. Then the maximum number of correct answers that Ryan could have given in the examination total is 97, getting 97 marks totally. So we can say 3x minus y plus z equals 97. We know x plus y plus z is 75. We know z is greater than or equal to 38. So this is where we stand. And so there's a beautiful way of kind of tackling this, simplifying this. This is a plus 3 minus 1 plus 1. Generally in our world, unattempted questions are given no marks. So we say 75 totally. Every question you get some mark. That's a given. So I'm going to remove that from the equation completely. I'm going to alter this equation dramatically. I'm saying, instead of getting plus 3 minus 1 plus 1, I'm a strict teacher. I walk in and I say for every question I remove a mark. Every question I remove a mark. That is, every plus 3 will become plus 2. Every minus 1 will become minus 2. Every 1 will become 0. Unattempted questions, you get 0 marks. I'm removing a x, y, z totally from it. From this, we subtract x plus y plus z. Algebraically, what are we doing? We're subtracting this equation from this. 2x minus 2y equals 22. Conceptually, what are we doing? We're removing 75 marks. Each question, we are cutting 1 mark. Or the total mark is not 97, it's only 22. You get 2x minus 2y equals 22. 2x minus 2y is 22. Or x minus y is 11. Right? We want the maximum possible value of x. And x plus y can be a maximum of 37. This is a maximum value. X plus y maximum is 37. How do I know that? Because this total z is more than x and y put together. So if x plus y is higher, that's when x can be higher. Add these two. So the maximum value is 2x is 48 or x maximum is 24. We know x minus y is 11. That much we have figured out. We've got. We can figure out now that x plus y maximum is 37. Only if x plus y is higher, x plus y can go to, the higher x can be. Maximum it can go to is 37. 2x is 48, x is 24. X is 24, that gives y as 13. 24 correct answer, 13 incorrect answers, adding up to 37, 38 unattempted. That will give us answer. Or the maximum number of correct answers that Ryan could have given in the examination is 24. 24 into 3 is 72 plus 13. 24 into 3 is 72 plus how much is this? 13 into 1. 13 into minus 1 and then remaining 38 into plus 1 should add up to 97. 5 students including Amit appear for an examination with possible marks in which possible marks are integers between 0 and 50, both inclusive. Average marks for all the students is 38 and exactly 3 students got more than 32. If no student got the same marks and Amit got the least marks among the 5, then the difference between the highest and lowest possible marks of Amit is so nice. So S1, S2, S3, S4, A. Amit is the least. Exactly 3 students got more than 32. These 3 have got more than 32. Nice. And Amit got the least mark. S4 should be less than or equal to 32. These 2 are more than 32. Exactly 3 got more than 32. This could be 32. That's the situation we have now. Average is 38. Nice. First we want to find Amit maximum and Amit minimum. Both of that we want to find. Let's think about Amit maximum. S4 maximum can be 32. What I'm going to put? I'm going to put S4 as 32. Amit maximum is 31. These 3 are all greater than 32, greater than 32, greater than 32. 32 plus 31 is 63. Total is 190. Why 190? 38 into 5. From this you subtract 63. 127. 127 broken into 3 parts. Adding up to 127, all more than 32, less than 50. Possible. I put as 40, 41, 46. It should happen. This is possible. So our Amit max is 31. Nice. That's the maximum possible. It cannot be more than 31. He cannot be 32. This is 32. This has to be 33. That will be more than 32. Only 3 have got more than 32. Amit, this maximum can be 31. Minimum. Amit has to be minimum. Everything else has to be maximum, as high as possible. So what do I put? I put this guy as 50. As 49. This guy as 48. And this guy as 32. Add everything up. 2 plus 8, 10, 19, 9, 1, 6 plus 4, 10, 14, 17, 179. Total is 190. These four fellows add up to 179. Amit will have 11. So I could have 50, 49, 48, 32, 11. That's a possibility. Or Amit minimum equal to 11. Difference between maximum and minimum is 20. Very nice question. Capture all the detail. Keep in mind that average is 38, so sum should be 190. 3 are more than 32. That means the fourth one is less than or equal to 32. It could still be equal to 32. Amit is the least. If Amit has to be maximum, then S4 has to be as high. The maximum value S4 can take is 32. Amit maximum can be 1 less than S4, 31. Easy. Amit has to be minimum. Other 4 have to be as high as possible. 50, 49, 48, 32 is the best scenario, which makes Amit as 11. 21 minus 11, 31 minus 11 is 20. Mr. Pinto invest 1/5 of his capital at X%, at 6%, 1 by 5 at 6%, 1/3 at 10%, 1/3 at 10%, and the remaining at 1%. Remaining, right? So 1 by 5 plus 1 by 3 is 3 plus 5, 8 by 15. So 7 by 15. Remaining is 7 by 15 at 10%. No, not 10%, 1%. Sorry about that. I will fix that. Each rate being simple interest per annum, then the minimum number of years required for the cumulative interest income from these investments to equal or exceed this capital. Nice. Find the weighted average interest rate. Find, it's all simple interest. 1 by 3, 1 by 5 and 7 by 5. Find the weighted average rate, or 1 by 5 is 5 by 15. Sorry, 3 by 15, 5 by 15, 7 by 15. So 3 into 6% plus 5 into 10% plus 7 into 1% divided by 15. 3 into 6 is 18, 5 into 10 is 50, 18 plus 50 plus 7 divided by 15. 68 plus 7, 75 by 15, this is 5%. The weighted average of all of this is 5%. So it's like saying he's taken his whole capital and put it in for 5%. The cumulative interest income from these investments to equal or exceed his initial capital. Interest should be equal to capital. You're getting 5% per year, simple interest. 2 years you'll get 10%, 3 years you'll get 15%, 20 years you'll get 100%. 20 years exactly he'll have a capital, an interest equal to capital. So cumulative interest from these investments to equal or exceed it, equal in 20 years. 20 is our answer. 2 ships meet mid-ocean and then one ship goes south and another ship goes west. Both traveling at constant speeds. 2 hours later they are 60 kilometers apart. This distance is 60 kilometers. The speed of one of the ships is 6 kilometers per hour more than the other one. Then the speed in kilometers per hour of the slower ship. The slower ship is this one. Say it's at x. This is 2x. This is 2 times x plus 6. Speed of the slower ship, let it be x kilometers per hour. 2 hours it will travel 2x kilometers. The faster ships will be x plus 6 kilometers per hour. In 2 hours it will follow 2 times x plus 6. Now this is 2x. This is 2x plus 12. Difference is 12. Chances are this is a beautiful Pythagorean triplet. 60. I will think about 3, 4, fine. Or 5, 12, 13 or 7, 24, 25. This is 60, 60, 48, 36. The difference between these two is 12. That works. So this is 36, 48, 60. That's the Pythagorean triplet. So the faster ship has covered 48 kilometers. Slower ship has covered 36 kilometers. 36 kilometers in 2 hours. In 1 hour it travels 18 kilometers. Speed is 18 kilometers per hour. 18 kilometers per hour into 2 is 36. 24 kilometers per hour into 2 is 48. 36, 48, 60 is the right angle triangle Pythagorean triplet. We are through. Bob can finish a job in 40 days if he works alone. Alex is twice as fast as Bob and thrice as fast as Cole in the same job. Bob, Alex, Cole. Alex is twice as fast as Bob and thrice as fast as Cole. If this were X, or I'm going to say Alex is 6x per day, Bob will be 3x per day, and Cole will be 2x per day. Suppose Alex and Bob work together on the first day, Bob and Cole work together on the second day, Cole and Alex work together on the third day, and then they continue the work by repeating this 3-day roster with Alex and Bob working together on the 4th day and so on. The number of days Alex would have worked when the job gets finished. Nice question. How much? So Bob can do 3x in a day, Alex can do 6x in a day, Cole can do 2x in a day. Integers really help. Total task is 3x into 40, 120x. On day 1, we get then 9x. First we have Alex and Bob, then Bob and Cole, and then Cole and Alex. Bob and Cole, that is day 2, is 5x. Then day 3 is Cole and Alex work together, that is 8x. You have to go up to 120x. A 3-day cycle, we do 9 plus 5 plus 8, 14 plus 8, 22x. So we do this 3-day cycle 5 times over. 22x into 5 is 110x. So day 16 would be back to day 1 where we do 9x, and then day 17 is when it gets finished. So Alex has worked 5 days, no, not 5 days, 10 days, full cycles, 5 full cycles. In each cycle he works 2 days. A and B, B and C, C and A completely. So in this 5 cycles, Alex has worked 10 days, Bob has worked 10 days, Cole has worked 10 days. And then day 16, Alex and Bob work. So again, Alex gets 1 more day. Day 17 is Bob and Cole. That would have been the tricky day. Do you count it or not count it? Because it's half a day, not a full day. Luckily for us, we don't have to do it. Then the number of days Alex would have worked when the job gets finished is 10 plus 1, 11 days. Lovely. A glass containing 500 cc of milk and a cup containing 500 cc of water. Nice. Glass and cup. Right. This is 500 cc of milk. This is 500 cc of water. Nice. From the glass, 150 cc of milk is transferred to the cup and mixed thoroughly. Nice. Next, 150 cc of this mixture is transferred from the cup to the glass. Now the amount of water in the glass and the amount of milk in the cup are in the ratio. Beautiful. Fine. So we take 150 ml, pour it into this. We take 150 ml from there, pour it into this. So once we pour here, this becomes 650 ml. And then we take 150 and pour it in here. This again comes back to 500. It goes from 500 to 350 back to 500. It goes from 500 to 650 back to 500. Nice. Amount of water in the glass and the amount of milk in the cup are in the ratio. Brilliant, brilliant. So finally, it's going to be some water and some milk. So let's say lots of milk is there. The remaining is water. Likewise, lots of water is there. Remaining is milk. Brilliant. Now think about this. It's a beautiful question. Because some amount of milk is there. So we had 500 ml. Some amount of milk is there. Let's say 396.825 ml. Don't care. The remaining is water. Nice. Up to 500 ml, the remaining is water. This remaining is water because that amount of milk has been taken away and put where? Put here. And so this were 396 ml. Remaining 104 ml would be water. Where has that 104 ml of water got its space from? Where have we got the space to put 104 ml of water here? Because 104 ml of milk has been removed and put here. Or, in a very roundabout fashion, because we started with 500 ml of milk and 500 ml of water, the amount of water and milk and water, it's got to be the same. We can do this algebraically, arithmetically, but it's far juicier to think about it conceptually. We're saying, this was what? Milk originally. Now it has become water. Because my 500 ml is the same. So this much milk has been taken away from this container and then replaced with water. Taken away and put where? Put here. Or the milk here and the water here are same 1:1. Done. Super juicy question if you think about it like this. In an examination, the average marks of students in section A and B are 32 and 60 respectively. A and B, which is 32 and 60. The number of students in section A is 10 less than that in section B. N plus 10. The average marks of all the students across both the sections combined is an integer. The difference between the maximum and minimum possible number of students in section A is it's an integer. So you have 32 and 60. Right? So you want to think about, can the average in between be 33? Can the average in between be 59? And so we want to find the maximum and difference between the maximum and minimum possible number of students in section A. Right? To start with, 32 and 60, smack in between these two, 92 by 2 equals 46. Nice. So the average is more than 46. Why? This weightage is higher. Nice and simple. Nothing more than that. So what do? We say, hey, put this as 32, put this as 60, and then say this difference is 47. Hypothetically, it cannot be 46. We know it's an integer. Make it 47. So what is the ratio? This could be 13 is to 15. The difference between these two is 2x. 2x is 10. That means this could be 65 students and 75 students, and this will work. So it could be 47. 47 is possible. Next, what do? We say, hey, nice, juicy. We make it 32 and 60. Make the average in between as 59, because it can go as much as possible to that side. What's the ratio? This is 1 and this is 27. The ratio is 1 is to 27. The difference is 26. That cannot be a 26x cannot be 10. This is out. So don't make it 59. Make it 58. Make it 2 and 26. Difference is 24x. That doesn't work. Make this 3 and 25. Difference is 22x. Doesn't work. Make it 4 and 24. Difference is 21x. Doesn't work. I want the difference to be equal to 10. The sum of these two is 28. The difference should be a multiple of 10. So this difference, 4 and 24, that 4 to 24, the difference is 20x. 20x equal to 10. Is that even possible? Let me think. 32, 60, weighted average being 4 away from here. So this is 56. This is 24. This is 4. The ratio is 1 is to 6. Yep. This being 10, the difference being 10, that means this is 2, this is 12. That is possible. Fine. So the other extreme, when we take the ratio to be 4 and 24, the difference is 20x. 20x cannot be 10, but 4 is to 24, which is 1 is to 6. 5x can be 10, which is what we are plugging here, 2 and 12. So the number of students, minimum number can be 2. Maximum number, which we did here, can be 65. In class A, the difference between the maximum and minimum possible number of students in A, 65 minus 2, 63 should be the answer. Yeah, done. Classic, beautiful question in allegations. You plonk the number in and then find out. This largest possible average is 59, but that doesn't work. 58, 57, 56, that works. Plonk it in. Smallest possible average is 47. That works directly. We're through. Neetu has an initial capital of 20,000. Out of this, she invests 8,000 at 5% in Bank A, 5,000 at 5.6% in Bank B, 20k, 8k at 5.5%, 5k at 5.6%. The remaining at X% in Bank B. 8 plus 5 is 13, 7k at C at X%. Her combined annual interest income from these investments is equal to 5% of the initial capital. Nice. 5.5, 5.6, overall being 5. This should be lower. If she had invested her entire capital in Bank C alone, then her annual income would have been. So we find this X% and then we are through. Overall average is 5%. We can find the averages and then simplify with the weighted average thing or find the actual amount. 8k at 5.5% is 440. 5% is 400, another 0.5%, 440. 5.6% at 5k is 280. 20k at 5% is 1000. 440 plus 280 is 0 to 720. So this, our 7k gets her 280. 1000 minus 720. which is a return of 4%. 5.5, 5.6 will average to 5.55, something there. That is at 4%. Weighted average closer to this. Yeah, it should work. 5%. We're getting 4%. If you had invested the entire amount there, 20k at 4% gives us 800. Rather juicy, simple arithmetic question. You should look at this and gobble it up. Two cars travel from different locations at constant speeds to meet each other after starting at the same time. They take 1.5 hours if they travel towards each other and 10.5 hours if they travel in the same direction. Nice. If the speed of the slower car is 60 kilometers per hour, then the distance traveled in kilometers by the slower car when it meets the other car while traveling towards each other. I had to look at this question like twice over, thrice over. Fine. So the question says, if they move towards each other, they take 1.5 hours. They move in the opposite direction. That is this starting from, sorry, let me just erase this, make it super clear. It'll take 10.5 hours. This guy has to catch up with that guy. And so the relative speed, substitute that, find their individual speeds, their ratios and all of that. The question says, the speed of the slower car is 60 kilometers. The distance traveled in kilometers by the slower car when it meets the other car while traveling towards each other. It takes 1.5 hours to meet up, traveling at 60 kilometers per hour. Nothing, we don't need to solve anything. The speed is given, time traveled is given. The slower car is traveling at 60 kilometers per hour. It travels 1.5 hours before it meets. How much distance will it travel? 60 kilometers per hour into 1.5, 90 kilometers. I spent an inordinate amount of time on this question because I found everything. I was like, what? Am I missing something? I had to pause and take stock and then mark the answer. Till the end, I was not confident. Moody takes 30 seconds to finish riding an escalator if he walks on it on his normal speed in the same direction. He takes 20 seconds to finish riding the escalator if he walks at twice his normal speed in the same direction. And so, let's say Moody takes m steps per minute. Escalator takes e steps per minute. So in the first instance, it will take 30 seconds. So 30 m he is doing. Escalator will also be doing this plus 30, that many steps are there. 30 steps per minute I make this as seconds. I don't want to deal with minutes. Very silly thing to take this as minute. I thought it was minute. Let me take this as second. In the second instance, she is traveling at twice his normal speed. That he becomes 2m steps per second. And he covers it in 20 seconds. Or this should be equal to 40m plus 20e. The escalator is going only for 20 seconds, 20e. He is going only for 20 seconds but traveling at 2m. So 40m plus 20e, that many steps get covered, which is equal to 30m plus 30e. Manipulate this, bring e this side, m that side. 10e equal to 10m, e is equal to m. Escalator's number of steps per second is equal to Moody's number of steps per second. If Moody decides to stand still on the escalator, then the time in seconds needed for riding the escalator, total distance is 30m plus 30e. He goes to 0. That means this also has to be done by e. M is equal to e, 60 seconds. We're done. Consider 6 distinct natural numbers such that the average of the two smallest numbers is 14. AB, sum is 28, average is 14. The average of the two largest numbers is 28. These two, sum is 56, average is 28. Nice. Then the maximum possible value of the average of these 6 numbers. Nice. Two numbers averaging out to 28. We told very clearly distinct natural numbers. And we have written them, let's say we have written them in sequence A, B, C, D, E, F. A less than B less than C less than D less than E less than F. Nice. So E less than F adding up to 56. 28 plus 28 doesn't work. We want numbers to be as high as possible. These two averaging to 14. It can be anything. I can put 13 and 15 here. But those two, I want to put 27 and 29. Why? I want E to be as high as possible. Why? Because my missing two numbers are C and D. I want to take them as high as possible. So E should be as high as possible, 27, 29. If I put 26, 30, E becomes lower. What can I put here? No condition. Make this 26, make this 25. Add everything up, we are through. So So these two add up to 28, those two add up to 56, 84 plus 25 plus 26 is 51 divided by 6. 84 plus 51 is 135 by 6 divided by 3, 45 by 2, 22 and a half, 10. Two ships are approaching a port along straight routes at constant speeds. Initially, the two ships and the port formed an equilateral triangle with sides 24 kilometers. Nice. This is a port P. Ship 1 is coming from here. Ship 2 is coming from here. Forms an equilateral triangle with sides of 24 kilometers. So this is 24. This is 24 kilometers. When the slower ship traveled 8 kilometers, the angle formed by the new positions of the two ships and the port became right angled. The slower ship traveled 8 kilometers. Let's say S1 is a slower ship. It has traveled 8 kilometers. And so this angle is 60. It has traveled 8. So let's say S1 reaches S1 dash. This is 16 kilometers remaining. The faster ship would have reached some point S2 dash. It traveled more distance. The triangle formed by the new positions of the two ships and the port became a right angle. This is 60. This is not right angle. I'm joining S1 dash, S2 dash and 60. This should be longer. This is shorter. This should be the right angle. This cannot be right angle. This is right angle. This is 60. This is right angle. This is 30. The hypotenuse is 16. So S1 dash, S2 dash P. I carve out this triangle. S1 dash, S2 dash P. This is 30 degrees. This is 16. This is a right angle. Sine 30 is S2 dash P by S1 dash P. That is half. So this is 16. S2 dash P should be 8. That means S2 dash this should be 16 kilometers. Nice, brilliant. When the faster ship reaches the port, the distance in kilometers between the other ship and the port will be. The faster ship. So the slower ship travels 8 kilometers. The faster ship travels 16 kilometers. But the faster ship is twice as fast as the slower ship. So when the faster ship reaches the port, that means when the faster ship has traveled 24 kilometers, the slower ship should have traveled 12 kilometers, half of that. So when this fellow reaches here, this fellow will be just at the midpoint, 12 kilometers. The distance between the other ship and the port will be 12 kilometers. Key thing is finding out that S2 is traveling at twice the speed of S1. Then we are through. Beautiful question. A group of N people worked on a project. They finished 35% of the project by working 7 hours a day for 10 days. N people, 70 hours corresponds to 35%. If you were 100%, it would have been N people for 200 hours. So total task is 200 N. Very clear, 7 hours a day, 35%, 7 hours a day, 10 days, 70 man hours into N, 70 N man hours with 35% of the task. Full task, that into 100 by 35 to become 200. And 200 N man hours are required to finish this project. You know this. Thereafter, 10 people left the group and the remaining people finished the rest of the project in 14 days working 10 hours a day. So the remaining N minus 10 people work 140 hours to finish the remaining task. 70 N had been done. 70 N had been completed. Total task is 200 N. This was required to do 130 N. What is this 130 N? 200 N minus 70 N. Lovely. The value of N is, simplify this, 140 N minus 1400 is 130 N. Or 140 minus 130, 10 N is 1400. Or N is 140. The salaries of three friends, Sita, Geeta and Meeta. Sita, Geeta and Meeta are in the ratio of 5:6:7, 5x, 6x, 7x. In the first year, they got salary hikes of 20%, 25% and 20% respectively. 20% becomes 6x, 25% takes us to 7.5x, again 20% takes us to 8.4x. In the second year, Sita and Mita get salary hikes of 40% and 25% respectively. Sita and Mita. Sita gets 40%. This is year 1. Year 2, 6x into 1.4, 8.4x. Mita gets 25%. 25% is 1/4. 1/4 of 8.4 is 2.1. So this becomes 10.5x. And the salary of Geeta becomes equal to the mean salary of the three friends. This is the mean of all three of them. If Geeta is the mean of all three of them, Geeta should be the mean of these two. Geeta's salary is 8.4 plus 10.5 by 2. Nice. The salary hike of Geeta in the second year, divide this by this, we should be through. And then that will be 1 point something, the difference is the answer. 8.4 plus 10.9 is 18.9. 18.9 by 2 divided by 7.5. This is also x, this is also x. 18.9 by 15. That's the number we are looking for. Or it is 189 by 150. This is a multiple of 3. We can cancel off a 3. This is 63 by 50. 126 by 100. This is 1.26. Sita's salary is 1.26 times of what it was, or the increase is 26%. Yep, done. A mixture P is formed by removing a certain amount of coffee from a coffee jar and replacing the same amount with cocoa powder. And so, coffee jar. I have, this is coffee plus cocoa. Nice. The same amount is again removed from mixture P and replaced with the same amount of cocoa powder to form a new mixture Q. Fine. New mixture Q. It will have even lesser coffee. This is also coffee plus cocoa. But this will have coffee here, cocoa here. Obviously, it's mixed, not in layers. Right? So, we need to understand that. I'm just writing it down like this. When this is P, this is Q. The ratio of coffee and cocoa in the mixture Q is 16:9. This is 16, this is 9. Very nice question, because in this question we forget cocoa. Then say we start with coffee. The share of coffee reduces. Because I'm taking coffee out, replacing with cocoa. So if I'm removing half the coffee will remain. If I'm removing 1/7 the coffee, 6/7 will remain. If I'm removing 1/8 of coffee, 7/8 will remain. From here, I'm taking away both coffee and cocoa, but I'm replacing with cocoa. So cocoa is being removed and cocoa is being added, but coffee is only removed. So I'm going to track coffee. Coffee is 16/25 of original. 16/25 is a very nice number. There is 4/5 whole square. I'm done. So here, coffee, if I had x units of coffee, at this step I have 4x/5. At this step I have 16x/25. I'm removing 1/5 of the mixture and replacing it with cocoa. That's all I'm doing. So x of coffee becomes 4x/5 of coffee, remaining x/5 is cocoa. Becomes 16x/25 of coffee, remaining 9x/25 is cocoa. So coffee is x, 4x/5, 16x/25. Instead of this, I'm going to say coffee is 25, becomes 20, becomes 16. Initially, this is coffee, cocoa is 0, cocoa is 5, cocoa is 9. 25 and 0 is what we start with, 20 and 5 is what is P, 16 and 9 is what is Q. Done. Then the ratio of cocoa in mixture P to the mixture Q. Cocoa in mixture P is 5, mixture Q is 9, 5:9, that is there. Geeta sells two objects A and B at the same price, such that she makes a profit of 20% on object A and a loss of 10% on object B. And so, Geeta selling price, 20% is 1.2 times the cost price. Loss of 10% is 0.9 times the cost price. So I'm going to say, look, I want my selling price to be a multiple of 1.2 and 0.9. Or I'm going to take my selling price as 108. Very important skill set. Super useful. 108 selling price, that is 1.2x, or x is 90. 108 selling price, This is 0.9x, 108 by 0.9, 120. She buys at 90, sells at 108, profit of 20%. She buys at 120, sells at 108, loss of 10%. Both are in. Nice, super useful. If you can take this number as 108, it becomes much simpler. If she increases the selling price such that the objects A and B are still sold at an equal price and a profit of 10% is made on object B. This is object A, this is B. She makes 10% profit on B, or B is sold at 132. Same price, A should also be sold at 132. Then the profit made on object A will be nearest, nothing, making 42. 42 on 90, 42 by 90 into 100. 42 into 10 by 9, 14 by 3 into 100, 140 by 3, 47. Brishti went on an 8-hour trip in a car. Before the trip, the car had travelled a total of x kilometers till then, where x is a whole number and is palindromic. So, x remains unchanged when its digits are reversed. Nice, palindromic, we understand. At the end of the trip, the car had travelled 26862 kilometers till then. This number again being palindromic. 26862 is palindromic. 26862, 26862. If Brishti never drove at more than 110 kilometers per hour, then the greatest possible average speed at which she drove during the trip in kilometers per hour was. Nice. End of the trip. It took me a while to understand this question. End of the trip is 26862. 8 hours at some speed x. Beginning of the trip should have been some number. This is being told A, B, C, B, A. Palindromic. We want to find x. The greatest possible average speed at which she drove during the trip in kilometers per hour was x. Right? So, this question is a number theory question, not really a speed time distance question. This number is a big thing. Maximum speed was 110 kilometers per hour, or maximum distance travelled is 880 kilometers. 110 into 8. Right? So, if I subtract 880 from this, right, so 26862 minus 880, 16 minus 8 is 8, 9, 25982. This is the maximum number that could have been here. Any lower than that, the distance will be more than 880. And so my first two digits could be either 25 or 52. Sorry, 25 or 26. 26,862 kilometers have been travelled. When I started, I could have started with 25,000 something or 26,000 something. If I had started with 25,000 something, it should have been 25 something 52. Because it's palindromic. 25952 is less than this. 25 something 52 is not possible. Or this should have started with 26-62. So it would have been 26762, 268, 26662, 26562, 26462, 362. All of those numbers are palindromic. Now I want to find the largest possible average speed per kilometer. Average speed for her in kilometers per hour. This should be as high as possible. It should be as low as possible. 26-something-62 as low as possible. The mistake I made in this question, I put as 26162 and I got caught in the middle of nowhere. Luckily that answer choice was not there. 26062 to 26862, or a distance of 800 kilometers. She travels this in 8 hours, or her maximum possible average speed is 100 kilometers per hour. The amount of job that Amal, Sunil and Kamal can individually do in a day are in harmonic progression. The amount of job they can do individually in a day is in harmonic progression, or the number of days taken should be in arithmetic progression. Kamal takes twice as much time as Amal to do the same amount of job. Or if Amal takes x days, Kamal takes 2x days, and Sunil should be taking in between 3x by 2. The number of days should be in AP because the amount of work done is in HP, which is all very nice, but I don't want to deal with x, 3x by 2, 2x. I'm going to say, I'm going to erase this. It's very interesting. Let's call this as 2y, 3y, 4y, number of days. Amount of work done will be 1 by 2y, 1 by 3y, 1 by 4y. They are in HP. 2y is into 2 is 4y. That works. If Amal and Sunil work for 4 days and 9 days respectively, Kamal needs to work for 16 days to finish it. Nice. 4 days, 9 days, 16 days. Amount of work done is 4 by 2y plus 9 by 3y plus 16 by 4y. They complete the task. 4 by 2y is 2y, 9 by 3y is 3y, 2y plus 3y plus 4y, so 9y equal to 1. Sorry, 9 by y is equal to 1. 2 by y, 3 by y, 4 by y, or y is equal to 9. Or Amal takes 18 days, Sunil takes 27 days, Kamal takes 36 days. Then the number of days Sunil will take to finish the job working alone is 3y 27. Very important to understand, if an amount of work done in a given day, the three numbers are in harmonic progression, the number of days taken will be in arithmetic progression. And then we know this is twice of this. So instead of taking x, 3x by 2, 2x, we can take 2y, 3y, 4y. That much simpler. I'm not dealing with a 1.5. After that, we just mechanically write down the answer. Arvind travels from town A to town B, Surbhi from town B to town A, both starting at the same time along the same route. After meeting each other, Arvind takes 6 hours to reach town B, while Surbhi takes 24 hours to reach town A. Nice. A to B. Arvind goes from A to B, and Surbhi goes from B to A. Arvind takes 6 hours to reach town B, while Surbhi takes 24 hours to. Nice. They meet somewhere, and 6 hours Arvind reaches here. They meet somewhere, and then in 24 hours Surbhi reaches here. They meet at this point. I put the point to be closer to B because Arvind reaches in 6 hours, Surbhi takes 24 hours. Right? The first thing to note is both of them take the same time to travel here, some t hours. Nice. Let's say Arvind's speed is A and Surbhi's speed is S. So beautiful question, standard template. I'm going to do it by the juiciest method possible. Right? To travel this distance, the times taken are t and 24. To travel this distance, times taken are 6 and t. Right? A into t is S into 24. A into 6 is S into t. Ratio of their speeds, if I'm taking about A by S, it should be the reciprocal of the ratio of their times taken. It should be equal to 24 by t. It should be equal to t by 6. Or if Arvind and Surbhi take t hours and 24 hours for one journey, one distance, and 6 hours and t hours for another distance, the ratio of the times they take should be the same. If Arvind takes 5 hours for one journey and 4 hours for another journey, if Arvind takes 10 hours for another trip, Surbhi takes 8 hours for the second trip. The ratio of their time should be the same, inverse of the ratio of their speeds. Or forget about this. 24 by t equal to t by 6. 24 into 6 is 144 equals t square. T is 12. It cannot be minus 12, it's just 12. If Arvind traveled at a speed of 54 kilometers per hour, the distance in kilometers between town A and town B, this is 12. Arvind travels at 54 kilometers per hour, travels for 18 hours. So the distance is 54 into 18. 18 4 are 72, 279, 972 kilometers. Lovely question, but standard template. T square equal to 24 into 6. T is square root of 24 into 6. 12. Done. Anil invests 22,000 for 6 years in a certain scheme with 4% interest per annum, compounded half early. Sunil invests in the same scheme for 5 years, then reinvests the entire amount received at the end of 5 years for 1 year at 10% interest. The amounts received by both at the end of 6 years are same. Then the initial investment made by Sunil in rupees is a nice question. So 22,000 into 1.02 to the power 12. 6 years compounded half yearly, 12 compoundings, 4% per annum, so 2%. If Sunil has invested rupees X, 1.02 into per 10. Same scheme for 10 years, so 5 years, so 10 compoundings at 2%, and then takes the amount and gets 10% extra into 1.1. These two are equal. 1.02 per 10, 1.02 per 12, we'll have a 1.02 square remaining here. So 1.1 there, but at 22,000 here, lovely. So it should be 20,000 into 1.02 square. I know 1.02 square, which is 1.0404 into 20k. It should be 20808, 20,808. He should have put in 20,808 to get the same amount as Anil would have got at the end of the 6-year period. In a company, 20% of the employees work in manufacturing department. The total salary obtained by all manufacturing employees is 1/6 the total salary obtained by all employees. So if you take about employees, 20% work in manufacturing, this is X in manufacturing, then non-manufacturing is 4X. Number of employees, 20% is 1/5, X, 5X is the total, 4X here. Total salary obtained by all manufacturing employees is 1/6 of the total salary. So total salary, if this is Y, this is 5Y, 1/6. Then the ratio of average salary obtained by the manufacturing employees to the average salary obtained by the non-manufacturing. Average salary is total salary by number of employees. Y by X is to 5Y by 4X. You have to check this. Then the ratio of average salary obtained by manufacturing employees to the average salary obtained by the non-manufacturing employees, not total average salary. That would have been 6Y by 5X. This is to this. So Y by X is to 5Y by 4X. 1 is to 5 by 4. 4 is to 5. That's there through. And juicy questions, freebie, especially in the context of the rest of the paper. This is like a give me question, take it and answer it. Purchases a pair of sunglasses at ₹1,000 and sells to Kanu at 20% profit. Minu buys at 1,000, sells to Kanu at 1,200. Then Kanu sells it back to Minu at a 20% loss. 20% of 1,200 is 1/5 of 1,200, 240, sells it at 960. Finally, Minu sells the same pair of glasses to Tanu. The total profit made by Minu from all her transactions is 500. So she makes a profit of 200 here. Total is 500. So she's now selling to Tanu at 960 plus 300, 1260. She makes a total profit of 500. She's already swindled 200 from Kanu. You got back her phone. Sunglasses. Fine, so. And then makes another 300 bucks selling it to Tanu. Nice. Then the percentage of profit made by Minu when she sold the pair of sunglasses to Tanu, 960 to 1260, 300 by 960 into 100, 30 by 960 divide by 3, 10 by 32, 5 by 16, 25 by 4, 125 by 4. 124 is 31.25%. Nice. Pipe A and C are fill pipes, while pipe B is a drain pipe of a tank. Pipe B empties the full tank in 1 hour less than the time taken by pipe A to fill the empty tank. When pipes A, B and C are turned on together, the empty tank is filled in 2 hours. Okay. So pipe A is a fill pipe, A hours. Pipe B is a drain pipe, A minus 1 hours. This is a drain pipe. Pipe C, let's say C hours. When pipes A, B and C are turned on together, empty tank is filled in 2 hours. So 1 by A minus 1 by A minus 1 plus 1 by C is equal to 1 by 2. Some equation in A minus 1 and C. If pipes B and C are turned on together when the tank is empty and pipe B is turned off after 1 hour, and pipe C takes another 1 hour 15 minutes to fill the movement time. So pipe B is kept open for 1 hour, minus 1 by A minus 1. Pipe C takes another 1 hour 15 minutes to fill the remaining tank. If pipes B and C are turned on together, so pipe B has been kept open for 2 hours and 15 minutes to 1 by 4 hours. So plus 2.25 by C is equal to 1. If pipe A can fill the empty tank in less than 5 hours, then the time taken in minutes by pipe C to fill the empty tank is nice. So this is an equation in A and C, this is an equation in A and C, but because all these reciprocals are involved, I think it's going to be a complicated, painful process. But hey, let's wing it. Minus 1 by A minus 1 plus 2.25 by C equal to 1. So B is kept open for 1 hour, C is kept open for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then the tank gets filled. So 2.25 by C is 1 plus 1 by A minus 1. 2.25 by C, 9 by 4C is 1 plus 1 by A minus 1. This is A minus 1 plus 1 by A minus 1 is 9 by 4C, or 4C by 9 is A minus 1 by A, or C is 9 by 4 times A minus 1 by A. I'm going to plug it back into the first equation. 1 by A minus 1 by A minus 1 plus 1 by C. We could have kept it in terms of 1 by C. So we can say 1 by C is 4 by 9 times A by A minus 1. 1 by A minus 1 by A minus 1. 1 by A minus 1 by A minus 1 plus 1 by C is 4 by 9 times A by A minus 1 is equal to 1 by 2. That whole unit fills it in 2 hours. Pain when I started doing all this, and I suddenly lost my confidence and said, look, this is too complicated. Seems to be some weird equations emerging, but you take the LCM, it should simplify. LCM is A by A minus 1. So it is A minus 1 by A times A minus 1 minus A by A times A minus 1 plus 4A square by 9 times A times A minus 1 equals 1 by 2. This is 9 times A times A minus 1 here, put a 9 here, put a 9 here, 9 times 9 times 9A minus 9 minus 9A, that disappears, minus 9 plus 4A square into 2 equals 9A times A minus 1. So 8A square minus 18 is 9A square minus 9A. You can take it this side, A square minus 9A plus 18 equal to 0. A minus 3 into A minus 6 equal to 0. A takes either 3 hours or 6 hours, but the question says A can fill the empty tank in less than 5 hours. So A should take only 3 hours. Now we have a beautiful equation for finding C. Put A equal to 3, we'll get this. C equals 9 by 4 times 2 by 3. So 3 by 2 hours, hopefully that's there among our choices. 3 by 2 hours is 1.5 hours, 90 minutes should be there. Yep, this is the answer. It's nice. I won't say it's a simple question, it's an elaborate question. We deal with A minus 1 and C, and then form 2 different equations. Take expression of C in terms of A and plug it into the other one, solve the quadratic, get A, then go to C. Elaborate question, not easy at all. Ravi is driving at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour on a road. Vijay is 54 meters behind Ravi and driving in the same direction as Ravi. So this is Ravi, is going at 40 kilometers per hour. And then we have Vijay, who's 54 meters behind. And driving at, we don't know what speed, so some V, same road, and Vijay is 54 meters driving in the same direction as Ravi, some V kilometers per hour. This distance is 54 meters. Right? Ashok is driving along the same road from the opposite direction at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour and is 225 meters away from Ravi. Ashok is here, traveling at 50 kilometers per hour. This distance is 225 meters. The speed at which Vijay should drive so that all three cross over each other. Very nice, simple question. We do relative distance by relative speed. We'll get the time Ashok needs to cross Ravi. Do relative distance by relative speed. Time Vijay will take to catch up with Ravi. Relative speed is 90 kilometers per hour. Distance is 225 meters. So time taken for these two to cross is 225 divided by 90 into 5 by 18 seconds. So we have to do this in seconds. 90 by 5 by 18 is 90 by 18 is 5. 25 to 25 by 9 seconds. 54 meters by relative speed equals 9 seconds. Or relative speed is 54 by 9, 6 meters per second. In kilometers per hour, because that's what the answers want us to give it in kilometers per hour. So relative speed is 6 into 18 by 5 kilometers per hour, which is 108 by 5. 108 by 5 is 21.6 kilometers per hour. So Vijay should have been traveling 21.6 kilometers per hour higher than was Ravi. So 40 kilometers per hour plus 21.6 kilometers per hour. 40 plus 21 is 61, 61.6. Very routine question. Relative distance by relative speed, time taken. Relative distance by time taken is relative speed. Relative speed is 6 meters per second, which is 21.6 kilometers per hour. That much speed Vijay should be traveling at higher than was Ravi. So 40 plus 21.6, 61.6 kilometers per hour. More of a routine. Anil borrows 2 lakhs at an interest of 8% per annum, compounded half yearly. He repays 10,320 at the end of the first year. First I thought he's borrowed 2 lakhs. I initially thought this must be 1 lakh something. I'm conditioned to thinking the number should be kind of equal. This is only 10,320. And then closes the loan by paying the outstanding amount at the end of the third year. The total interest in rupees paid over the 3 years is nearest to. And so it takes 2 lakhs. This will become, at the end of year 1, will become 200,000 into 1.04 whole square. 8% per annum, compounded half yearly. 1.04 whole square is 10816. This becomes 21632. 0. So the amount outstanding is 216,320, 2,16,320. Luckily enough for us, from here we subtract 10,320. 0, 0, 0. I would have loved to have subtracted 16,320. Life becomes simple, but only 10,320. Pain. So 6,000, 0. So 206,000 is still amount outstanding at the end of year 1. That is going to be there for another 2 years. Because at the end of the third year is when he repays everything. So 206,000 into 1.04 whole square. This is the amount he pays. You have to find this number. 1.04 whole square is 1.0816 whole square. Pain. Fine, so pain. So I'm going to think of it as 1.08 whole square. That becomes 1.1664 into 206. That's a total amount he pays back. A little more than that because there's 16 remaining. So this into 206. I'm going to brute force this. 206 000 followed by 11664. Right. So I'm going to write it the other way around. 11664. Oh no, I know you guys have a calculator, but hey, sometimes we brutalize things. 4, 2, 38, 8, 3, 39, 9, 3, 9, 6. 0, 0, 0, 0, 2 4s are 8, 12, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4, 8, 7, 2, 0, 1, 4, 2,40,000, 2,40,000, 278.4, whatever, and a little more than that because I've let go of that 0.0016 square part. This is what he repays. That means he's repaying some 40,270 something. I'm going to approximate as 40,300, which should be a little bit more. That's something I've let go. Apart from this, he's already repaid 10,320. I'm calculating the amount more than 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs is principal. This is what he's giving back. Already he has given 10,320. Add these two, 620, 50,620. That's somewhere there. I'm looking at the choice. There's nothing. Going with this, assuming my square and computations were wrong. But yeah, you get the sense of this. The calculation part, I'm sure you can punch into a calculator. A container has 40 liters of milk. Then 4 liters are removed from the container and replaced with 4 liters of water. The process of replacing 4 liters of the liquid in the container with equal volume of water is continued repeatedly. The smallest number of times of doing this process, after which the volume of milk in the container becomes less than that of water. Oh, nice. First it has 40 liters of milk. Then I remove 4 liters and replace with water. So I have 36 liters of milk. Right? What am I doing? I'm removing 10% of this liquid. 90% is retained. Right? And I'm replacing it with water. So the next stage when I do, I'll be removing 4 liters of a mixture of milk and water. It will go out and then it will be replaced with water. So I'm removing some water and adding some more water. I'm removing milk. So I'm going to think about only how much milk is removed. 10% of this 36. This is milk. I'm tracking only milk, not overall volume. So 10% of 36 will be removed because I'm removing 10% of 40. 10% of 36 milk will be removed. 10% of 4 water will be removed. I'm going to reframe the equation saying, look, I'm not thinking about how much milk is removed. I'm thinking about how much milk is retained. How much milk will be retained? 36 into 90%. After doing it twice. Nice, I'm onto something here. What will I do? If I do one more time, I'll do this number. 36 into 90% is 32.4. 32.4 into 90%. Every time I do this process, I retain 90% of the milk that I began with. Whatever milk I have, 90% of that I'll have. Now I'm done. The smallest number of times of doing this process, after which the volume of milk in the container becomes less than that of water. That means this volume of milk should be less than 20 liters. So effectively, I'm saying I take 40, multiply it by 0.9 several times to reach a point that this number becomes less than 20. That's all. Find n, the small, if you do it 100 times, it will happen. I know for sure. Milk will practically disappear. We want to find the smallest value of n such that this is possible. And so I'm going to think of this will go away. This is half. 9 by 10 whole power n is less than half. 9 power n is less than 10 power n. 9 power n into 2 is less than 10 power n. 9 cube is 729. It's less than 1000. No, it doesn't work. 3 times it doesn't work. This is, I'm going to think of it, you can think of it as 0.729 compared with 1. Definitely it doesn't work. I can square this also. 729 whole square. 7 square is 49. 700 square will be 49, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then this is 29. I think my gut feel is 2 into 9 power 6 will be greater than 10 power 6. 9 power 6 is 729 into 729. 7 into 7 is 49. 7.1 into 7.9 will be more, 7.1 will be more than 50. Do 71 square. 4, 6. Yeah, 71 square is more than 50. So 6 won't work. Maybe 7 will work. Again, if I have a calculator, this becomes super easy. Otherwise, what are we doing? We're doing 729 into 729. 1, 8, 18 plus 8, 26, 6, 2, 63, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6, 1. 2 9s are 18, 8, 1, 4 plus 1, 5, 14 plus 2, 16, 7, and then again 6, 5, no. 63, 3, 6, 14 plus 6, 20, 0, 2, 49 plus 2, 51, 5, 1, 1, 4, 1, 10, 14, 4, 1, 13, 3, 1, 5, 3, 3, 4, 4, 1 into 9 into 0.9. From this, we are subtracting 5, 3, 3, 4, 4, 1. Yep, that will become less than 50, less than half. So 7 will work. 2 into 9 power 7 is less than 10 power 7. This won't work, this will work. 7 times there will be more milk than water. Of course, doing this, the calculator is going to be that easy. We don't have a calculator, so we're doing this roundabout method. Giant bought a certain number of white shirts at the rate of 1000 per piece. So white costs rupees 1000. And certain number of blue at the rate of 1125. My blue is a little weird. 1125. I like 1125 because 1000 plus 125, 9 by 8 of this. For each shirt, he then set a fixed price which was 25% higher than the average cost of all shirts. Let's say he buys M of this, N of this, 1000M plus 1125N divided by M plus N. He set a price with 25% higher than the average cost of all shirts. Nice. So the total cost into 1.25 is the total selling price. He then sold all the shirts at a discount of 10% and made a total profit of 51,000. So cost price into 5 by 4 is equal to mark price. Cost price into 5 by 4 into 9 by 10 equal to selling price. This is 2, 9 by 8. So cost price into 9 by 8 equal to selling price. Or profit is cost price into 1 by 8, which is given to be 51,000. The total cost price or cost price for profit is 51,000. Total cost price this into 8, 408,000. That's the total cost price that he has. If he bought both colors of shirts, then the maximum possible total number of shirts that he could have bought. Oh, nice. 408,000 is his total cost price. That is equal to 1000 of the white kind and 1125 of the black kind. Not black, blue. We want a number of shirts to be as high as possible. Easiest way is buy all white. That will be 408. Right? 408 shirts he could have bought. But we very clearly told if he bought both colors of shirts. He bought both. So I cannot say I bought only white. So 408 is not possible. But the moment I know this, I'm through. Why am I through? He needs to replace a few white shirts with blue shirts such that the cost is the same. The ratio of these two, white price to blue price, is 8:9. So the 9 shirts of white he can have, the cost of 9 white will be equal to cost of 8 blue. That's when it will balance properly. So he gives up 9 shirts of these and picks up 8 shirts of this. Or instead of 408 white shirts, if he had 399 white shirts plus 8 blue shirts, we're back to 408,000. This will be the best combination because in this combination he is buying both colors. We cannot do 408 0 We can do 399, 8. That's the other point where this will work out. We are through. Or the answer is 309 plus 8, 407. Anil mixes cocoa with sugar in the ratio 3:2 to prepare mixture A. Cocoa, sugar, 3:2. This is mixture A. And coffee with sugar in the ratio 7:3. This is cocoa and coffee with sugar. I'm going to say coffee with sugar in the ratio 7:3. So I'm going to say 3:7. Straight away I'm going to simplify life for myself to prepare mixture B. Okay, this is mixture B. Let me see where this is headed. He combines mixtures A and B in the ratio 2:3 to make a new mixture C. 2:3 to make new mixture C. 2 units of this, 3 units of this. So 3 plus 2 is 5. 3 plus 7 is, 3 plus 2 is 5. 3 plus 7 is 10. It should be a multiple of 3. And this should be a multiple of, it should be in the ratio 3:2 totally. I can go for 30 and 20. What will that make it? I'm going to take 3:9 as 9:21. I want this to be 20. I'll make this as into 4 into 4, 12:8. I get 12 and 8 of coffee and sugar, cocoa and sugar, 9 and 21 of sugar and coffee. This is 3:7, that is 3:2, both in the given question. The total is the ratio 2:3, mixing A and B. Then he gets C, that will have cocoa to sugar to coffee in the ratio 12:17:21. Nice. He mixes C with an equal amount of milk to make a drink. 12, 17, 21. 12 plus 17, 39. 39 plus 21 is 60. And he mixes equal amount of milk. So he adds milk, which will be 60. 12, 17, 21, 60. 39 plus 21 is 60, yeah. Then the percentage of sugar in this drink will be, percentage of sugar is 8 plus 9, 17. 17 by 120 into 100. 17 by 120 into 100. 17 into 5 by 6. It's somehow not so sure. 12:8, 9:21. Coffee with sugar in the ratio 7:3, 9 and 21. Add up to 20, add up to 30, 2:3. 12:17:21. 12 plus 17 is 29. 29 is 50. Oh. 17 by 100, 17%. I'm going to redo this. Let's do this question. I'm redoing this question. So whoever is there, delete the previous part and we'll include this. Anil mixes cocoa with sugar in the ratio 3:2 to prepare mixture A. So cocoa with sugar 3:2. And coffee with sugar in the ratio 7:3. So sugar and coffee 7:3. So 3:7. This is mixture A, this is mixture B. Nice. He combines mixtures A and B in the ratio 2:3. So the total number of units here is 5. Total number of units here is 10. Mixing in the ratio 2:3. So 3 plus 7, 10. I need to make this a multiple of 3. In which case that will go to 30. That goes to 30. This should be 20. Yeah, I can figure out 20 with this. So I'm going to translate these and call this 3:7 as 9:21. Adding up to 30. This should add up to 20. So this becomes 12:8. 12 plus 8 is 20. 9 plus 21 is 30. This is totally 30 units. This is totally 20 units. So the overall mixtures in the ratio 2:3. The 3:2, 3:7 are maintained. He mixes in the ratio 2:3 to make a new mixture C. So our man C will have 12 units of coffee, 17 units of sugar, and 21 units of 12 units of cocoa, 17 units of sugar, and 21 units of coffee. If he mixes C with an equal amount of milk to make a drink, then the percentage of sugar in this drink will be, he's mixing these three in the ratio 12:17:21, 12 plus 17, 29, plus 21, 50. equal amount of milk. That means the milk quantity is 50. Total is therefore 100. Nice. The percentage of sugar in this drink will be 17 by 100, which is 17%. Nice, doable question. The population of a town in 2020 was 100,000. The population decreased by Y% from the year 2020 to 2021 and increased by X% from 21 to 22. So 2020 was 1 lakh. Down by Y% to 2021, up by X% in 2022. Where X and Y are two natural numbers, the population in 2022 was greater than the population in 2020 and the difference between X and Y is 10. Then what is the lowest possible population of the town in 2021? This is greater than this. And so we take 2020, decrease it by some percentage, increase it by a higher percentage because the base is lower, so the total goes higher. So if Y were say 15, X will have to be 25. 100,000 into 85 or 0.85 into 1.25 should be more than 100,000. That's what we're looking at. And so we're solving for 100,000 into 1 minus y by 100 into 1 plus x by 100 to be greater than 100,000. And so 1 minus y by 100 into 1 plus x by 100 should be greater than 1. We know additionally the difference between x and y is 10. Beautiful question. But shouldn't do all that, should look at these numbers. So the population in 2021 is 74,000, then it is down 26%. So we do 74,000 into 1.36. And see that's greater than 100,000. Up, or we take 75,000 into 1.35, 73,000 into 1.37, down 25, down 27, or 72,000 into 1.38. The number should be more than 1 lakh and it should be as close to 1 lakh as possible. I know this beautiful fact, which is a wonderful fact, that is 137 into 73 is 10,001. So I can look at this question and go, hey, this is very nice. Otherwise, we just substitute this, punch it to the calculator. If that's the answer, this is the number. Kind of question where we don't do algebraically, where we shouldn't be saying 1 minus y by 100 into 1 plus x by 100 is greater than 1. And we know x is y plus 10, find the least possible value of it. We're not doing that. The 3 persons A, B and C in a room, for person D joins the room, the average weight of the person in the room reduces by x kilograms. A, B, C, D enters. Average falls by x kilograms. If person E joins the room, the average weight of the person in the room increases by 2x kilograms. E enters. Average increases by 2x kilograms. So D is bringing in less than the average of A, B and C. E is bringing more than the average of A, B and C. Instead of D, E comes. D is not already sitting there. A, B, C, D or A, B, C, E. The average weight of the person in the room increases by 2x kilograms. If the weight of E is 12 kgs more than that of D, the value, nice simple question. So we have A, B, C, D, average is minus x from whatever it was. A, B, C, E, average is 2x plus 2x from whatever it was. So if I think about this, if I have A, B, C, D and A, B, C, E, the average difference between these two is 3x. Original average was somewhere here. This is minus x, this is plus 2x. Instead of D, I bring in E, the average goes up by 3x. I can think of it like that. Average is up by 3x over 4 people, or the total is up by 12x, 3x into 4. Average weight, the weight of E is 12 kilograms more than D. E brings in 12 kgs more than D. 12 kgs extra is 12x, x is 1, which is romp home. Instead of making it too algebraic and putting x and y and all that. Just look at this question and say, hey, nice, 2x up instead of x down, 3x as the average change. Total change is 12x, 12x is 12x is 1 done through. Merchant purchases a cloth at a rate of rupees 100 per meter and receives 5 centimeter length of cloth free for every 100 centimeters that he buys. He sells the same cloth at a rate of 110 per meter but cheats his customers by giving 95 centimeters length of cloth for every 100 centimeters length. So it's cost price. Yes. He buys 100 per meter but he gets 5 centimeters extra. Cost price per meter rupees 100 by 1.05. Selling price per meter is rupees 110.95. He sells at 10 rupees more, rational price wise. He cheats, gives them only 0.95. If the merchant provides a 5% discount, the resulting profit, he gives a 5% discount. This is the listed selling price. Actual selling price is this into 0.95, which is really nice because this goes away. So the profit made by him, we have cost price, we have selling price, find profit. Selling price by cost price into 100, we'll get that equation. So 110 by 100 into 1.05. 110 into 1.05 by 100. 1.1 into 1.05 minus 1. This is 10%, that is 5%. Multiply that, will be a little more than 15%. I'm very willing to gamble and put this in. Our answer is 1.1 into 1.05 minus 1. How would I get this number? I'm doing just selling price by cost price. I don't want to do selling price minus cost price is P by CP into 100. I just want to do selling price by cost price. It will be 1 point something because he's making profit. That something is profit percentage. So 110 by 1.05 or 110 by 100 into 1.05. 1.1 into 1.05. This is 10% higher, that is 5% higher. I multiply both of this, it will be more than 15% higher. Little more than 15, this answer I'm going for it. If I have a calculator, I'm punching it in and getting. Otherwise, I'm just plonking it. 15.5%. Goutham and Suhani working together can finish a job in 20 days. Oops. G and S can finish a job in 20 days. Goutham does only 60% of his usual work. 0.6 G. Suhani must do 150% of her usual work, 1.5 S on that day to exactly make up for it. So if she brings in 0.5 S more, it can offset our man goofing off for 0.4 G, or 0.4 G equals 0.5 S, 4 G equal to 5 S, or G is 1.25 S. 5 by 4 times S. Right, so super. Then the number of days required by the faster worker to complete the job working alone. G is 1.25 S, or the number of days taken by G is 4x, number of days. The number of days taken by S would be 5x. Now we know this equation really rather well. 1 by 4x plus 1 by 5x equals 1 by 20. 5x plus 4x by 20x. 5x plus 4x, so 9 by 20x equals 1 by 20, or x is 9, or Goutham takes 36 days, Suhani takes 45 days. The number of days required by the faster worker to complete the job is 36 days, the number we're looking for. The number of coins collected per week by 2 coin collectors, A and B, are in the ratio 3:4. So A and B, 3:4 coins. The total number of coins collected by A in 5 weeks is a multiple of 7. So this is coins per week. 5 weeks is a multiple of 7. Then the total number of coins collected by B in 3 weeks is a multiple of 24. So in 5 weeks let's say this is 3x and 4x, you'll collect 15x, and 3 weeks, the number of it's collected is 4x into 3, which is 12x. And the minimum possible number of coins collected by A in 1 week. So it's 15x is a multiple of 7, so x has to be a multiple of 7. 12x is a multiple of 24, there's already 12 sitting in there, x has to be a multiple of 2, x has to bring in 2. So 2 and 7, x has to be a multiple of 14, so I'm going to simplify this. Let's say A and B, x, 3 into x is 42, 4 into x is 56. This is 42k and 56k. So the minimum A can bring in 1 week is 42 when k is 1. What are we doing here? We're basically saying 15x is a multiple of 7, x is a multiple of 7. 12x is a multiple of 24, x is a multiple of 2. X is a multiple of 7 and a multiple of 2, x has to be a multiple of 14. So x can be written as 14k, 3x is 42k, 4x is 56k. What is the minimum number? 42k minimum can be 42 when k is 1. And that's what we're doing here. A boat takes 2 hours to travel downstream a river from port A to port B and 3 hours to return to port A. Oopsie. So A to B, this is downstream, this is 2 hours, coming up is 3 hours. Right, so another boat takes a total of 6 hours to travel from port B to port A and return to port B. The speeds of the boats in the river are constant and the time in hours taken by the slower boat to travel from port A to port B is nice. 2 hours, 3 hours. Time taken is 2 hours to 3 hours. Speed ratio should be the other way around. So downstream speed to upstream speed. Sorry. Speed downstream is to speed upstream. It's 3:2. I can imagine 3:2 as 6:4. Then I can think of this as 5 plus 1 is to 5 minus 1. Or where am I heading with all of this? We know downstream speed is boat speed plus stream speed. Upstream speed is boat stream minus stream speed. So B plus S is 6, B minus S is 4, or boat stream is 5, speed is 5, stream speed is 1. I'm not saying they're 5 and 1, ratio of 5:1. Right? So I'm going to say speed of boat 1 is 5k, speed of stream is k. So 5k plus k is 6k, 5k minus k is 4k, ratio is 6:4, 3:2, time taken should be in the ratio 2:3. Right? The distance between these two is where D, then we are told D by 5k plus k, D by 5k minus k. These are the times taken. This is 2 hours, this is 3 hours. 5k minus k, I have written 5k minus 5. Okay. So 6k, D by 6k is 2 hours, or D is equal to 12k. 12k by 6k is 2 hours, 12k by 4k is 3 hours. And so now we've got speed of boat 1 to be 5k, stream to be k, distance to be 12k. Right. So far so good. So that it nicely works to be 2 hours, and this is in kilometers per hour, that is in kilometers, everything works out, the units cancel out, all of that. What do we need to find? We need to find speed of boat 2. Not just that, we need to find the time taken in hours taken by the slower boat, which is boat 2, because boat 2 takes a total of 6 hours to travel from A to B, to travel downstream. So what have we got to do? We've got to say D by boat 2 plus stream plus D by boat 2 minus stream is equal to 6. And then solve for boat 2, and then the answer is time taken to go downstream, or the shorter time. This one is our answer. And so let's fill this in. 12k by B2 plus k plus 12k by B2 minus k is equal to 6. And then find B2 in terms of k and then simplify and solve. So there are two variables in this equation, but it's actually, technically speaking, only one ratio, which is k, divide by k throughout. 12 by b2 by k plus 1 plus 12 by b2 by k minus 1 is equal to 6. Let's say b2 by k, we call it as x. 12 by x plus 1 plus 12 by x minus 1 is equal to 6. This is 2, I'm going to call it 1 by 2. So x minus 1 plus x plus 1 by x square minus 1 equal to 1 by 2. 2x, 4x. So 4x equals x square minus 1. X square minus 4x minus 1 equal to 0. X square minus 4x plus 4 is equal to 5. We solve this, we can get x. So x square minus 4x plus 4 equal to 5, or x minus 2 the whole square is 5. X minus 2 is plus or minus root 5. X is 2 plus or minus root 5. It cannot be 2 minus root 5. It will become negative. We are talking about a nice ratio. It will be 2 plus root 5. Oops, I erased that. X is 2 plus root 5. Now we come back to this. The time taken here, this is 12 by x minus 1. This is 12 by x plus 1. We are talking about time taken to go downstream. Slower boat to travel from A to B. It should be the shorter time. It should be this 12 by x plus 1. I'm going to substitute that. We're going to talk about 12 by 2 plus root 5 plus 1. 12 by 3 plus root 5. Okay. So 12 by 3 plus root 5. 12 into 3 minus root 5 by 3 plus root 5 into 3 minus root 5. 3 plus root 5 into 3 minus root 5 is 9 minus 5, 4. 12 by 4 is 3. 3 times 3 minus root 5 is the answer. Looks like a speed time distance question, but some upstream downstream thing, but it's anything but. It's a deep rooted quadratic equations question. We need to be very careful about every ratio, simplification, all of that. And once again, really tough question. A fruit seller has a stack of mangoes, bananas and apples with at least one fruit of each type. At the beginning of a day, the number of mangoes make up 40% of his stock. Okay. That day, he sells half the mangoes. So 40% of his stock is mangoes. So let's say he has mangoes, bananas, apples and total. If total is 5x, he has 2x mangoes. That day, he sells half the mangoes. So he sells x 96 bananas and 40% of the apples. Let's say apples is A, 0.4A. At the end of the day, he ends up selling 50% of the fruits. So this number is 50% of 5x. Nice. So x plus 96 plus 0.4A is 50% of 5x. It's the smallest possible total number of fruits in the stock. Okay, nice. So x plus 96 plus 0.4A is selling half of this. Is selling 40% of this. So this number should be more than 50%. And that much we know. And so x plus 96 plus 0.4A is 2.5x. And so 96 plus 2 by 5A is 3 by 2x. So I'm going to multiply by 10 throughout. So in order to eliminate the pesky 5 and 2. So 960 plus 4A equals 15x. Now if you want to find some integer solution for this, we know A is at least 1, X is at least 1, so that would be some apples at least, and then we are through. Find some integer solution that satisfies this, we can plug that back in and then we are through. 960 is a multiple of 15, yet we get 960, to be very honest, multiplied by 10, 960, 2 by 5 into 10 is 4, 3 by 2 into 10 is 3 into 5, 15, nice. So A cannot be If a were 0, this works. 960 is a multiple of 15. It's a multiple of 3. It's a multiple of 5. Now, 4a has to be a multiple of 15 in order for this to get satisfied. The smallest possible value is put a equal to 15. Put a equal to 15. 960 plus 60 equals 15x. 960 by 15, let's do 64 plus 4 equals x, or x is 68. A is 15, 5x is 68 into 5, 340. That works. Nothing short of this will work. The smallest possible total number of fruits is 68 into 5, 340. Nice question. We have to keep our wits with us and say, okay, nice, I'm trying to find integer solution for this, such that a and x are as small as possible, particularly x is as small as possible, such that a, x are both natural numbers, integers greater than 0. Simplify that, we're through. Right? That's what we're looking to do here.